There you go.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Hi, guys.
Hi, friends.
Oh, I should probably make our board live.
Oh.
Oh.
Quote.
I think Michigan got the belt today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What?
What is this? The national championship game? Am I right? Congrats, Michigan. I don't think that's his first
No.
belt. But...
Oh, I was not super happy yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I sent a text at like 10:30. Hey, do we have practice today? Nothing. 10:50. Oh, yeah, email coming out soon. 10:58. Practice at 12:15. For Kings. So 11. So I had 15 minutes to get out the door because I live an hour away
Right.
to race all the way down. I made it. Drove 85 the whole way in the rain.
Well, at least you were safe.
Safety first. What's going on, everybody? Oh, it's almost time.
This is so funny. I was like, because I usually watch the Kings when the Warriors are playing. And I was like, sweet, Warriors are playing, no Kings today. I'm watching for a Dubs game.
4 minutes into the second quarter, I was like, all right, let's do literally anything else. Anything for me to do around the house?
Do we have Parcheesi? Can we pull out Parcheesi?
Here we go. Here we go.
An echo?
I'm mad.
Uh-oh.
I'm not mad. I don't want to start a Monday that way. I am excited to be here. I'm excited that you, James, are here. I'm excited that you, listener, is here. Chatty House, what up? I always look over at the computer where the Chatty House is, but my computer is in front of me. Chatty House, what's good? Before we get to the Kings' outstanding win over the Minnesota Timberwolves and their climb up to number 6 in the Western Conference standings, I need to complain about something very, very briefly.
Okay, I'm here.
I was bopping around because I obviously sports betting is not legal in this state, but I still like to bop around and look at trends and look at games and just kind of follow along. I'm on the outside, like I'm window shopping the betting markets.
Okay.
So I go to NBA futures, and I just wanted to kind of pop in and see I wonder what the Pacific Division looks like. The Kings will win the Pacific Division. Clippers minus 3,000, which makes sense. They're a few games up with not a lot of games to go.
Yep,
that makes sense. The Suns at plus 2,000. I mean, they're going to stay ahead of Sacramento because of the players on their team and the way bets are going to come in on them. And the Kings at plus 2,500. So I'm like, okay, that's about right. And then the Lakers and Warriors way down there. And so I'm scrolling through and I'm looking and I go, oh, MVP odds. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was my preseason pick.
Okay.
So I want to see how that's doing. Now look, Nikola Jokic minus 150. So you got to bet $150 to win $100.
It's not a great bet.
If Nikola Jokic is the MVP. Yeah, don't love that. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, number 2 at plus 240. Okay. Which, okay, that's about right. I like that. You bet $100 on Shai and he wins it, you win $240. And then you get to number 3. And this is what irks me. Luka Doncic. Plus 650.
He winning an MVP, Kyle.
What are we doing? What are we doing here? Do you know let's take a gander. James, walk with me over here to the standings. Let's see. Let's look. Let's see. 4, 5. No, 6. No, 7. No, 8. They're the 8 seed by a full game. They are way the 8 seed. To even be in the MVP conversation, to me, unless you're, what was Russell Westbrook the year he averaged a triple double? They were the 5 seed.
Yeah, they were a good team. I can't remember what
fine.
exactly they were.
But there was they were like a 5. I think they were a 5. They might have been a 6. But they were not a top 3 or 4 seed. And it was like, you know what? Nobody's averaged a triple double since Oscar Robertson. This makes sense that he would win he won the year. This is his year. Like KD left, he took over. They were still a playoff team. Averaged a triple dub. Okay, great. Fine. An 8 seed is egregious. And I don't understand why there's this like movement to make Luka an MVP. Why are we trying so desperately to get Luka Doncic a freaking MVP award?
I wonder if Luka has found the list of all the MVP voters and he has treated them like officials. He just flies to their house and just sits there at their front door and berates them through their Ring camera.
Maybe.
Like, I am the MVP.
Maybe.
You need to make sure I'm the MVP.
That would make sense given his on-court actions for sure.
Well, and I would also say that like, it's not just that he's 8th in the West, but the MVP award is a league-wide award. His team has the 15th best record in the NBA.
Do you know who is behind him?
Well, I know that Domantas Sabonis is somewhere down behind him.
Yeah, Sabonis is not even. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The top 9 are listed here. He's not even on here. Giannis Antetokounmpo, who is on the number 2 seed in the East, behind him. Jason Tatum, who is on the best team in the NBA.
Yes, best player, best team.
Way behind him.
That's ridiculous.
Tatum's plus 2,000. And then you've got, it goes Tatum plus 2,000. The next one is Kawhi at plus 15,000. So pretty clear gap in where the MVP cutoff is. But Kawhi at plus 15,000. Luka Doncic plus 650.
So wait, 100 gives you 15,000?
$15,000 if Kawhi Leonard wins MVP.
That's an interesting bet.
I feel like that's the kind of, like, if we were these kind of people, we're not advocating doing this. We're not doing this. But that feels like the kind of thing you could go put a little cheddar down, and then enough people
start making calls. For me, I'm shocked that Jason Tatum isn't higher.
I am too, man.
And we're talking about a team that's running away.
They are so good. They beat the Warriors by 50 yesterday.
Yeah.
It was their third 50-point win of the year.
Oof.
They won a game by 50 points, and it was not the only time they'd done that.
That's wild.
That's ridiculous.
That's crazy talk. Hey, Charlie's here.
Charlie's in the building. I don't understand, and this is just kind of what I don't have a larger point to make here. Thank you, Charlie.
Other than
I don't have.
It's Travis Shamma mockery that Luka is still up there, and
yeah, man. I just don't. I get that sometimes there's guys who are like, "Hey, it's their time. It's their time." And that's how it felt like with Joel Embiid last year.
It was
like, you know what? This is his. Jokic has won the last 2. There's a little Jokic fatigue. There's fatigue of, hey, he hasn't won a ring yet, and he can't be a 3-time MVP unless you have a ring, which I thought was silly. But it's Embiid's time. Here it is. Stop trying to make it when Luka Doncic and the Mavs are one of the 3 best teams in the West and one of the 5 or 6 best teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Then okay, let's have the conversation, because he's going to that he will be there if that happens. And I understand his numbers are outrageous. I think he's leading the league in scoring right now.
Yeah, he's at 34.5
a game.
34.5, 9.7 assists, 8.9 rebounds.
Right.
I mean, his numbers are spectacular.
I'm not trying to say that Luka Doncic is not good. If the Mavericks were the Clippers and we're 39-20 right now,
okay,
I think Luka would be the favorite to
probably
win.
Yeah.
So his numbers are there. I get it. It's not that he is not that caliber of player, but you talked about with the Kings not having any All-Stars. And you talked about that, the contract, the social contract, the unwritten social contract with the league. I think that goes for MVP too. You cannot realistically have a most valuable player whose team doesn't even make the playoffs on the first try.
Oh yeah.
You could if you have an MVP, and again, I don't think Luka's going to win it. I hate that he is so high up in the odds though, in sports books, because of this thing that just gets pushed. Like, oh man, Luka's going to win an MVP someday. Do you know how would it look? Let's say he wins it. Dallas is the 8th seed. Luka's the MVP. Wow, look at that. Dallas loses to Phoenix in the first play-in game, and then loses to the Lakers or the Warriors in the second one. And now your MVP is not even in the playoffs?
Yeah, that's wild.
It's stupid. I hate it.
I'm with you, but I am also a renowned Luka Doncic detractor. So I mean, what am I going to say? I've never enjoyed watching him play.
Sure, like, he's not an aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, he's very gifted, but again, they didn't make the playoffs last year, and this is where we're at. I mean, we're acting like he gets to skip steps, and the problem that I have with him is I don't care about the 9.7 assists. He really doesn't make a lot of people better.
Yeah,
and that's the problem. Like, you've seen how many iterations of this Dallas Mavericks team that they just can't figure it out. They can't take the next step.
And there's a common thread through all those teams.
Yes.
And if you're that hard to build around, if you cannot figure out how to play with the pieces around you and how to make people better,
yep,
that to me is a larger problem.
It is. I mean, last season, Kyle, he finished 8th in the MVP balloting. His team didn't make the playoffs.
I mean, come on.
His team wasn't one of the 16 teams that represented the NBA in the second season.
They didn't even make the play-in.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I'm just saying,
That's
like,
crazy.
winning scoring titles doesn't equate to MVP.
No,
it just doesn't.
I
mean, All-Star, yes, but MVP, no. All-NBA, sure, but you have to actually win games. That's the goal of the NBA, is to win games. It's not to score as many points as you can.
Yeah.
So,
Will Warner brings this up in the chatty house, and it's an important point. Luka's odds are that low, partly due to the fact that he was a preseason favorite, and I totally get it. If they made Luka plus 10,000, a bunch of people are going to go bet it, and a book could lose its ass if the Mavericks win out and Luka's the MVP. All of a sudden, these books, I totally get that, and there's all the preseason money on him. I 100% understand that. The odds are more of a product. My frustration is more a product of the fact that Luka continues to just be put in this pedestal of like, well, he's going to win an MVP someday. Well, this is the year. Okay, here's the year he's going to do. Like, man, can we take a year off and make him earn it once?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I don't know. Anyways, shifting gears.
It's okay, Kyle.
Thanks. The Kings, huge win over the Timberwolves in overtime on Friday. That was I you know what? No, I will not be bamboozled. That was a good win. It was a legit no De'Aaron Fox. Domantas Sabonis fouls out. That is a game that you go, man, on the road against one of the best teams in the West.
Yep.
You don't have your two best players for the biggest moments of the game. Yeah, you're just not winning that one. And they did. They scratched, they clawed, they found a way to win. Fantastic. Needed it. 3-2 on their first 5-game stretch after the All-Star break. That's awesome. But I'm not buying into the Kings figured it out. Here they are. I'm not doing it this time. Nope.
I think
you're not getting me.
Didn't you ask me going into that 5-game stretch, if I just gave you 3-2 right now, would you take it? And I said yes.
Yeah,
because that's a difficult stretch.
It is.
So you got the win against the Spurs, which I think everyone expected.
Yep.
But then after that, the Clippers win was unexpected. I think everyone thought that they would
really
beat the
good
Heat,
win.
But they didn't beat the Heat, even though they were missing a bunch of players. I personally thought that they were going to get stomped by Dallas. I mean, by Denver. That's kind of like on par. But then this Minnesota game, it was a big question. Like, how are you going to perform in like a big situation where you're up against it. And I thought that they played extremely well. Players only meeting, all kinds of stuff going on. So to me, yeah, good win.
I'm just not. I'm not buying into the.
You can't.
No, I don't have any reason to.
No, you can buy into
Was
them
that-
as
was-
like a yo-yo team.
Yeah, they had that loss to Phoenix right before the break, and then they beat Denver on the back-to-back, and then they come back and they beat the Spurs, and they have this blowout win over the Clippers. They've won 3 in a row, and you're going, okay, here it comes. And then face plant against Miami
At home.
at home. You go get smoked in Denver, and great win against Minnesota. But like you said, this is just indicative. This is where they've been all year.
Yeah. You are who
So-
you are at this point.
But again, this is a great jumping off point. We'll talk about the next 5 games coming up. If you go 5-0 in those games, all of a sudden things might start to roll. But the fact that after such a great win over Minnesota, you look at Chicago at Lakers, Spurs, Rockets, Bucks, and you're like, yeah, 3-2 possible there as well.
You need 4-1.
Minimum. But we'll talk about that. Well, that 5-game streak starts tonight against the Chicago Bulls. We'll talk about that. We'll have plenty from the weekend's action and the Kings win over the Timberwolves. And this players only meeting, was that a turning point for the season? We've got a ton of stuff coming up for you on the Insiders. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back in a couple minutes on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Fox practice yesterday. He is questionable, but he was optimistic that he would play, is how he described it. And it sounds like it's a bone bruise. Well, that's what he said, but he said they also have not they haven't given him an MRI because he didn't want to go sit in the MRI machine. Yeah. We see it on the television commercial. Fox only likes the ultrasound.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were. Oh my God. Dude, a Chester. Hell yeah. We were talking this weekend. We went wine tasting in Napa.
Yeah.
And somehow the name Chester came up. And then my mother-in-law goes, I've never met a person named Chester. And I was like, me neither.
Oh.
I don't know any Chesters, but I do know a Chester. He's in the chatty house.
I once knew someone named Chester, but they have long since passed. They were very old.
Mm.
I didn't know him that well.
All right, 1 minute. We went to Turnbull, and Cuvée-Son.
Both of those sound nice.
Yeah, Turnbull was great. Turnbull was the kind of place it's like, oh, I will never come here unless I'm celebrating my mother-in-law's birthday type of place.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Tyler. Chester Copperpot, the great explorer.
Come back. I do this once a show. Okay, now for real.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's right. That is James Ham. This is Kyle Madsen. And the Kings are back in action tonight following their outstanding overtime win in Minnesota, a 124-120. Now they need to stay on a winning track, though. As we've talked all year about how, okay, great win, and they followed up with a clunker of a loss or a win where you just don't come out feeling great. And now they start a stretch of 12 of 16 at home. They start a stretch of 5 games where you probably want to win 4 of them minimum, possibly 5.
Okay.
And it all starts tonight at Golden One Center against the Chicago Bulls, who, man, this is one of those things where I don't want to be the person that if a Bulls fan listened, they'd be like, wow, that person clearly doesn't, that guy doesn't know the ins and outs and ups and downs and everything in between of the Chicago Bulls, because I don't. Totally going to be totally honest. So I watch them on League Pass sometimes, 100%. I don't know what the Bulls are doing. I don't have a good idea of, like, you watch the Spurs and you're like, okay, it's Wemby, it's Devin Vassell, and they got to kind of figure it out from there, but you see kind of what they want to do.
The outline.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Bulls, they tried to do is assemble a talented group, and it didn't work, and then they didn't pull the plug on it. So here we got 3 years into this group, and you're wondering, when are you going to break it up? I've said this before. This, and it's not because Nikola Vucevic was on both squads, but this feels so much like the Orlando Magic for like go back 3 years ago, 4 years ago, for like a 5-year stretch where they had all of this talent and could never, ever put it together. You know, Aaron Gordon, Evan Fournier, Vucevic, like they couldn't get over the hump and never could figure it out. And then they were like 3 years too late to break it up. And I never understood why they just kept holding on to the team. You have to know it's not good enough. You know, it's the same thing I'd say with the Kings right now. Hey, look, if you take a step back and you don't make the playoffs, like, your team wasn't good enough. That means you have to hit the reset button on a couple of players, on a couple of positions on the floor, a couple of rotational spots, and really break up some of what you're doing and try to start over a little bit. You don't have to tear it down to nothing, but that's what the Chicago Bulls have kind of like run themselves up against, is that they have all of these pieces. And we've talked about this with other teams. You look like, man, Kobe White's a good young player. He's playing
really well.
Yeah, he's fun. Oh, man, I'd love to have Patrick Williams on my team. Alex Caruso's a stud. I mean, I don't know why he's playing the 4 at 6'4", but you know, he's one of those guys where you're like, hey, how would he look on Sacramento Kings? And most of their players, you say, hey, that would look great. But a lot of time, a collection of players is not a team, and you have to realize that very quickly. And you need to figure out a way to galvanize that group. And if you can't, you need to move on.
It felt like they were hosed when they paid Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine, to me, is the type of player that you're paying to be your foundational, like, 1A guy.
Well, you're paying him that way.
Right. And he's not. He's never been that player to me. And I think that's where, man, if they had that kind of salary cap space open, if they had that salary slot open, they could go maybe make a move that complements Kobe White, that complements DeMar DeRozan and I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of his name, Io Dosunmu.
Oh, yeah.
So you have all the Alex Caruso. Now you can complement those guys. And Zach LaVine just doesn't. None of the pieces are complementary. But on the other hand, if you're the Kings, they have enough talented players that you can't take them unseriously.
Yeah.
They're not a bad team.
Nope.
They're just
not a good team.
Rudderless team.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're just kind of floating in the abyss.
Well, that and they play a really slow style. Their pace is 29th in the NBA. Their defense is okay. They're 15th in the NBA, but again, that's a lot because they slow it down. Their offense is meh. They're 22nd in the league in offense. They're bad at shooting the 3-point shot. Like, there's a lot of things about this team where you're just kind of not convinced that they're anything. they're an ISO team. And
Yeah.
if you're Mike Brown, and I know Mike absolutely hates running a zone.
Mhm.
Run a zone against these guys. They don't have a way to stop a zone.
Mhm.
Like, they don't pass the ball. They're just a bunch of ISO players, and like, shrink the court, make them beat you from 3. And of course, we say that, and then the Kings get beat from 3.
Huh.
But that's kind of where I'm at with this team. They're not overly good at anything. There's not one thing that you can point to. They don't turn the ball over. Okay. Outside of that, they're number 2 in the league and not turning the ball over. There isn't anything else that they're really good at, even in the least bit. And so, sometimes you have a broken team like this, but every team in the NBA is dangerous, and the Sacramento Kings have overlooked so many different teams in the past that you just can't do it this time.
I would like to see them one time just beat the heck out of one of these teams.
Yeah, just like convincing. Yeah, show me.
Go win 125 to 98.
Yeah.
A game where we don't come in tomorrow and go, whew, a win is a win, I guess. Oh, go beat the heck out of somebody, man. Like, this is the perfect opportunity to do it. They are allowing where was I at? They're last in the league in 3-point shots and 3-point attempts allowed. And teams are shooting, they're middle of the league in 3-point percentage allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're going to get your looks.
Yeah.
Go knock them down. Go run them off the floor. I don't know. I said I wasn't going to get bamboozled. I wasn't going to demand too many things. And I'm not going to demand that the Kings go beat the heck out of the Bulls. But I sure would like to see it tonight.
That's the tough thing. You want to look at this team and say, okay, the Bulls projected starters for tonight: Kobe White, Ayo Dosunmu, DeMar DeRozan, Alex Caruso, Nikola Vucevic. You match up well against every single one of those players. Yes. Caruso's a defensive genius, but outside of that, DeMar DeRozan's going to kill you in the mid-range. We all know that. But DeMar DeRozan against a 6'8" Keegan Murray or a 6'8" Harrison Barnes, that's not a bad matchup for the Kings.
It's going to bother him for sure.
Especially if you're able to put Keegan out there. The Kings, it does. De'Aaron Fox is questionable, but he went through practice yesterday. There's a good chance he plays. If he does, we're back to De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis as your starters. Like, you just go down the list. Like, would I take De'Aaron Fox over Kobe White? Yes. Do I take Kevin Huerter over Dosunmu? Yes. Do I take Harrison Barnes against DeMar DeRozan? No. But Keegan Murray against Alex Caruso? Yes. Domantas Sabonis against Vucevic? Yes. I take all of those.
Yeah.
And then you got Malik Monk.
Yeah.
And they don't have Malik Monk coming off the bench.
No.
So, yeah, this it's one of those games where just show me, convince me that you're the team that everybody wants you to be. And not only that, the Kings played on Friday.
They flew a whole weekend.
They flew back on Saturday and took the day off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, good for them. Spend time with family. They came in and they had a good, solid practice on Sunday. Spoke to the media. It was like a good little media session with Keon Ellis and De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown. Like, you had a weekend to relax and kind of recover. This is not the first game back after a long road trip. You had a 2-game road trip and you had 2 days off to prepare. This is the moment where it's either put up or shut up.
Yep.
So,
who's your matchup to watch?
For me, I think it's DeMar DeRozan versus Harrison Barnes. And, again, that could be Keegan Murray against DeMar DeRozan. But this is one. If you take away him, then it's like Kobe White and who else? Like,
yeah,
Kobe White is historically, like, he's beat up on the Kings a couple of times.
Sure.
But this is one of those games where if you take away their veteran guy and make them beat you in another way, I don't know that they can. And they'll be gritty and they'll try to stick with you. But this is a game where the Kings need to show that they have another gear.
I did not realize Kobe White is averaging 19 a game this year.
Yeah. Well,
19, 5 and 5.
That's aided by the fact that Zach LaVine is,
Sure.
pulled the plug on his season.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I'm interested to see. Mine is Alex Caruso versus whoever he's guarding.
Oh yeah,
because that could be like that's one way if the Bulls are pulling off an upset tonight. That's one way that happens. Is Alex Caruso just kind of has a really great defensive game where he's shutting somebody down, and we're like, wow, Keegan only took 7 shots, or De'Aaron really struggled, or whoever he winds up guarding. So
no, that's the thing you got to worry about is that they're going to have somebody step up defensively and slow down somebody, or De'Aaron Fox just doesn't look like De'Aaron Fox in his first game back. That's always possible. And there's also the possibility that he gets up to game time and says, hey, look, I just don't think I should go yet. And you got to wait a couple of days because they do have a back-to-back coming up.
Yeah. All right. Kings Bulls tonight. We will continue that discussion. We'll have some keys to the game for you coming up. And a couple of more notes on the Kings players only meeting that helped spark their win over the Timberwolves. How does that play into this next stretch of games? We'll have all of that coming up for you on ESPN 1320. Sacramento Sports Leader. And we're clear.
Oh, my eyes are bugging this morning. Watery. Danny Witter, why should Fox sit in your opinion? Just because? Or because you're a Bulls fan? I'm confused.
Might be because you don't want him to rush back and re-hurt himself.
He's got a bone bruise. It's not a pulled muscle. It's not a.
We got like 3 minutes here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like Fox is funny. He was wearing tights, and then he had knee pads underneath the tights, and he said that he doesn't like wearing tights anymore because they're too sweaty after a game. He doesn't like trying to get them off. Like it's not comfortable. But he's going to wear tights with knee pads for the game because he doesn't want to get hit on the knee. But that's all. It's just a bruise. It's not going to feel good, but that's about it. We're out of coffee cups today, so I had to go with the clear
beer mug.
The clear beer mug. Yeah. This is like sort of their season, isn't it? Johnny do it against these type of teams. It's worst. Expect the worst and just hope for the best. I like this. I like Matt Chapman. I like him being able to go and play with Bob Melvin again. I'm not like watching him come up through the minors, and like he's one of the greatest fielders I've ever seen at third base. The A's always have great fielders at third base, so just go back through their history, whether it's Carney or Joe Rudy or Eric Chavez. Like they've always had good defensive third basemen for the most part, even like Scott Brocious. But he just really doesn't like step up. He's not a good hitter. He's okay. He's an okay hitter, but like a 240, 250 hitter. And he's not consistent enough with the power. And so you're always kind of left wanting, because he's more of like, as a bat, like a 1985 to 1995 third baseman, not a modern day guy who puts up monstrous stats.
What are you talking about?
Eric Chavez. I mean, Matt Chapman. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I really like Chapman, but he just, like, as a bat, he's disappointed in his career. He never took like the big step that you kind of expected him to take, even in a lineup where he was like super protected. Career high is 278 as a hitter. He's a career 240 hitter.
I have a funny thing going on in the NFL Wire Slack right now. I will bring it to the air.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right. I got something wild going on in my Slack for my other job. We're doing so I work for the NFL Wire Network. NinersWire.com is the website. And it's under USA Today Sports Media Group, and every team has a site. And right now we are doing a network-wide mock draft. So it's like a fantasy draft, but with this year's players.
Okay.
Or this year's draft prospects. I'm bored of picking at number 31 because we've done a couple of these. And every mock draft I see has the same like player or two going to the 49ers. And it's just kind of boring. And so I went, I'm going to try and mess around and trade up. So our Seahawks guy hits me up and he says, hey, make me an offer for 16. So I make him an offer. Like number 31, the Niners second round pick this year, and then a second round pick next year to move up 15 spots to number 16.
Okay.
And at least, whether that's a good deal or not, it's...
Did you look at the chart?
Yeah, I went and looked at the chart. It pretty much breaks even. But I wanted to do something different. Well, then the Broncos Wire guy hits me up during the show, and he says, hey, if J.J. McCarthy's gone, do you want number 12?
Oh.
So I have now pulled the plug on my deal with Seahawks guy, and I'm jumping up to 12 for less than I was going to pay to get to 16.
Amen.
That's just good GMing by me.
And you are the 49ers?
Yeah, I'm the 49ers here.
Okay.
So I'm giving up 31 and 63. That's their first and second round picks this year. And then a late 6th round pick.
Oh.
To jump up to number 12 instead of this year's first and second and next year's second to jump up to 16.
Okay, and are you drafting an offensive lineman there?
Yeah, that's my goal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless and different, if like an edge rusher has fallen,
okay,
I might look into that. But I will be looking for the best offensive tackle. Is my current plan.
That would be my plan. And like, look, if I'm the Niners, I'd be looking like in real life. Like if you can move up. Like,
yeah, they have 11 picks in this year's draft.
Yeah, why not move up? Like you can't. 11 players aren't going to make the 49ers.
No, I don't think they have that many roster spots.
No, that's not going to happen. So like, be aggressive, and if you can move up, move up. Did you see KJ Wright, former Seahawks All-Pro and assistant linebackers coach, friend of the show,
program,
is being hired as the assistant linebackers coach for the San Francisco 49ers.
I love that. Will probably eventually be the defensive coordinator.
There it is.
I wonder if we can get him on. I'm going to try and get him on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He was great.
He's really good. I don't know if he can do it now, but I'm going to try and get him on tomorrow before that stuff becomes official.
Yeah, it's cool too because that's where Mike Brown's son is. And you know, he's a defensive quality control coach, and that's good. Like learn from a guy who's been there and who's done it.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting back to. I get that they are erratic. We've talked about this all year, right? They're up and down and they're this and that. Are they as good as last year? Are they not? The record's the same, but they're not. How's the vibe? Why do you think that there's such a stark difference between last year's team, which felt like, okay, it is all right, it is all ascending, versus this year's team where it's like, man, the hills and valleys are just stark based on like game by game and week by week, it seems.
Yeah. Okay. So I've always been someone who says I don't make it's like what I say about coaching staffs, right? Like you don't fire a head coach until he's lost the locker room. Mm-hmm. If the guy loses the locker room, he's got to go like right now, because that's when the culture of a franchise completely goes downhill.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel the same way when it comes to, you don't make a trade just to make a trade. You make a trade because it makes you better. And I kind of feel that by not making a trade and by running it back, that, you know, sometimes that whole, like everyone's in this together, everyone's like friends and all that stuff, it works, right?
Mm-hmm.
But by not challenging anyone in the rotation really, except for a little bit early in the season with Chris Forte and Kevin Herter, I kind of feel like complacency a little bit has set in, that this team is kind of, they know that this is who they are. They think that they have another gear that they can hit, that they can turn it on and be this other team. But there is like almost like too much of a running back. You know, the top 8 guys are still the same 8 guys from last season. You know, the top 9, 10, maybe a little bit different, but also if you're a guy in the starting lineup or a guy who's in the rotation, is there anyone to even challenge you for your position? And I'm not saying that you have to be pushed all the time, but I also think there is something to the old iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
Right. And if you got an entire group that's just kind of sitting there off to the side, that's, you know, young players who aren't going to get a shot or might get a shot here and there, but they're not taking anyone's position. You know, I'm talking again, like Keon Ellis is, I like Keon Ellis, but Colby Jones isn't part of like what's happening this season. Kessler Edwards has been like a bit player in this whole season. And then you got your 2 bigs that, you know, they could battle with each other, Alex Lynn and JaVale McGee, but we kind of understand who they are. And it's not like either one of them is going to unseat Domantas Sabonis.
Right.
So I think that there is a little bit of complacency. I think there's a little bit of just not only expectations from the outside, but I think they just expect that they are better than they are.
Yeah.
And they haven't proven that they are that team, that they are a team that can walk out and beat anyone on any given night. I'm sure they beat the Minnesota Timberwolves twice at home. You know, they've beat
2
Denver.
great wins, by the way.
Yeah, they beat Denver 3 games out of 4.
Outstanding.
You know, they're right now they've beat OKC twice.
Yep.
They've beat the Dallas Mavericks a couple of times. Like they beat the Lakers a couple of times. Like
got the Suns a couple of times.
Yeah, they've most of their season series are either splits or wins outside of the Pelicans, right? And even the Clippers, they're down 2-1, but they just are, you know, like they're just kind of like floating in space and waiting for something to galvanize them and make them the team that they assume that they already are. That's what it kind of feels like. And that's why I think, hey, look, players only meeting, it can have an impact, right? But my problem as someone who's covered the Sacramento Kings for 14 years is that the first 12, they were so bad that a players only meeting had such a small amount of impact. It's like it might have like a 2-game carryover and they look good, whether they win or lose. They look good. They look solid. They look like together for a couple of games.
Sure.
But then that fades and they go right back to who they were. This is the first time I've seen a players only meeting with what is a good team, just not a great team.
Yeah. And that's where, because you hear, like you said, this is any team, players only meeting typically means like, oh, that's the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
The Bulls, these same Chicago Bulls had a players only meeting after 1 game.
Oh,
they played 1 game and went, well, this isn't working. Players only meeting, right? That's usually the sign of a mess,
dysfunction.
But on the other hand, this to me, this Kings players only meeting was not, and maybe you heard differently at practice yesterday, and please let me know if you did. But this to me was more about, hey, we are running into a ceiling because of X, Y, and Z reasons that we need to work out amongst ourselves. Let's not complain about minutes. Let's not complain about shots, or you need to shoot more, or you need to shoot less, or whatever it is. It was about not, hey, how can we get this? The train has fallen off the tracks. How do we get it back on? Like, let's have a meeting about this. This was this train is going at half speed. How do we get it up to full throttle? And that is a really significant difference in tone to me. If you are the players having this players only meeting.
Yeah, and I'll say this. First of all, Trey Lyles is the one who said, hey, I think this is a good idea. Let's go sit down and have a players only meeting. And so, like, whether he went to De'Aaron or however he went to the leadership council and said, hey, I think we could use a players only meeting. I think we need to close the doors and like have a discussion here.
Mhm.
And to me, that's big because Trey Lyles is quietly becoming like a really, really substantial player behind the scenes for this team. He's a really, really bright guy, an intellectual guy, a guy who does have a role on this team, but we're starting to see him having more and more and more of a voice over the last couple of years. So I think that that's big. But then also Fox is like, yeah, I'm supportive of this.
Mhm.
You know, like I'm down. Let's do this.
Yeah.
So I thought Fox had some good comments. He said, you know, like whether it's like AAU or high school or college, like whatever level, there are players that we've all played with that don't like talking in front of coaches. And he's like, I've never been that guy. I'm okay like walking over to Luke or walking over to Jordy or walking over to Mike and saying, I don't like what we're doing here. Can we do something different? Or this is what I think we should do. It's like I've never
easy
had
to do
that
when you're
problem.
the best player on the team.
It is. It is. He said, but there are a lot of other players that don't feel comfortable. And not only that, but like walking over, it's not just walking over your coach and saying something.
Mhm.
It's walking over your teammate and saying, hey, man, you know, that's not okay what you just did.
Right.
And, you know, again, we saw the Kings haven't had like the big brawl behind the scenes, like Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole in the face. That, and again, those
That's
things.
good.
But those things like they happen, and that should have been handled much differently by the Warriors. Like they botched that situation so bad. But that doesn't mean that the Kings don't have angst behind the scene, that they don't have people who are starting to believe in something different than the all-in mantra. And you know, not to like we saw it from Kevin Huerter the game before, where Kevin Huerter started talking about, you know, he not playing. Yeah, I wish I could have been out there to help my team. It's like, okay, but we saw what happened when you were out there to help your team.
Didn't go great.
It didn't go great, and he wasn't the only one. It went bad for everybody, but like that was a bad night, and that's not. I think when you have comments like that, it's probably time to like get everybody in a room and say, "Hey, what exactly did you mean?" Because we can all look at a box score. We can all look at it. We know what your role is.
Film.
We all watch the same film.
Mhm.
We can all sit down and see the mistakes that you make, the mistakes that we make. But what exactly do you mean? And like just air all of the grievances that you might have. And when you do that in a setting where it's just the players, it now shifts the onus from the coaching staff to you.
Yes.
And I've thought that not that there's a disconnect between the coaching staff and the players this season, but that the players have not done what the coaching staff has demanded of them. And like as a coach, you can only run into a brick wall so many times and say, hey, look, what exactly are we doing here? Why is it that, you know, Mike Brown said it very specifically. Why would I change my scheme on defending the 3-point shot when they're not doing what we're asking them to do? And your only other choice then is to change the players.
That's it.
And the players didn't get changed. So if the players don't get changed and you got to deal with the same thing and you keep teaching the same exact principles and they're not listening or they're not functionally doing what you're asking, then you get to an impasse. And that's, again, where bad things start to happen. And so I don't know. I'm down with the players only meeting. Mike Brown has coached a lot of good teams. You know, he's a guy who he won a championship with the Spurs. He took the Cleveland Cavaliers to the finals, I think twice. No, once, but took them to the Eastern Conference Finals multiple times. He won 3 rings with the Warriors. Like, and his point of view is like when the team starts to take ownership, that's when we start to really take off.
Yes.
When they take ownership of what's happening and you start seeing them putting their arms around each other and saying, hey, you can't keep doing that, bro. That's when this team is going to take off, at least in theory.
Sure.
We still have to see it though.
Yeah, you can say all you want, but it has to go be executed. It has to be practiced. It has to be not literal practice. It has to be put into action in games. But I do wonder if this is what because we've kind of said all year, like it feels like there's just something wrong. It's not necessarily like the players, like, yeah, there's Keegan can do this different and Davion can do this different and Huerter can do this different. And we've talked about that. but it's felt like there's just something amiss the entire year.
Yeah, I would
And
say
maybe
wrong is probably too harsh of a word. Something is off.
off. Yeah.
You know what I
sure,
mean? Like,
sure.
I
Yeah.
don't think something's like horribly wrong behind the scenes, and there are people who don't like people and all this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
But something has felt off the whole season,
Yeah.
and it's because we had something to compare them to, which was last season's club, which
Mhm.
is the exact same players,
Mhm.
and they have the exact same record at the
Mhm.
exact same time, even today,
Mhm.
same record going into the night that they had last season.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it feels right. Something feels off.
And I'm guessing that's easier to call out teammates in that setting than because you've played sports. Anybody who's played a sport at any level, I don't care if it was little league, rec league, high school, college, travel ball, AAU, whatever it is, you know that when a coach says, "Hey, do X," it's like, okay, yeah, I got to do X. But when your teammate walks up and is like, "Dude, do X,"
Yeah.
it's like, wow, okay, now it just hits different.
Mhm.
It's like when a my parents are listening. It's going to frustrate them. It's like when your parent tells you to do something. I don't care what it is. Like, hey, you need to drink water. You need to drink more water. Make sure you're drinking water. That's just, I've been trying to drink more water. That's why it's in my head. You got to drink more water. And you're just like, yeah. What? Okay, yeah. But then, your best friend is like, dude, I just read this online. You know, you should be drinking X amount of ounces of water a day. Like, oh my God.
Or
I need to drink more water.
Or they say, I got kidney stones, and you really don't want kidney stones, and you should probably
That's
you should
literally
probably drink
the
water.
impetus behind me drinking water.
Yeah.
I am terrified to get a kidney stone.
Well, I think
Anyways.
every male should be terrified of getting. Everyone should be terrified, but
Every
males
person.
specifically.
Every person. No, so it's like, and then you go back to your parents and you're like, hey, did you know you should be drinking X amount of water a day? And they're like, yes,
We've been telling you this.
Right, but it just hits different when it's somebody. So I like you said, I'm not going to make any judgments on whether the players only meeting was good or bad until we see what happens over the next 23 games. But if over the next 23 they go 17-6, then I think you now have a turning point. Like that would be the thing that was different, that needed to happen off the court, because it was clear on the court it wasn't. They've had good wins. They've had come from behind wins. They've had blowout wins. They've had all these really good road wins and home wins. Wow. But there needed to be something different that happened that kind of upset the apple cart a little bit to kind of, like I said, get their train going at full throttle again. And now I believe we kind of have that moment, and we could have that moment. We'll see though.
Well, this is a put up or shut up moment. Like either you had the meeting and you came out of it with the right point of view, or you don't, and you look like the same team, or maybe even worse, because these things can go the other way. Like easily, it can go the other way. You can have a players only meeting, and now a bunch of guys feel alienated, like they're on the outside and they're not part of the clique and whatever.
Yeah.
But I think that again plays into why Trey Lyles calling this meeting means so much.
Yeah.
Because Trey Lyles is part of the rotation, but he's not the top dog. He's not the guy. So basically he's talking, if you put him at the 7-man on the roster, which is what he is basically in the rotation, the 7th man in the rotation, when you have a 15-man roster, is right in the middle. He's the guy that if you look in the locker room, Trey Lyles' locker is right in the middle. He's the common ground between everybody. He's one of the guys that hears things from one side, hears things from the other side. He's quiet. He's introspective. He's a guy who has the book club. He's the intellectual of the group. He's the one who's listening, who's watching, who everyone comes to, who's friends with everybody, who's talked about this being the best family he's ever been a part of in the NBA, who's talked about, like, again, that statement he had last year where he said, this is the first time he'd ever been invited to a teammate's house for dinner.
That's so crazy.
Isn't that wild and crazy? Like
that feels like a thing that just happens all the time.
No,
apparently
you would
not.
think so. And guys, like, teams go out to dinner and stuff, but Anyway, the point was that like Trey feels like something. So when Trey is going to go and call a meeting like this and go have this discussion, this is kind of interesting though. It's not because Trey wants more for himself or more for one person or another. He's trying to protect the family because that's who he is. He's the guy who has felt the family vibe and then feels the family vibe slipping and wants the family back together. And so like, that's something I can really appreciate in this situation. And you hope that it plays out the right way. And again, like if you're Mike Brown, I think Mike has been pretty pointed at his team this year, like more pointed than almost any coach that I've ever seen. A lot of coaches won't say a player's name to protect them. Like Dave Yeager won't say a player's name at all. Like that's always been something that was interesting. Mike Brown, I mean, like Mike Malone, he would kind of like take some jabs here and there, where George Karl didn't mind like throwing it out there. Hey, a Coke machine would get more than 1 rebound in 30 minutes. Everyone looks at the box score, 30 minutes, 1 rebound. Hey, Derek Williams, you're the Coke machine, right? So that's where I think Mike has been like super like out there. He has called out his teammates. He has said, hey, look, I would love to tell you that I'm going to switch everything up, but I'm not going to do that until they do what I'm telling them to do. That's on them. That's not on me. And for me to have a coach say that is like, oh, okay. First of all, he's earned it. You know, he's got a 612 career win percentage or whatever. He's got rings. He got 4 of them, you know, like, so you see these things that Mike brings to the table, but if you don't want to do what Mike's saying, and then Mike's turning around and saying, hey, like, you probably need to give me some different players, but that's not what's happened. So yeah, I think this is an interesting moment for the Sacramento Kings, and I'm hoping that this does galvanize them and help them move forward.
You hope so. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, it's a moment.
You want to rip through good, bad, and ugly from the Kings win over the Wolves? Now that we've talked about the players only meeting that has possibly changed the season.
Yeah.
Was this players only meeting or Mason Jones' arrival a bigger deal for the Kings? James, your thoughts? What was good? Give me one good thing. The best thing from Friday's game. That
was Malik Monk. Just
unbelievable.
Being a flat out superstar. And then almost blowing the game by missing free throws.
Bro,
but
just peak Kings in that moment.
Peak.
Oh, God.
No De'Aaron Fox. Domantas Sabonis fouls out. And Monk just said, get on board. I'm going to backpack you guys. We got this.
That was it.
Spectacular.
Yeah, 16 of 29 from the field, 5 of 8 from 3. Man, 39 points. Just 2 of 4 from the line. 39 points on 4 free throw attempts.
Well, that and how many threes?
5.
He went 5 of what?
8.
Ooh. So he finally got his 3-point stroke back.
Yeah,
there you go.
No, I loved that he continued attacking downhill. They didn't have anybody who could stay in front of him, and I didn't show any fear with Rudy Gobert inside. I was blown away by how good Malik Monk was. Absolutely blown away.
I was too, and I think one of our keys to victory was just attack. Stop worrying about Rudy Gobert. Just attack. And I thought he did it, and then I thought the other key that we have here, the other good, is I thought Davion Mitchell did it as well.
Oh my God. I honestly, I thought it was a different player than Davion Mitchell. Like I'm watching him going, who is that? He was 7 of 8 from the field. He scores 16 points, a couple rebounds, a couple assists. I did have 1 turnover, but man, it was really nice to see Davion Mitchell come into a game. He played more minutes than Keon Ellis, who started, and he was really, really effective in his 25 and a half minutes.
He looked like he was shot out of a cannon. Just in attack mode from the moment he stepped on the floor, and like bravo. And hey, I thought Keon Ellis played extremely well too. Keon, he didn't score. He only took 2 shots, but he finished with 2 points, 7 assists, 4 steals, and a block. I thought like some of the plays he had were incredible. Even the block he had, I'm trying to think who it was that beat him. Well, he got screened. He got picked off.
Yeah, one was.
And then he tracked it down and blocked him.
Can't remember.
Yeah, I can't. I think it was Conley.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Mike Conley washed, by the way. I'm out on Mike Conley.
Okay.
We can talk more about the Timberwolves big picture. I have concerns about them long term. They are very good this year though, and that was a great win for the Kings. Bad Trey Lyles continues to struggle finding a shot. 1 for 3 from the field, 0 of 2 from 3. That wasn't great. He did pull down 5 boards, but
it is a game where two
to
other
see him
players
score.
had 55 points off
Yeah.
the bench, so it's tough.
Yeah.
My bad. Kevin Huerter, 3 of 12 from the field, 8 points. He did have 6 rebounds, 4 assists, but he wasn't happy with the minutes he played, and I don't think that that's the type of game that you have 3 of 12 from the field, 2 of 7 from 3 when you make it known you're unhappy.
Yeah, that's tough. And the ugly, I go, man, 13 of 24 from the free throw line. And
so
two bad ones that kept Minnesota in the game late.
Well, that, and I think the other thing was they had a big lead going into the fourth, and they were outscored 33-24 in the fourth. Got beat by 9 points in the fourth, which is why we go to overtime, but they pulled it out.
Yep. Found a way to win, and that is ultimately the best thing for Sacramento. They just got to keep stacking wins at this point. They are now up to the number 6 seed. Let's take a look at how they got to the 6 seed. We'll take a look around the NBA with some pretty wild stuff that happened over the weekend. We'll tell you about it next on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Hello, everyone. We don't have any fights going on in the chatty house today. That's good. No AJ sighting. Is that what's happening? We didn't even see what happened on Friday. Okay, so Dave, your son and his buddy sat next to Keon watching the Stockton Kings game on Saturday and all got his autograph? Keon is very nice. He's an interesting personality. Even I thought his comments yesterday were really good about I don't even want to know what that means, serial connection. I don't even want to know what it means. Yeah, I thought like Keon is very animated in the way that he talks. And he's thoughtful and precise. I don't know. I thought he was good. We did have this moment where my guy Deuce is a wanderer in a media scrum. Kyle, have you been around a wanderer in a media scrum?
No.
Someone who takes their camera or their phone and moves around a lot, and then all of a sudden they're in your picture, and you're like, you keep like you bump them a little bit, like, hey, you're in my picture. But Deuce is always to the side, and he like wandered all the way over and like almost in front of me. So like half of his phone is in my shot. So I literally just like moved my phone in front of his phone and just sat there and like, sorry, bro. And he's like, he kind of snaps out of it, but it's almost like he's on a boat. Like he's moving around the whole time in a scrum, and you're like, what are you doing? Stand still. My guy Brendan, he had his own issues. First, he dropped his phone, like, and it like fell down my back, and like I tried to reach and catch it, and then he ran out of battery in his phone in the middle of the press scrum. It was a day. Oh, Jesse's here.
All right, the pick is in the second NFL Wire Network mock draft. I have traded up
Oh,
to number 12 from the number 31 pick. Only had to give up a 2nd-round pick and a 6th-round pick this year to jump up 19 spots.
amen.
Shout out to John Heath, our Broncos Wire editor, for
Woo.
being very kind with his trade offer.
Okay.
And went offensive tackle Talieisi Fuaga from Oregon State.
Oh,
One of the most well-rounded tackle prospects in the class. I think he's going to be a day one starter, and that was not necessarily the case for the guys who were dropping to 31. It was kind of like, they would be players with, 800, 900 snaps where they didn't play a ton in college, but good size, good athleticism, but you don't know exactly what you're getting. With Fuaga, the 49ers kind of know exactly what they're getting. And I think that he can start at right tackle right away, and then I think he's good enough to flip over to left tackle and play there once Trent Williams retires, which is what the 49ers need if they're drafting an offensive tackle.
okay. Yeah, I'm down. I mean, is he the best tackle on the board? Oh, no, that's Joe Alt.
Joe Alt has been drafted, though, as well as Olufashanu from Penn State, also off the board.
Okay, man. So when you draft a player like this, are you looking at arm length? 6'6", 334?
Yeah, he's a hoss.
That is a big boy.
Yeah, he is.
Wow.
And he can move.
Okay.
He can get out. He can get into the second level. He can block. Good pass blocker.
Okay. So you passed on the edge rusher, like Jared Verse.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
There might be better quote unquote value at that point, but
no, I'm all right.
Man,
there's a bunch of big boys in this offensive tackles.
Yeah. You could definitely, if you want it, if you so chose, you could conceivably go with a defensive end in round 1.
Okay.
And then come back with an offensive tackle in round 2. But I have dealt the Niners 2nd-round pick, so they're not picking again, not scheduled to pick again until late in round 3. I don't think you want to wait that long.
No. I mean, they need to find a way to build out that offensive line. I would hope that they'd also try to move up again into the earlier 3rd round, and you got to get some interior linemen.
Yeah.
Just keep drafting linemen until just sift through them.
I don't think they're going to draft that many, but I think they should. Like if they just, like we talk about this with the Kings all the time. Like how, hey, just go find guys who are 6'8" and taller and can jump out of the gym.
Yeah.
And try on defense and see what you can get. Okay. And maybe you fall backwards into a couple rotational players.
I mean, I think that's what you have to do. We do have NFL news that broke. Jason Kelce is retired from the NFL.
Yeah, as expected.
As expected. Yep.
Good for him, though, man. Gets to go out on his own terms. Gets to go out as one of the best centers to ever play the game.
Yep.
And I have a good feeling he's going to enjoy the heck out of his life moving forward.
I agree with you, and I think he's made plenty of money, and he just seems like a dude who is gonna, he's gonna have a podcast. He's gonna probably do some TV. He might end up being like the Tony Saragusa of this generation, guy who's got a big personality and is funny on the sidelines and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, good for him. Happy for him.
Yeah, love it. Kings are up to number 6 in the standings after the Suns lost to the Thunder last night and then also lost to the Rockets on Saturday.
Uh-huh.
We talked about the Thunder when they lost to the Spurs. It's like, oh, hey, maybe the Thunder coming back down to earth a little bit. But I think maybe the Suns are the team that we could see not fall off the face of the earth, but really slide back here in the next couple of days. You said Devin Booker's out like 7 to 10 days.
He's out. That was from Shams this morning. He said that they're expecting Devin Booker to miss 7 to 10 days. But that really puts him in danger zone. He's already missed 11 games on the season. And, let me think. He's played 50. Yeah. He's missed 11 games on the season.
Mm-hmm.
And, if he wants all NBA status, he can only miss, I think, 6 more games to stay eligible. And he's in a danger zone, even if he does make it through this stretch where he misses 5,
mm-hmm.
like him making it through the rest of the season is not easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know the Suns are like prepping and getting ready for the playoffs as if, like they're going to ramp up for the playoffs, but they've also relied on these guys way too much. they've relied on. I mean, Devin Booker's a young guy, but the amount of minutes that Kevin Durant has played this season is obscene. I mean, he's 37.2 minutes per game. That's crazy.
That's so many.
It's so many. So yeah, Booker is at 50 games. They played 61. So yeah, he's fully in danger of not being eligible for All NBA and all that stuff. And I think he's there. Like, he's a threat to De'Aaron Fox being an All NBA player, and I'm not sure that Fox is going to have a tough go getting into an All NBA status for a second straight year.
Yeah, Devin Booker. Good Lord. The last 5 games he played, 38, 39, 38, 36, 39 minutes.
Yeah.
Man, that's just that, dude. That's why I can't buy the Suns in the playoffs.
No, well, and they have to have those guys play that many minutes.
I know.
It's not, they don't have a choice.
Grayson Allen is an NBA player. Okay, fine. Royce O'Neal's an NBA player. Okay, fine. But beyond that, I don't know.
Yeah. So if he misses 7 days, that's 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
If that goes up to 10, it's 5 games, and that's Boston, at Boston. But then they're on the road, and they're on a 4-game road trip where it's Cleveland, Boston, Hornets, Bucks. Like, do you bring him back on the road, or do you wait until the home? They've got 2 games at home and 3-day break.
If his All NBA chances are on the line, he's coming back on the road.
He's going to have to, because if not, that's 7. That's too many, and he's no longer eligible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yikes. Speaking of the Suns, did you see Yusuf Nurkic had 31 rebounds last night?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That means people missed a lot of shots.
That is so many freaking rebounds.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, I know someone else brought it up. I think as soon as he had 31, it reminded everybody of the time Scott Skiles had 30 assists in a game, which is crazy. But yeah, that's ridiculous. I guess that's because they were up against a team with, lightweight guys in the post, but.
Well, I mean, yeah, partially because of that. The Thunder took 102 field goal attempts in that game.
Oh, wow.
Yusuf Nurkic had 31 rebounds, 13 offensive boards.
That's crazy. As
the Suns went 40 of 91 from the field. The Thunder only out-rebounded Nurkic 41-31. Just Yusuf Nurkic.
That's wild. And they lost.
And they lost.
How do you have a guy go for 13 offensive, 18 defensive rebounds, and you still had a guy go for 31?
Here's why. Because here was their starting 5. Kevin Durant. Okay.
Yep.
Grayson Allen. Brad Beal. Okay. Royce O'Neal starting, and Yusuf Nurkic. That's their starting 5. Eric Gordon was your 6th man. Something named Saban Lee played 15.5 minutes off the bench.
Yep.
Drew Eubanks and his half a face played 11 minutes off the bench. You had Bol for 7 minutes, and you had David Roddy for 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, their bench is bad, man.
That's just not.
It has been bad. No.
They have, when Devin Booker's healthy, they have 6 guys and Eric Gordon.
And Eric Gordon is 35 years old.
A shell, dude.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that's pretty wild. I mean, Eric Gordon can still score. I'd also I don't like Grayson Allen. I'm not a Grayson Allen fan.
Mm-hmm.
But Grayson Allen is leading the league at 46.3% from 3.
He can score it. Sure.
They probably need him to shoot more than 5.4 times per game. They need to look for him more. So.
I would tend to, especially with Devin Booker out.
Yeah.
Especially with Devin Booker out. Another quick thing from last night. This has nothing to do with the Kings. Did you see Victor Wembanyama's stat line in their win over the Pacers?
No, I missed it.
31 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists, 6 blocks. 11 of the 17 from the field, 3 of 4 from 3.
Wow.
Just a silly player, dude. I have a fun thing for you here. So that was his 5th career game with at least 20 points, 5 boards, 5 assists, and 5 blocks. He's already had 5 of those games. Here are some of the players that he passed for their careers. Bob McAdoo, Bill Walton, Bob Lanier, Robert Parrish, Alex English, Ralph Sampson, Charles Barkley, Derek Coleman, Elton Brand, Jermaine O'Neal, DeMarcus Cousins, and Kevin Durant.
Wow.
They all did that 4 times. Victor Wembanyama's already done it 5
in his rookie season.
in his rookie season.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to revolutionize the game. He is.
It's
but
unreal.
can they win? Can they win?
TBD.
Hey, they're playing hard though, and they did beat Indiana.
Yeah. Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. I got more stuff from the weekend to get into. We just got off on a Devin Booker Suns tangent there.
Yeah.
I have more stuff from the weekend I want to get to. The conclusion of the Devin Booker Suns thing is the Kings are in a good spot if they can take care of business here to gain some separation from the Suns. That was the conclusion we were trying to draw there.
Yes.
We have some more scoreboard watching for you. We have some more Kings Bulls look ahead coming up. But our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game, I think it's pretty straightforward for Friday night in the Kings win over the Minnesota Timberwolves. Of course, you're entering to win in our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game contest. You're entering to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. And when you enter, you will also be entered to win a Kings jersey, courtesy of Jiffy Lube. You're going to go to ESPN1320.com. You're going to click on the Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game contest page right there at the front. It's nice and easy to find. And when you get there, you're going to enter this code word because Malik Monk was our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. Playoff Malik. Playoff Malik.
Oh.
Is our code word today. 2 words. Playoff Malik.
All right.
Nice and easy.
That's right.
If you don't know how to spell Malik, Google it. Malik Monk. Playoff Malik is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break code word for today. Enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and a Kings jersey at ESPN1320.com. How do the Kings stay on a winning track tonight against the Bulls? We'll tell you next on ESPN 1320. We're clear. One, two, about 2.5.
Oh, good.
Oh, hang on. I gotta tell you a thing off the air. Hang on. We're still on mute.
We're still muted.
I had always heard that about Chris Mortensen. We're talking about Chris Mortensen. I'd always heard that about him even before.
Yeah.
He passed. So, man. All right, here we go. Coming back. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. And they're the Sacramento Kings at Golden One Center tonight, hosting the Chicago Bulls. De'Aaron Fox practiced yesterday. He is considered questionable. Alex Caruso, questionable for Chicago. Of course, Zach LaVine, Lonzo Ball, Patrick Williams, Torrey Craig, all out for the Chicago Bulls. Torrey Craig feels like he'd be a good King.
Torrey Craig is a problem. Like, he's a good
player.
When you add in him with Alex Caruso and some of the other defenders that they have, it really does make them like a really smart defensive team. And I guess that's how you surround a player like Zach LaVine and Kobe Jones.
Mm-hmm.
I mean Kobe White.
Mm-hmm.
You surround them with players that basically, just are one-dimensional defensive-minded guys who can get up and dunk or hit an occasional three.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. So Torrey Craig not playing tonight for the Bulls. So it's a semi-shorthanded Bulls team. And the Kings, I told you this. I told you this over the weekend. I don't know if you're familiar with Seinfeld and the George Costanza idea of like, I'm always wrong and I always choose to do the wrong thing. So what I'm going to start doing is just the opposite of the thing I think I should do.
Yeah.
And we talked about this a little bit with Minnesota. It's like, man, every time I've gone into a game thinking the Kings are going to get waxed, they find a way to win. And sure enough, Friday night, there they are in overtime. No De'Aaron Fox. Domantas Sabonis fouls out. They win by 4 in OT because Malik Monk went for 39. And Davion Mitchell added 16 off the bench. We're asking if they could score 45 points off the bench like they did in the first game against Minnesota, and Malik almost had 45 by himself.
Yeah, what did they end up overall? I mean, it was huge.
55, 62. 62, half their points.
62 off the bench.
Yeah, 62 of their 124 came from
That's
the bench.
amazing. That's absolutely spectacular.
If they do that again tonight, I think they'll have a good chance to win, James.
That's probably true, Kyle. But they need it from other players. So, if you're going to have that type of number, I would like to see Trey Lyles, get up to like 12 points. I'd like to see Chris Duarte be around 8 to 10.
Yeah.
Like balance out that scoring a little.
And you're not getting 39 from Malik again, probably.
No.
So that's where you say if you're going to get 50 plus from your bench, ideally it would be more kind of evenly distributed. But no, this is a game where you go in and you go, man, kind of banged up Bulls team. They're not very good. This is a game the Kings should win. So naturally, I believe that it's going to be a much tighter game than we're anticipating.
Yeah, it's the only playing down to the level of competition. And let's be honest, at this point, the Bulls are a level down from the Sacramento Kings. That's not being disrespectful. That's just being honest with who and
look
what
at the
they
standings. They're 28 and 32, man.
Oof.
They're 4 games under. They're just not a good team. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world.
No.
It's just what it is.
Well, because we don't have to cover the Chicago Bulls.
I would say it if I was in Chicago.
Yeah. They're a team that just like they need a hard reset button. And that goes, I mean, specifically for their roster. The roster is a mess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the Kings need to get a win tonight. Doesn't matter how they do it. They just need to start stacking up victories. Let's get to our keys to a Kings victory. James, your first key.
Money talks, BS walks.
Totally.
Back up the players only meeting. Straight up. Like, you guys had this meeting, you talked it out. It's become like the topic of discussion. People are writing about it. People are talking about it. You had a players only meeting. It has to mean something. It can't be a one game thing. You have to have carryover. That's got to be who you are.
Yeah, man. We need to be in here tomorrow. Like, wow, players only meeting carried over. Like,
yeah.
It's really clear the direction that they're heading now. I'm right there with you. Number 1 for me, my first key to a Kings victory, don't get out physical. It feels like these are the kind of games where the Kings get pushed around, they get punched in the mouth. They're down 6 after the first quarter. They're down 8 at halftime, and they just never quite get over the hump. DeMar DeRozan is going to be a physical player. Alex Caruso is going to get physical defensively. Nikola Vucevic, same thing inside. This is a team that'll be physical, and the Kings just can't get out physical because that's how you lose to a worse team.
No, I totally agree. That's a very, very good point.
Number 2.
Run these guys. They rank.
That's not what you wrote.
That's not what I wrote. This is not running with the Bulls. They rank 29th in the league in pace. They're missing a couple of players. They also have a couple of players who are beat up who are going to play or may play. Put on, hit the Jets. Like, run this team off the court. Play with the pace, not just like getting up and down in transition. Play with the pace within the half court. It's what we saw from Davion Mitchell.
Yep.
His pace within the half court, like, that's what we're asking for. That's it. I see it. That's what I want to see more of. And so, that's kind of where I'm at. And like, look, I want to see more Keon Ellis too. That's part of that.
That's another piece real quick of you mentioned Davion Mitchell playing with a different pace in Minnesota. That's another area where that whole players only meeting thing can come in, because we talked about like, hey, you need to do X in terms of like, you need to defend the 3 differently, and hearing that from a coach versus a player. Also getting that permission from your teammates to be like, Davion, when you're in the game, move, like, make decisions and go. We trust you to be a playmaker. We trust you to help the offense. Get out there and do it. Like, you can. We have faith in you as a player. And I think sometimes that can manifest itself in ways that we saw in Minnesota.
It's the hesitation in his game that costs him every single time.
Gets across the timeline, then stands straight up and hangs out in the corner, kind of surveying, scanning. It's like, bro, just get rid of the ball and move.
Well, that, and even there are times where he'll hand off a ball and then he doesn't know where to go. Like, he just move. That's the rule.
To an open space, by the way.
Yeah, just
go
find
where
it.
There's
Don't
not
go
somebody.
Stand right next to Trey Lyles. Hey, Trey. What up, Davion?
So like, just looking at each other, like, who's gonna move?
Like, what are you doing? I don't know. What are you doing? Like, well, I was here in the corner, and now you're here in the corner. Like, what are we doing?
That's really
tough.
Number 2 for me, no road trip hangover. I know it was a short one.
Yep.
But I've watched enough games broadcasted by Bob Fitzgerald to know that first home game back after a road trip. No, it's not an excuse, dog. They just played bad tonight. It's okay.
They just played bad.
I don't want that to come into effect. Oh, well, they just went to Denver and Minnesota. Of course they're going to be tired tonight. No. None of that. Number 3.
Make them beat you from 3. I know this is.
Oh no!
We've said this so many times.
No.
And then it works out. They beat you from 3. This team,
an abomination.
Yeah, this team is 24th in the league in 3-point makes per game. They're 22nd in attempts. They're 24th in 3-point percentage at 35.6. They like to get in the paint. I would run a zone against this team. I would make them beat me. They've got a lot of mid-range jump shooters. Make them beat you from long range. And that's probably the worst thing I've ever said.
Scooty in the chat, Jinxer, George Muller, complete crap. Brian Kivett, that's a complete crap. And you know what?
It's a complete crap.
Yep. Do it.
Take the over on Bulls made threes tonight.
If that's a price pick thing that you can choose, take the
everybody
more.
Everybody more on prize picks. Shout out to prize picks, by the way. Love daily fantasy. For me, we just talked about it coming in. And in fact, if I was a better radio host, I would have led with this one. Alas, here we are. The Kings bench got to stay hot.
That's right.
Just continue getting. I don't think they're going to get 62 points from the bench again. I don't think they're going to get 39 from Malik Monk. But can you get 17 from Monk and 12 from Trey Lyles and 8 or 10 from Davion Mitchell, and just kind of continue helping produce in the second unit?
Yeah, I mean, the bench has been hit and miss, especially the last couple of weeks. And I know Mike Brown is pared it down, started to let a few more players back in. I don't. We'll see Keon, or we'll see, Davion, or we'll see Chris Duarte. Whoever steps on the floor, they have to make an impact. That's it. This is not a big Bulls team. You can go small against them. A lot of these guys that we're talking about, you can use, but it can't just be 39 points from Malik Monk. You got to have other players stepping in and stepping up and making the difference. Yeah.
I think they win tonight. I think they get a win. I don't think they are going to, I don't know what the spread is at the moment, but I don't think they're going to blow them out. I've watched the Kings do this too many times to think, oh yeah, they'll just go in and they're going to win this one going away. No, not going to fool me. Not getting me. Kings are 7.5 points favorites Taking the
Oof.
Bulls plus 7.5.
Oof.
Just doing it this time.
All right.
I'm leaning in. I'm not doing the. Oh, this is the one. This is the game where the Kings
Aha.
go blow a team out. Nope. Not getting me this time. I like the Bulls plus 7.5, but I like the Kings to win.
There it is.
That's where I land. All right. We got more hoops. That's right. We got more hoops coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
Oh.
Clear.
What's going on, everybody? Anything happening out there? Yeah. Drummond is one of the most interesting things. Hi, Spencer. He's one of the. I don't understand why his career has gone the way that it has. Like, talk about like a steep drop off, and then you watch him play. Number one, he's a way better passer than I thought, even though he's averaging like 1.5 assists per game. There was a game a couple of years ago where he just lit the Kings up, but this is a dude that from his second year until like, I don't know, what is this? From 20 to 26, averaged 14.5 rebounds per game, 1.4 steals, 1.6 blocks per game, 15.2 points. He was really good. And then all of a sudden he's a bit player, and it's just the strangest thing.
Who's this?
Andre Drummond. I mean, Andre Drummond right now in 17.3 minutes per game is averaging 8.5 points and 9 rebounds per game. 17 minutes. What's his per 36? Per 36. 11.4 rebounds per game. Oh, no. My bad. 18.6 per 36. Last year, 18.8 per 38. Per 36. Jesus. Yeah. He's only 30. It's just wild. Not only has he not made any money, but over the last handful of years, he's just been just a total bit player. Kings tried to get Andre Drummond a couple of times.
One time, Andre Drummond slid into the girl I was dating's DMs.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Fine.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, long story, but she went to UConn.
Oh, okay. Did they
At the
know
same
each
time
other
he
from
was going
UConn?
to Utah. No.
Got it. It's just wild. Over his last 3 seasons, 7.4 and 8.3 rebounds in 16.6 minutes per game. And those are his 28, 29, and 30-year-old seasons. Wild.
You ever see when someone posts a photo of their house on the internet and it's just a mess? That just happened to me.
Oh, yeah? Not your house?
Not my house. God, no. We keep our house tidy for the most part. And if it's not, I'm certainly not posting a picture of it on the internet.
No. Oh, I hear your headphones.
Mm-hmm. My bad.
It's all right. I don't care.
We're coming back right now.
Sweet.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, it is. Hell yeah. want to talk about some of the other scores from the weekend before we dive back into the Kings. Some other good things. We talked about the Suns already. Golden State lost a tough one in Boston last night. Yesterday afternoon. Real tight game, back and forth affair. And Boston pulled away at the end to win by 52 points.
Yeah, I've heard that there is
snuck out of TD Garden with the W.
There's one spot on the floor that if you shoot from that spot, it's worth 48 points. And that's what happened.
Yep.
It was a 4-point game, and then boom.
Home field advantage, knowing.
They hit the 48-point spot on the floor, and it was a blowout.
It's crazy. Just game flipped like that.
Tough.
Dude, it was so funny because the Kings are the team I watch the most. Like, it's my job. I have to, like, when they win, it is helpful to me personally.
Yep.
It's just a lot more fun and easier to do a show when they win. And I have to come in here knowing what happened, right? So when they play the same time as Golden State, like, I don't watch them anymore. Like, I'm just gonna check out a box score, right?
It's probably that's why they're bad now, Kyle.
I think that's it. Yeah, I don't get to lock in. No. So I just kind of very passively, pay attention when I can. It's great. But yesterday I'm sitting there and my wife and I had a couple things to do around the house. We got breakfast and some friends in the morning. We come back. We have had these picture frames from IKEA to put like wedding photos and engagement photos, and then another photo shoot we did in Hawaii to put them in and like put in a hallway. And we've had those frames from IKEA since like we bought our house. We're going on 5 years.
Oh wow,
of living in this house, and they've just been sitting there. Finally, yesterday we're like, all right, we have the pictures printed. We're doing this today. So we go up, do all the measurements, put the laser level on, bang, 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 get that done in time for the start of the Warriors game. I'm like, here we go. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to take in an entire Warriors game. That's tough.
Then you're like, okay, can I remodel a bathroom?
Can we do literally anything else?
I'm feeling like making a collage at this point. Can we make collages together?
Literally, whatever you want to do that isn't this. Just stare at a blank TV instead.
That's right.
No, it's like, man, of all the games I can sit down and watch start to finish, I get a 52-point blowout.
You're like sifting through the channels, like what to watch. I did start Shogun yesterday.
Oh, we have not. That's on our list. We have not started it yet, though.
It's a little difficult because lots of subtitles, and like when I'm in, like I like to watch something when I'm doing other things, and you have to be concentrating and watching the screen the whole time.
Oh yeah.
I tried to watch Dune like 4 times this weekend and finally got through it. Like the first Dune, well, the remake Dune.
Right, yeah.
Then I put on the other one, which was so ridiculous.
Insane.
It was so ridiculously crazy.
We watched the trailer for the original Dune and we were like, no chance.
Oh, there's
no chance, dude.
Okay, so when they put the suit on that, like they turn purple and they get in like the battle stuff, the battle scenes, right?
Sure.
And the new one, the old one, they're in like these pixelated giant boxes moving around. It's the worst thing you've ever seen. You're like, what is happening? What is going on? Why is Patrick Stewart moving around in like a giant, like rectangular, like
a box? It's like a cardboard box.
It's the worst thing you've ever seen.
Oh no!
Like it's bad. It's bad.
Now I kind of want to watch it.
Now you got to watch it.
Now I feel like I need to watch it.
Yeah.
All right. The Nuggets helped out the Kings on Saturday. They beat the Lakers, and this is where it feels like the Kings are now. Let's see, what are they? 2.5 up on the Warriors and Lakers. It feels like this is where they're going to start pulling away a little bit from those play-in teams.
Don't say it, Kyle.
No, I think no. Hang on. I'm not going to get there all the way. Because Golden State and LA are playing better. Like the Warriors are still 13-4 in their last 17. They're playing better. The Lakers are playing better. They had that incredible comeback win over the Clippers the other night, and so they're there. They're hanging around, but I just don't think they have the juice to make up. And I don't think the Kings are going to be bad enough for a long enough stretch. I don't think the Warriors or Lakers will be good enough for a long enough stretch to catch them.
Okay.
That's what I think right now. And then you tack on the Suns, who, if they're going to be without Devin Booker, they've lost a couple in a row. They also lost to Houston. It's like, man, if they're trending the wrong direction, this is a chance, and this is where the Kings' next 5 games come in. This is where I think Sacramento can really start to maybe not pull all the way from the play-in, because even the Mavs, I think they're 1-4 in their last 5. I don't think the Kings can get all the way away from the play-in where it's like, oh yeah, they're just rock solid playoff team, and we know that for the last 3 weeks of the year. But I do think they can get well clear of the like 8, 9, 10, where they're just battling for the like 6 and 7 spots.
No, that would be good. It would be really good if they could somehow, the 5-6, they could solidify themselves in the 5-6, and even try to push up and maybe get to the 4. I don't know that that's going to happen with the Clippers. The Clippers are,
you got to make up 5 games in 23.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. In the loss column, the Kings are up on the Warriors by 3. They're up on the Lakers by 4. And then I'd also point out they play the Lakers coming up, right? But I'd also point out that the Lakers and Warriors have separated themselves so far from the Jazz and Rockets that it could just become one of those things where they're like, okay, let's just make sure we're healthy, because we're going to be in a play-in no matter what. They're 5 games. The Lakers are 5 games up in the loss column over both the Jazz and the Rockets, and the Warriors are 6. And that's big, that those teams are just kind of fading away.
Yeah.
Because that's where you could see some of the rest thing happening.
Yeah.
Where they're going to make sure that LeBron and AD are ready for those play-in games.
Yeah. But playing enough games to get all NBA.
Yes.
Not resting too much.
Exactly. I don't think either one of those guys are in danger at all.
I don't think so either.
For the most part, they've been healthy this season.
Yeah.
I think that although the Embiid situation is weird and became like a big topic of discussion, overall, I think the rules have like forced players to play more.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if the playoffs is, if they look different.
That's what I'm fascinated to see, is what does it look like in the postseason?
Yeah.
Are the Clippers able to carry this over and stay healthy into the postseason to make a deep playoff run? Do the Lakers, are they able to do that? I thought the Warriors last year in the second round against LA just ran out of gas. And now this year you've got guys playing more games. I'm fascinated to see what that looks like. You mentioned, and yesterday the Sixers beat the Mavs. That was big for the Kings. And then the Clippers snuck past the Wolves on Sunday. That game was 89-86 was the final.
Ew.
Yeah. I think it was only the 3rd game all year, or they were the 2nd and 3rd teams all year to be held to 80 points in a game.
Ooh.
Or fewer than 90.
Yeah, in today's in the modern NBA, that's bizarre. Yeah. Who would you have rather seen win that game? T-Wolves or Clippers? I mean, I think,
Minnesota.
Yeah, it would have helped the Kings a little bit. Would have
get an extra half game on the Clippers.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
It would put you 4 back in the loss column.
They are close enough to LA, the Clippers that is, where like with the Thunder, to me that doesn't really matter. Like I don't think they're going to catch OKC. But the Clippers, if you told me like, yeah, hey, they lost 8 out of 10, I wouldn't be like falling off my chair stunned. And I think that opens the door for the Kings to go move up.
Yeah, and of course the Clippers have lost. They lost Russell Westbrook for an undetermined amount of time, but it sounds like it's pretty long term.
Yeah.
So broke a hand, right?
Yeah,
I think that's what happened.
Check this out. You mentioned this earlier, and I wanted to. This is just where I'm going to shoehorn this in. So they're the top 10 teams in the West, right? So we're going to take the other 9 who aren't the Kings. The Kings are 2-1 against Oklahoma City with 1 to go.
Yep.
So minimum split there. They won their series against Minnesota. Season series, these are.
2-1.
2-1. Denver, 3-1.
3-1.
The Clippers, they're 1-2 with 1 to go. So you can salvage a split there. The Pelicans are out. They're 0-4 against the Pelicans with 1 to go.
That's slaughtered.
Yeah, that's bad. But Phoenix, 2-2 with 1 to go. Dallas, 2-0 with 2 to go. 2-2 against the Warriors, and the Lakers 2-0 with 2 to go. They have a minimum split in the season series against 8 of the 9 teams in the playoffs and play-in the West.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's super impressive.
And then even if you look at the Warriors, that split there, when it comes down to like division play, the Warriors are 5-9 in division, and the
Mhm.
Kings are 7-6.
Mhm.
And it comes to conference play, the Kings are 23-16 in their conference, which is what you're talking about. That's where that's really impressive in the
Mhm.
West. The Warriors are 16-21.
Oof.
So that's not good at all
Mhm.
for the Golden State Warriors when it comes to tiebreakers. So once you get past that first tiebreaker where head to head and they split, now it becomes like, where are you at in these others? So the Warriors would have to beat them outright.
Again, I have this other note. I'm just going to shoehorn it in here. Do you think the Nuggets are better, worse, or the same as they were last year?
Oh, they're slow playing this.
They're 42-19.
They're the same team. They're going to be really tough to beat.
They are almost exactly the same team.
Yeah.
Through 61 games. This is from Harrison Wind, who works for Denver Sports. Nuggets last year through 61 games, 42-19. This year, 42-19.
Yep.
Last year, their offensive rating, 117.3. This year, 117.4. Last year, defensive rating, 113.2. This year, 113.
Oof.
Last year, net rating, 4.1. This year, 4.5. First 6 games after the All-Star break last year, 5-1. This year, 6-0. They're just the same team. They're coming out of the West, dude, barring injury.
I would agree.
I just don't know who's touching them right now.
I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, if they somehow climb up to number one, they're a half game out of number one at this point.
Yeah, if they somehow get there, if they somehow make up that half a game.
Yeah, we do have some other breaking news.
Oh, breaking news.
The Toronto Raptors are signing Kings legend Jamias Ramsey to a 10-day contract.
Oh, wow.
Former second-round pick of the Sacramento Kings.
Jamias.
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 Isn't that John Ollinger?
Who calls him something other than Jamias?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it's possible.
I might be wrong. I might have my wrong basketball talking head.
Yeah, he was averaging 20.6, 7.8, and 3.6 assists at the G League level this season. Good for Jamias.
Yeah, happy for him.
Yeah, he's a nice
Hope he
kid.
carves out a role in Toronto.
Just the Kings, that's the only player that the Kings have drafted
Mhm.
that wasn't like a second, third year college player, an older college player. That's the only one that they've drafted that was like 18, 19 years old during the Monty McNair era. And it just, too young.
Yeah. Speaking of too young, can we talk about the Timberwolves real quick?
Yeah.
I don't buy them.
Okay.
I don't, and this is not to say they're not good. They are. Like they are a good team. You don't accidentally get to 42-19. They are super good, especially when Anthony Edwards plays the whole game.
Yeah.
He left at halftime on Friday for the birth of his child.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. I haven't seen confirmation. I haven't actually looked, though, to see confirmation of the birth of a child, but that was a possibility coming into the game.
But that was a glaring weakness for Minnesota, is when he leaves, offensively, they really struggle, dude. And that's why in a playoff series, Ant is an excellent player. He's a really, really good player. And Karl Anthony Towns, he can stretch the floor and shoot it. I get it. Naz Reid's a really nice piece off the bench. Jaden McDaniels is an excellent defender. But, dude, when Mike Conley, at this point, Mike Conley, who's fine, but when you're relying so heavily on him, which I think they're going to have to in the playoffs, I don't get it. I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because we watch them almost like optimized without Anthony Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden McDaniels scoring 26 points is crazy.
Yeah.
Career high for him against the Kings, 5 of 7. The Kings were basically saying, go ahead. If Jaden McDaniels is going to beat us.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought they did a really good job on Gobert and a really good job on Karl Anthony Towns. But even when Anthony Edwards was in the game, he wasn't very good. I mean, 2 of 11 from the field. He had 11 points and all of that, 6 of 6 at the free throw line. I know Anthony Edwards is better than that. He was probably distracted because of what was happening off the court. But at the same time, like the Kings just, for some reason, they are an okay matchup with Minnesota. If you were a 4-5 against Minnesota, I think that would be some really, really fun basketball.
If it's Kings, Timberwolves, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Update right now, it would be Kings Nuggets in the first round.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be.
Got him for that. Dude, a 4-5 with Man, I think that's what I'm rooting
with
for.
Minnesota.
I think that's what I'm rooting for.
Yeah,
I would love a Kings Timberwolves playoff series
or a Kings OKC 3-6.
Mhm.
Like 2-7.
Yeah, I know they were 3-1 against Denver this year. I would want no smoke with Denver in the playoffs.
No,
I would avoid that as long as you possibly can.
I think we saw Denver just kind of like throttle up. Like, okay, this is who they are now. Yeah, that's going to be really tough. They understand what this second half of the season looks like, what the
Mhm.
stretch run
Mhm.
looks like, and there's not going to be any question.
Map 1 in the chatty house says Nuggets want no part of the Kings in round 1. Yeah, maybe. Hey, I guess.
I don't know. Like,
it's really funny watching. There's several people in the chatty house who are saying like dream matchups OKC. Like you want OKC in round 1, and I think that's funny because it's the same thing that I don't want to say issue. It's the same hurdle the Kings had last year.
Mhm.
It's like, hey, that's just, you can be really good, but that playoff experience matters. And OKC, as good as they are, as high as their ceiling might be, that's something they're going to run into this year.
Well, that and the physicality of the playoffs is different.
Mhm.
Star treatment for sure. You're going to get star treatment for Shea, but the physicality overall is different, and they're going to learn that pretty quickly.
Mhm.
But also, I don't think Shea gets as many calls in the playoffs.
Yes.
And so, I mean, what did we talk about the other day? How many times did he have 31 points or more?
A bunch.
8
Oh,
times on the season.
Yeah, like 11 times this year, or maybe it was 8.
I think it was 8. He was on 31 exact, but his 30 and over was something
44.
ridiculous. 44
times. Kenny Caraway in the building for the handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. Hey, I want to remind everybody, you can bark at us anytime on the Farmer's Dog Talk Line, 916-909-1320. That is 916-909-1320. Farmer's Dog, a healthy life starts with healthy food. Kenny, where are we at on the Kings after their win against Minnesota?
Real quick,
please.
I'm not as afraid of Denver as everybody else is. Like Denver, I would pick Denver to win that series, but I don't know. I don't look at Denver the way I definitely look at the Clippers, the Pelicans against the Kings, even Minnesota. Minnesota seems like a tough matchup with the Kings.
But Denver,
Denver, once again, they'd be favored, understandably so, but I don't look at them as an impossible.
I don't know.
Possible series.
Last season, they went 4-1, 4-2, 4-0, 4-1 in the playoffs.
Yeah, last season they played a young, inexperienced Minnesota team. They played a Phoenix team that couldn't play any defense, so they destroyed them and didn't have any answer for didn't have any answer for anything really. And then they played a Lakers and a Heat team that were playing teams. So I wouldn't say they went through a gauntlet last year. If we're talking about last year,
yeah, but they dominated.
They did what they're supposed to do.
Yeah,
against lesser teams. I put it to you like this: I don't think they're dominating this year.
Wait. So
I don't think the Nuggets are dominating the play. Like,
okay.
I don't think you'll see that type of playoff run again this year from them.
I thought you meant like they're not dominating this year so far, and I literally just read a thing.
Well, they're not.
They're the exact same team as they were last year.
Yeah,
like every number is exactly the same.
They're not dominating though. Like they're not Boston. Boston's dominating the league.
Crazy,
they actually beat Boston this year too in Boston. But but they're not dominating the same way. That doesn't mean they're not a championship contender or nothing like that. But even last year, what happened, like how you see those numbers and stuff like that, they dominated early, and then for like a month they didn't play good basketball. And remember, Coach Mike Malone was like, I don't know what this team is all about. I don't know what they're gonna do. We might lose in the first round, all this other stuff. They're really probably just bored. And then they turned it on in the last month or so of the season into the playoffs.
Yeah, watching Denver right now, I mean, I feel like Denver is building up towards peaking. And right now the Celtics are like, oh no, we're peaking. Like whether they can stay at the top of the mountain for another, I mean, what amounts to like 40 games? I don't know.
Boston feels like they're peaking, and they said we're going to stay.
I told Jesse this the other day. Boston, if I'm a Celtics fan, the Celtics are in the same spot for me that the 49ers were this year. Where it's like, dude, if you're not getting it done this year, I got
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
But they mixed it up big time too. I mean, bringing in Porzingis, bringing in Drew Holiday.
Yeah, they got better.
Oh no, I know, but I mean, like they kind of did that last year, where it's like, hey, we're not going to bring back the same group.
Yeah,
they didn't. They jettisoned Marcus Smart. They went for it. This is all in.
Yeah,
this is a good team.
They're
They
so
look,
good.
They look
dude.
great right now. Your original question: how do I feel about the Kings? I feel great. I think the Kings are going to be a top 16.
It feels like it's trending that way.
I haven't.
But I just
from that
I have felt that so many times. You're like, okay, that's a great. Here's their turn in the corner, and then they go lose to a team like Chicago.
Yeah, I mean,
so
we'll talk about it, but it's on team meeting, player meetings, and all this. That's all fine and well. There's only one thing that matters right now: are you winning or losing games? You guys can never meet for the rest of the season, and if you win, that's great. You can meet every day, and if you lose, it's not going to help anything out. It's all about winning. But I think they're going to be a top 16. I think the Kings and the Pelicans are the two best out of those four, or you could throw in six with the Warriors and the Lakers. I think the Pelicans and the Kings are the best teams.
Yeah.
And Dallas and Phoenix, like I was trying to say last week, it's not the Kings could be in this situation too, but Dallas and Phoenix, they're not good enough to run away from anybody.
The play-in teams are all paper teams to me. Like Phoenix is really good on paper, but in practice, Dallas, oh man, Luka, Kyrie, look, and they're fine. 1-4 in their last 5. Golden State, it's always like, oh, they won a title 2 years ago with this. It's like it's not the same team, not the same group. The Lakers, it's like, oh, AD and LeBron, any playoff series they could, yeah. It's all paper teams.
Yeah, they're good teams, but like we talked about last week, none of these teams are going to bury you in the standings. None of these teams are going to run away from you and make it like, well, damn, you're definitely looking at 9-10. That would be more so on the Kings. Like if the Kings didn't play well, if they didn't do what they're supposed to do, that's what that would happen. I think they're going to play well. I think they're going to finish up strong in March.
Yeah, it kind of feels like most of the other teams are still just 2-man teams. Like Dallas is just Kyrie and just Luka, and it's just AD and LeBron. Like no one, even on their teams, are separating themselves into a position where they're part of what's happening. Right. Where with the Kings, it's like, again, you could say that some of those teams have like good players that are hiding there, but it really does feel like it's Sabonis and Fox, but Keegan and Monk, and you can kind of feel like it's more of a balanced group than it is just like 2 top-end superstars trying to carry a team to a victory.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
Yeah, lots of holes in some of those teams.
Yeah, I get it with Sacramento specifically, though, just to kind of wrap up here. If they and this has been the problem all year, if they play like they did in Minnesota, you like them against really anybody. And they have said all year they are the team that could go beat anybody and then lose to anybody. And over these next 23 games, what I'm looking for to feel good going into the playoffs, because I'm with you, Kenny. I think they are going to be a playoff team. Even if they get into a play-in game against one of those teams, I would feel really good about them winning that.
Yeah.
So I assume they're going to go to the playoffs. How I feel about them going into the playoffs, though, is going to depend a lot on how these last 23 go. Did they flip a switch? Did that players only meeting really help? Or did they get a nice win in Minnesota and now they're going to fall flat against Chicago?
Yeah,
that's the question I have.
It's remained to be seen.
We got to get out of here. D'Lo and KC coming up next. James and I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Roddy's a mod now. Congratulations, Roddy.
All right, guys.
Or were you always a mod? I don't know. It doesn't feel like you always were.
Good work today, Chatty. I'll see you guys.
We got 363 in here. Give us thumbs up.
Yeah.
One of those. Adios, friends. Oh, you're in the corner. Nobody puts Kenny in the corner. Oh, shit. Why does Steve get hurt so bad?
You gotta do it throughout the show, baby.
What's that?
You gotta do it throughout the show.
Stand up? Yeah.
Every other break.
I do. I should have stood up more today. I did not. What's up?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. I
I sent Michael you guys are in for tonight. Whatever the next one was that you're both at the same games.
No, it's Thursday and Sunday.
Oh, you're not tonight?
No, saying we got meetings.
Oh, I'm tired. Sweet. This is today's Charlie. All right. See you guys soon.
See you at 3.
I think I'm just staying here. So chances are I'll just
Pop in whenever you want. We ain't doing nothing.
All right.
We're just talking shit.
Cool.
Need the rating again?
I'm gonna start talking shit about people in this building.
Oh, shit. Wait till I go home, please. I can't handle that. My ego is way too fragile.
I heard that hoe was super mad.
I heard some shit went down this morning.
Yeah, that hoe was major mad.
But I heard some shit went down.
Yeah, he about to get.
My guy?
He talking a little too saucy. He about to get confronted.
What was he talking?
He was talking sideways to Nikki. He was talking sideways about Nikki. Yeah, there's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house.
Hit me later. I got stuff.
Okay. I will hit you later. It's gonna be later.
That's fine.
Okay. Just gonna let you. We have meetings on Monday, so it's Complex is a talker. So
That's honestly shocking.
right.
He seems like the kind of guy that would be like, this could be an email.
Now my dude loves radio. He loves to talk radio.
All right. See what's the show.
What's up, baby? What's up, baby? I did see Sting retire yesterday. I thought that was great. We'll talk about that for sure.
I got worried when I started seeing all the tributes. I was like, yo, what? And he was like, oh, he just retired. Oh, thank you.
Nah, AEW. Tony Khan did a great job with Sting, man. I thought that was really well done from beginning to end. I thought it was really well done.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, one time for the weekend, one time for the Sacramento Kings, one time for that boy Malik Monk.
Yeah, man.
Come on, we in here. They said it couldn't be done. The Kings got to win on Friday.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. Win on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us then, ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See now.
Lane off the
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam. Hey. Come on, man. Let's go. Don't waste the wait. Shout out to a girl made back. Oh, we welcome you in here to the Monday, March 4th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, oh man, we are are so happy that you are here with us. A huge weekend for your Sacramento Kings. The Suns lose. The Lakers lose.
Yeah.
The Warriors lose.
Yeah.
The Mavericks lose.
Yeah.
And the Sacramento Kings beat the Minnesota Timberwolves on Friday
Hell
in overtime, 124-120, and find themselves headed back into the Golden One Center tonight against the Chicago Bulls in the 6th spot.
Come on now. Come on. Made it all the way back. Guess who's back?
All the way back. Like they were so far away. they're 1 week out of the top 6.
Sometimes that game and a half felt like 11 games and a half.
That ain't no lie. That ain't no lie. But we're not the kind of guys to say we told you so, which is a big fat lie, because that's exactly what we are.
Mm-hmm.
But we're starting to see some of the things that we talked about last week after the Sacramento Kings had lost a couple in a row. After that loss to Denver, we're starting to see some things kind of happen in the Western Conference that we'll talk about all throughout the day, man. But let's start. Let's start with this. This is important. The belief is De'Aaron Fox is back tonight. He talked yesterday after practice, was a full participant in practice, was again a full participant in shoot around, but it was yesterday, his verbiage yesterday made it pretty clear he thought he was going to be back tonight. Yeah. But as we go back to Friday, Malik Monk.
Come on now.
39 points for Malik Monk. Just watched every one of them again. 35 of them after halftime. Came out super aggressive in the first quarter. Hit, I think, his first shot, and then couldn't really get anything to drop after that. Yeah. And then it must have been like 6 straight from the third into the fourth. Man, he was phenomenal.
He really was, man. He really was. He's a difference maker. He's a game changer. And to be honest with you, he's one of the guys we talked about bottom 6 teams or whatever, 5 through 10 or whatever the case may be. He's one of those guys that the other teams don't have. Mm-hmm. Like, you got your 2 superstars, all-stars, whatever they are at that particular time. You've got that. But who's the other guy that can go crazy for you and win you a game? And I'm looking down the list. Phoenix, I mean, they've got 3, with Booker, KD, and Bill, but they're never there together. So there's that. New Orleans kind of has that. I would put probably CJ in that category, but Dallas doesn't have that. The Warriors don't have that. The Lakers don't have that. And the Kings do. Mm-hmm. Say Fox and Sabonis do their job and get their 25 or whatever the case may be. Who's the other guy that can elevate his game to another level in those pressure moments? Malik Monk is one of those guys.
Yeah, indeed he is. And he was locked in on being that dude, especially late in the game. Mm-hmm. He took over that Fox role as best as a player possibly can. He was aggressive in getting to the basket. He wasn't fearful like that. That shot he hit to tie it at 120. That was a pretty good distance 3 he took. Man. But he had a nice little balance of those big time clutch 3s with let me find some work. His first shot, he was dribbling around Domantas Sabonis for a solid 5 or 6 seconds. He was trying to get to the basket. The very first shot he took when he ended the game, he got the ball from Domas on the screen and just kind of started moving around Domas before sipping past everybody, getting by Rudy Gobert for a really tough lay-in. That was his first basket of the game. He did that a lot. Mm-hmm. He did that a lot through the course of the night.
Special. He's a special ball player. He's a guy, and you see games like last night, and that's what has everybody worried here, about what may happen in the future, because Orlando, San Antonio, somebody like that could look at somebody like that and be like, this is a guy that can average 20 a game in this league. Mm-hmm. And he can help us win.
It's a guy that can start for us and play 35 minutes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's one of those things, the gift and the curse. When he's this good, it helps you win a game. But let's not We're all here. We're all locked into the situation. We're all worried about Malik Monk being here next year. Like I don't know if I'm the only one, but I see him have a game like that. And matter of fact, it was maybe it was the comments. Once somebody posted, I think the NBA or something like that posted his stats from Friday in a tweet. And sure enough, I seen multiple Orlando Magic fans in there. Oh yeah, Magic shooting guard next year. About to, I'm like, even saw some Knicks people like, he's a Knick.
Okay.
He's a Knick.
Okay. All right.
So you think about those things, man, and to be honest with you, worry about them. But I'm not going to worry about them for too long because we got them right now. We're trying to make the playoffs right now, and we've got an opportunity to see him do something special along with Sabonis, Fox, Keegan, and all those other guys. Do something special here in Sacramento right now.
I'm going to sabotage Orlando and send them film, and Malik can't hit clutch free throws, guys. You don't want that over there.
Man.
You don't want that over. So full disclosure, I mean, I think everybody's very aware of this. KC and I were working Friday night, so we were doing our best. We were at the Sacramento Memorial Auditorium, a night for lovers, and we were doing our best. KC closed the show down with an incredible performance.
Wow, did I really?
You just I got a picture of you on stage. What you mean? They said we couldn't talk. They didn't say we couldn't sing. We were following it as best we could. We saw it go into overtime. We saw that live, and we saw the very, very end live. What I didn't know until yesterday when I watched the game back in its entirety, that Malik missed 2 free throws when it was 123-120 with like 50 seconds left or whatever it was. I had no idea that happened. This is one of those games I would have been sick watching live. Just sick. That game was brutal. We were doing our, like, Kenny had the game on the screen. I cheated and opened up the app, and I'm like, the app was ahead of the score app was ahead of the video game. Yeah. So I was, all right, we got it. I had no idea he missed those free throws, and I had no idea those were the only 2 free throws he missed.
That's the I don't know, frustrating thing is, but the bewildering thing with the free throws and late
team
games,
wide.
Well, for me, you talk about like everybody always points back to the Milwaukee game. That's clearly not the only game they struggle with free throws. They're the worst free throw shooting team in the game. But people talk about that one. If you would have made that, you would have made your free throws, you would have won that game. They talk about that even in a win in this game. I think the next game they played, I forgot who it was. There was another one. I think it was Indiana or something like that. Malik went 0 of 6. It's some of these occasions, it's Malik Monk missing these shots, missing these free throws, and he's a hell of a free throw shooter.
Mm-hmm.
So while
Malik Monk was 18 for 32 team wide, 1 of 6 against Indiana in that 5-point loss.
While it's true, like as a team, they're not a good free throw shooting team. Some of these games that we key in on, it's your best free throw shooter missing them. And that's, to me, that's inexplicable because he makes clutch free throws. He makes his free throws during regular parts of the game. And I don't know what to say. Like, yeah, they've got to be a better free throw shooting team. But I mean, Malik, I'll take Malik at the line at any time. At any time. I'll take Malik Monk and have full confidence he's going to make the shot. And there's been times when he just didn't.
And we'll talk about this throughout the day. Obviously, it's a big part of the story last night. But it's tough because you mentioned the Pacers game. Everyone will remember the Bucks game. The Suns game is actually 1-2.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't shoot a ton of free throws, but they shot 58%. We could look this up and get the exact number. If you said they're dead last. If we just went league average, if they shoot league average in all 3 of those games, they probably win.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I mean, obviously the Milwaukee one's the easiest one to figure out. Suns was a 2-point loss. Pacers was a 5-point loss, but they shot 18 of 32 from the free throw line, which is just incredible. And that's the 1 of 6 night that you mentioned. Fox in that one was 5 of 9. Domas was 5 of 8. But it's a story that continues to be a story. The Sacramento Kings missing shots at the free throw line. We'll talk about that. We're gonna focus on the good though.
Yeah, well,
now.
I'll give you some good too. And I may once again be a one-man wolf pack, but ironically enough, I'm not as worried about the free throw shooting. I don't think it's good. I'm not making that argument, but these guys are playmakers. They're playmakers. They're guys that will show up in the big moments and do what they need to do to win. And I think that's what's going to happen more times than not down the stretch of this season and once they get into the playoffs. Once they get into the playoffs. Ain't no if. They're going to the playoffs.
I'm just taking notes because we're gonna have to go through everything you just said because I do not understand what you're talking about. You talk about making plays, like we're gonna table it. We're gonna table it. I know what you're trying to say.
We'll talk.
I'm gonna need you to dive deeper into this. But we're gonna talk about what went right yesterday. And we'll talk about a players only meeting. We got hip to a film session that went on after the Denver game on Friday. That went nearly 90 minutes. We weren't told about a players only meeting, and apparently it was Trey Lyles that initiated that. We'll come back. We'll talk about what those types of meetings mean, and we'll continue to talk about the Sacramento Kings. We saw Keon Ellis get a start in place for De'Aaron Fox. We expect Fox to be back tonight. What's that mean for Keon Ellis, who played really well? What's that mean for Donovan Mitchell, who shot really well on Friday night? Davion. Did I say Donovan again? Davion Mitchell, who shot really well. Donovan's not even playing basketball right now. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings. It's D'Lo McKay here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey. Yeah. Mic's off. Bitches.
Come on, man. Come on.
They spent like the first 15 minutes on the Warriors. Not even on the team that beat them by 50, but the team that lost by 50.
These people.
Oh, that was tough.
These people. I don't get it.
My man grabbed.
I don't care about sorry ass tipsy.
My man grabbed his knee in midair, man. That was scary.
Mm-hmm. You want to talk about empty calories?
Your boy?
Huh?
Your boy right there?
Yeah. The real X factor of that team is 11. Like it's hard to say because it does sound like hating and all this other stuff, but I promise you I'm not.
Man, a lot of NBA stuff to talk about throughout the day. And we'll get there. We want to talk about the Sacramento Kings first. Man, you able to win a game without De'Aaron Fox. That's a big deal. I feel like that's a big lift for the team. They talked a little bit about the importance of it. Keon Ellis, Mike Brown, Malik Monk. They all talked a little bit after that game about being able to win games without De'Aaron Fox and what that does for the squad. We've learned a lot since Friday's win. We heard while we were on the air that there was a pretty epic film session that went about 90 minutes following that Denver game. Now, what I haven't been unable to find out is if the film session and the players only meeting were the same thing, or if one occurred after the other, if they overlap somehow. But we obviously got word later on that a players only meeting had kind of went on. Trey, I think De'Aaron noted yesterday it was Trey Lyles that initiated it. De'Aaron backed him up, and they all got together and said whatever they had to say, which reminds me of something you said last week. You said you brought up Domas figuratively telling Jake Gayden to get the hell out of his face, which isn't at all what Domas said. That's always what we tell Jake, he said. But it wasn't a players only meeting, but there was a discussion. And I think this was with the coaches. There was a discussion about the offense and the way that things were going following a particularly frustrating loss. And, Jake said, "Oh, what'd you guys talk about?" That's none of your business. And we saw them respond. And we kind of saw, not just the next game, but we saw their offense respond moving forward. And you called back to that moment last week, like, hey, whatever y'all did that day, do that again. And while this isn't nearly the exact same thing, clearly there was a moment, and it sounds like the conversation had a lot more to do with the other end of the ball. It had to do with being physical. It had to do with what you're doing on the defensive end. It had to do with being active. And you go back and you watch the defensive possessions of that film of that game again, and man, you saw it. You could see it in the stats for sure, but you really, really see it just in the flow of the game. Look at the last couple of minutes. It was 123, 120 for like 2 minutes.
Yeah,
that's not the best look for the Kings.
Right.
That's a on the offensive end, but it's a great look for the fact they were able to stop them, I think, on 6 or 7 straight possessions.
Yeah, Mike Brown talked about it. He said 7 straight possessions. They got to stop. That's the way they close things out. And it's something that I think everybody has kind of been looking for these guys to do. And well, it's 2 parts. Mike Brown talked about it as well. Looking for these guys to take ownership, I think he said, of this season. Can't just always be the coaches. Can't be the coaches, being the ones that call the meetings or talk about the sense of urgency. He said, take ownership of what's going on. You guys have to take control of this and figure it out yourselves in some respect. And he was talking in reference of somebody asked him about the team meeting and the players only meeting and all this other stuff. He said, I loved it. We've been waiting for this. We've been wanting to do this. So it's good to see that aspect of it. The other thing about that is when you play with a sense of urgency and with a sense of physicality, I feel like it's always going to give you that opportunity to win. You know, you can have spells where you don't score and stay in the game. We didn't see that against like Miami. They didn't score. That's only one aspect of it. They also didn't stop Miami. And that's why games get out of control sometimes with these guys. They've got to get in those modes where what we do is we score. This is what we do. But if it's not happening, it can't go from 2 to 22 like it did against Denver or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think the best way to keep that from happening is on the defensive end.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't be any doubt about that, given the fact that this was a back and forth game. Although the Kings played really well. Obviously, they went up double digits really, really early. That lead disappears. It's part of the game. I didn't really see that to be a big deal, but they traded the lead a little bit, and when Minnesota went ahead 3, they didn't fold. They didn't even blink. Malik next possession right down the court.
Right.
And to me, that's part of the toughness that you have to have. Like, we've questioned their toughness earlier this season. You're on the road against a really, really good team, team period, really, really good team in their building. And it kind of gets to that point where there was a point in that game where if they had lost, it would really suck.
Oh yeah.
Like because they had played so well, and it felt like they not that the Kings were in control of the entire game, but it felt like the Kings were in control of everything that they were doing. Like they never shots stopped dropping, and when they did, they tried to get to the basket, right? Like they stayed zeroed in on their game plan and what their game plan was. And yeah, they got it done on both sides. Keon was a big part of that. Davion was a big part about that. I thought Kevin Huerter, his shots did not fall on Friday,
right?
But I thought Kevin Huerter busted his ass on Friday night.
Man, you just want guys to keep competing. Keep competing. That's what you're asking them to do. That's what you're looking for them to do. Shots may or may not fall. Indirect to a certain degree, you don't have control of that. You know what I mean? Like, you can shoot the perfect shot and it might go in and out or something like that. Or, you could not feel good about the shot and it's hitting nothing but net. Once it leaves your hands, you don't have necessarily have control over it. But defense, you got control of that the entire time. And your effort and your ability to compete, you have control of that the entire time. And that's what you want to see from this team every time they step on the floor here to close the season.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we will see from this team every time out from now or Friday until the last game of the season and going into the playoffs. I think that's who they're going to be. Now, I love to hear about the players only meeting. I love all that. None of that don't matter to me. All that is nice and it's cute. We've got to win. And I don't want to, we're going to spend a lot of the day talking about Chicago. I don't look at Chicago as any type of pushover. It's a dangerous team.
Yeah.
That's a team that can play.
Yep.
But if you are who I think you are, I need you to win this game tonight. I need you to take care of business at home after what we saw on Friday. If you are who, me personally, I think you are, because I feel like I got a little more faith in this team than a lot of people in this city.
Remember what I said after they won on Friday?
What'd you say? Sorry,
it's gonna suck when they lose to Chicago. It's gonna suck when they lose to Chicago on Monday. I was just being a smart ass. I was loosening up my partner before he went and sang all the things your man won't do on stage. But this is so the reason people feel that way, and I'm not faulting anyone for that.
No, not at all.
This is what the Kings have shown us to be 60 games into the season. Or close to it, is that they win games like that Minnesota game. Tough, top 2 team in the conference. Great team at home. First team to beat Minnesota twice on their home floor. No other team in the league has done that except Sacramento. They're telling everybody they're gonna beat Sacramento 4-0. They're not worried about
Oh
Sacramento.
yeah, see you, Jaden.
They could beat them
We
4
see you,
times
Jaden.
straight. Hey, good. hey, good for y'all. They're losing the season series 2-1. That's a big emotional victory that it felt like the Kings needed. Now, we didn't know at the time, but given everything that happened yesterday, Suns, Warriors, Lakers, lost. All of those teams, Mavericks right there, lost. And all of a sudden, Kings win one game. They're back in the top 6. All right. You've got Chicago at home. You've got the Lakers in LA. You got San Antonio at home. Then you got Houston at home. You've got to take care. I know they got more home games after that. It gets a little tougher after that. You've got it this next 6 or 7 days.
This week,
you got to take care of your home floor.
Absolutely.
You have got to take care of your home court.
This is a big time week, and it's right there in front of them. To take care of business. It's a big week.
Yeah,
it's a big week.
It starts tonight.
I would probably say 3-1 is the worst case scenario that you can have. I don't necessarily want to put a record on it, but I just know you gotta win your games this week. This is a big time week for them.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Everybody was feeling good. This goes back to my original point. I think a lot of people are saying the same thing, myself included, but a lot of people feeling good after the players only meeting. I don't care about that. You got to win.
Well,
I'm feeling good after the win. People are like, I don't care about that. You got to win. So I think for different reasons, a lot of us are saying the same thing.
Well, I think people are excited about the result of the players only meeting, right? Like, if it's tough because everything is result driven.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings won. If the Kings had lost by 1, and the story of the game would have been the free throws, and the conversation would have been, what do you have to say in a players only meeting to get your free throws to fall during a game? Like the tone would have been different. But if the game plays out exactly the same way and Minnesota's able to hit 2 more shots, or however you want to make this out, you can still look at it and say, the physicality of this team, the defense of this team, it was significantly better. It was as good as we've seen in recent memory. You hope that carries over. It's like a made basket leading to defense, right? Leading to a strong defensive effort. A win might lead to a stronger defensive effort tonight against Chicago. And to me, even more so than the Minnesota game, you want to show me you got something out of that meeting? Beat Chicago.
It's all about
beat
the win.
A tough Chicago team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we're building something, because these are, and I know James brought this up with one of the guys. This I assume it was yesterday. You can't have players only meetings every couple weeks, right? You can't have heart to hearts with the coaches. Like, they did that once earlier in the season, relatively early in the season. To the best of my knowledge, this is the only players only meeting that they've had this year, and it seemed to have resonated with those guys. It actually goes back to what we heard following the Denver game.
Yeah, you pointed that out. Yeah.
They were upset. Like, it wasn't a, hey, there's no De'Aaron. Hey, we're up 3-0 on them. Hey, they were pissed at the way that Denver game went. Not just the fact that they got blown out, but they didn't execute the way that they were supposed to. So to learn that led to a discussion amongst them, that's positive.
Absolutely.
And it resulted so far in a victory.
Absolutely.
Now, we pointed out the schedule. Chicago, that's a below 500 team. You got the Lakers. That's big time, given where they are. You've got San Antonio. That's a 12-win squad that's seemingly capable of winning any night.
They won some good. They've played well as of late.
And then I don't know if you've beat Houston yet. I can't remember. You haven't.
You haven't beat them yet.
You haven't beat Houston
They
yet.
had a big win on Saturday night.
And so you got them coming up in here this weekend.
Yeah.
And then you've and the Lakers Spurs is the back-to-back. That's a Wednesday, Thursday. LA, Sacramento.
And like I said, the Spurs, they beat OKC earlier this week. They beat Indiana last night.
Great. They played the Kings tough a couple weeks ago. They tried to ruin HBCU night. They tried to win in front of Miss Spellman. Awful.
So you've got to play, and that's why, for me, how they play doesn't necessarily matter anymore. You just got to win. You got to win. It's the only thing that matters. It's the only thing that matters. If they come out tonight and they don't play the best game defensively, or they don't make free throws at a high clip or something like that, they find a way to get a W. Oh yeah, I'm skipping. I'm skipping to the kitchen to have me some McQueen after that one. It's all about the, because like I said, the alternative, the flip side, RIP, flip side, is say they play well. Say they play like they did against Minnesota. Everything, they're playing tough and all this other stuff, and they lose. Not skipping anywhere. I'm not, well, at least they, players only meeting is showing that they're playing hard and all this other stuff. Man, win the games. That's what it comes down to. This is winning time. Shout out to HBO's series winning time. RIP to HBO.
Laying there right
Netflix,
next to Flip Side.
That,
laying there right next to Flip Side.
This is winning time, man. And you got to find a way
time
to
for the Boston Celtics.
Ooh.
Series really ended with the Celtics winning a championship.
Tough. Netflix got to bring that back.
I still haven't watched the end of it. I'm saving it.
Oh,
Netflix got to bring that back, man. They can't let that happen, man. Bring it back, Netflix.
If things work out in June for the Celtics, we'll do Celtics beat the Nuggets or whoever, and then I'll throw winning time on after that.
Beat the Kings.
The Kings, yeah,
Celtics,
that's fine.
Celtics beat the Kings in the final. Keon Ellis started yesterday. It'll be interesting. Last game. It'll be interesting to see what Keon's role is, given that we believe De'Aaron Fox will be back. Davion Mitchell did play. It wasn't like Davion was out. Malik obviously played a ton. He was unstoppable. Davion Mitchell played 25 minutes. He hit his first 7 shots. He only missed 1 shot the entire game. I think it was a corner 3.
Yeah.
But he had one of his best, if not his best, offensive game of the season.
Yeah, I feel like this is in the category of and you wonder what we're going to see tonight with Keon. I don't know if we're going to see Keon. I think this is more a situation where Mike wanted to get Davion back in a more comfortable role, coming off the bench and letting him play that way. And if that was the case, it ended up proving to be the right call, because he played a lot better in this game than he did when he started the game the other night when De'Aaron didn't play. So I feel like we're going to see De'Aaron start and Davion come off the bench, and Keon not play at all, maybe.
You know where Keon might be able to find minutes is if Herter's struggling. I don't think it's likely. He didn't play a ton yesterday,
nor
by the way.
should it happen.
No, I don't think it should either.
That's what we talked about last week.
Yeah, I don't
gotta let him keep playing.
I agree, and Mike did that yesterday. He played 32 minutes last night and was like 2 of 12? 3 of 12. He was 3 of 12 last night. Or I'm sorry, I keep saying that. He was 3 of 12 on Friday. And that's a 33-minute game for Kevin Huerter, because he did a lot of other things. He rebounded the ball well. He passed the ball well. I actually thought Kevin Huerter had a really nice game, despite the fact he wasn't shooting very well. But it sucks for Keon. Keon only played 18 minutes in this game. I think a lot of that had to do with the way Davion was shooting, but more specifically the way Malik was playing. Yeah. And for Keon, I thought he did a great job.
Yeah, he did really good.
And you're right. He might not get that run, but it shouldn't be because it won't be because he didn't play well. It won't be because he didn't make the most of his opportunity. He played really well on Friday.
Absolutely, man. Not at all. And you talk about Keon and Davion together as a starting backcourt, so to speak. If you put them all together, they combined for 18 points, 9 assists between the two, and 4 steals. That's production that you want when your starting point guard is out. For whoever fills in as the starting point guard in that game and that bench point guard, if they can give you that now you're cooking.
The 39 didn't hurt either.
Not at all.
It didn't hurt either. We should mention Mr. Double-Double, Domantas Sabonis. The streak continues, 7 of 14 from the field, 21 points for Domas, 15 rebounds, 8 assists, and 6 fouls. He fouled out late in that one.
Is this what is it? The first or second time he's fouled out this year? He hasn't fouled out much, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I'm sure I could find that out pretty quick, but
it doesn't feel like it's been.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't feel like the pandemic that hit last year where he was fouling out. It seemed
Didn't that
like
happen like the first 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah,
and it never happened again.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fouled out a bunch early in last year, and then it just kind of chilled. How are we going to keep Domas out of foul trouble? I don't know. He's fouled out 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
6 times this year.
Yeah, he's fouled out 6 times this year. Yeah, but it's pretty spread out. He fouled out against the Lakers in October. He fouled out the last time. No, not the last time. The first time they played Minnesota. Fouled out versus Toronto and Dallas as well.
Okay. So don't foul out tonight, though. Just keep him on the floor. Let's keep this double. He had the double streak, I think, in the first half. He locked that up.
He had it in the first quarter, if I remember correctly. That dude was everywhere. Yeah, he had 12 and 8
in the first quarter.
Yeah, he had 12 and 8. If only it would get attention. Like he had 17 and 12 at half.
Damn.
Man, he was 6 or 7. Goodness, I don't even think I noticed that. He was 6 or 7 at half.
He was hooping. I mean, I watched that game as we were getting ready, and I got to be honest with you. I didn't think they were going to win that game. I already put in there like, look, man, just get through this game. Let's get on back to Sacramento and get on with the rest of the schedule. And when they were hanging around in there, what's the meme where the guy's playing video games and then when he gets serious, he leans up in the chair. So what I started to do, started to take notice when they were able to hang around in that first half. And then a lot of the times in the third quarter, they were up. And we talked about it, not too long ago. We talk about players only meeting, and they were competing from the start in that game. Competing. That's going to be, I think that's just the X factor with this team moving forward. If they can compete on a regular basis, I already think they're going to be a top 16. But that'll solidify it. If I can lock in on them competing on a regular basis, they're going to cook.
I think their ability to take a punch helps too, because they did go up double digits early in this one. And, similar to what it did against Denver, it went away. Of course, with Denver, it went away and then it went south, and it went south really, really fast. That wasn't the case. They came out, you stick with the boxing analogy. They came out hot in round number 1. And then, they took a couple of punches, drew the game back, and then it just settled into a fight.
Yeah.
And they just traded punches back and forth, and there really wasn't a haymaker, right? It was like the Kings won on the cards.
Yeah.
Because they were able to put it away with that final free throw to make it I think it was a Trey Lyles free throw to make it a 4-point game. But as we said a second ago, it was 123-120 for 2 minutes. It wasn't just Minnesota that wasn't scoring.
No, man.
The Kings.
Minnesota couldn't find a way.
Yeah.
Part of that was, Ant-Man not being there in that second half. I don't know what happened there, but he wasn't there in the second half. They said personal reasons.
Yeah, I think his wife went into labor.
Oh, okay.
Or person. I don't know if it's his wife or not, but his person went into labor.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, definitely. He's definitely not married, but that's who he's with.
Yeah, so his person went into labor.
I didn't hear that. Congratulations,
as reported, I believe, by Katie. I think Katie was like, well, I got tipped off a little bit to what's going on here, and she explained the situation because when they came back, Ant-Man was gone, and the belief was he had been at the hospital earlier in the day. He'd been at the hospital the night before, and everyone was kind of aware, hey, this thing might happen, and that's what it was.
Congratulations to Ant-Man and that baby.
Hey, salute to the young lady too. Fantastic timing.
Yeah, great job.
Hey, the city of Sacramento, find out the hospital. And we'll send you.
Great job, baby.
Yeah. Because there's a good chance, even at that point, he probably a little bit distracted. you know what I mean? And understandably so.
Turning point in the kid's season was when Anthony Edwards' kid was born.
Oh, that'd be tremendous. That'd be tremendous.
That's what changed everything.
Point back to when Ant-Man's kid was born.
Hey, baby.
We'll come back. Man, I noticed some things about your boy.
Who's my boy?
Your boy Cat. Cat got some.
I like Cat, but
yeah.
Cat had a wild weekend.
Cat got some tendencies, boy. We'll talk about that and how Sacramento responded. We'll open the phone lines up for you as well. 916-909-1320. We'd love to hear from you. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let me see.
My little ESPN card go. Like a box of chocolates, huh? TCG, you never know what you're going to get. I ain't even mad at that. I'd love to see them settle into some consistency. Stupid's right there. It just feels like it's a lot to ask for them. Okay, now they're going to be really consistent. 20 games left in the season. Mark, bro, that's facts, dude. That's facts. Bro is
he sneaky like that?
Yeah.
Is he turning into that?
It was really like glaringly obvious to me. Like he had a couple of plays. I mean, everyone remembers the one where he kneed Domas. But he had some where he's like shoving HB off him. Like, yo, I was watching this dude like, yo, he's nasty.
Well, yeah, sometimes it was away from the ball too, just kind of like when the play's not even around, just kind of being sneaky, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you should do it, man. Go see him when you can. Go see him when you can. I was talking to a friend in DC this morning. She was like, I gotta go see Wembanyama in person. I was like, yep, you sure do. Better than any of that basketball you have to watch out there now. Yeah, he sure did. He sure did. Yeah, he had a couple of them. Well, it's facts, Daryl. That's facts. That's facts.
I don't think Ryan Garcia is okay.
That was a wild weekend.
I think he released the video today saying all his bank accounts and everything is like locked. He can't do anything.
He might not be able to fight. They might have to reevaluate that. Damn. That's crazy. Oh. Perea? I have to go through this every time I wear.
We got to create you like a sign. You just hold up.
I feel like I do this every time for the last 3.5 years. Now, to be fair, and excuse me if I'm saying the name wrong, I haven't seen Perea before. So I wear other teams' hats. I don't have a problem with any other hat. The only hat I'll never wear is a Dodger hat, but I'm more into the fashion of it, matching with the colors, you know, the look of it all. I don't trip off wearing other hats. Like I said, except for a Dodger hat. You'll never see me in a Dodger hat, but other than that, everybody else is fair game.
What about your son? Would your son ever wear a Dodgers hat?
That's a whole nother story. He would, because he's a Yankees fan, so he doesn't really hate the Dodgers like that. I just remembered something. Did you did you catch Malik in the post game?
I did. When he cussed. Yeah.
Like funny. Deuce was like, hey man, can you guys start to make your free throws or whatever?
Yeah.
And Malik just kind of deadpan, just kind of like not even laughing about it. Was like, yeah, man. I be saying the same S, man. I be hating that S. Yeah. And then he was like, well, thanks, Malik. He's like, thanks, man. No problem, man. Y'all be good, man. Y'all be good.
Y'all better know what it is when you give Malik a live mic.
Said it twice.
Shoot,
Not even like, oh, snap, my bad, guys. Just hate that S.
No, we
saying
know.
the same S.
Are the Kings the all dumb button team in the NBA?
They might be because you can't even like we look, we know there's certain video clips we can't go to live. I was listening to De'Aaron Fox post practice yesterday. Well,
because there's Fox, Malik, JaVale gets down a couple times.
Oh, JaVale gets down. Yeah. JaVale got us. Yeah, Malik's got us.
Oh man.
And De'Aaron's got us. De'Aaron gets us regularly.
Love Malik, man.
De'Aaron gets us regularly. Now that was funny. I laughed a little bit because I'm sure even though they can't control it, there's nothing they can do. I'm sure like a bead of sweat dropped down the side of Deuce's forehead when that happened. So that was good stuff. I wonder how Malik feels about the way Karl Anthony Towns was playing yesterday. Maybe I should just go home. Y'all got this the rest of
You know what? No, hit the intro. Restart it.
Start over, man. Goodness gracious. You know why it is? Because I watched the game in its entirety yesterday.
Yeah.
That's why.
It bees like that.
Loser.
It's those 2-day breaks in the second part of the season. You're good, bro. It's not your fault.
They should have played yesterday. I mean, that was the normal progression, but they had an extra day off.
Well, I watched the game yesterday. I don't know what y'all did.
I watched a bunch of teams lose, and I was happy yesterday.
Oh man, I couldn't have been happier. I
even tweeted Bonte.
I turned that one off. I went to Duke, North Carolina.
I went to the Clippers, Wolves at halftime and said, "Oh, I didn't even know they was playing. I didn't know Duke, North Carolina was playing. I probably would have watched that too."
The women were playing.
Yeah.
Women were playing yesterday.
Duke won, right?
Mm-mm.
They didn't win. Instagram caption fooled me.
No, they lost by like 4.
Instagram caption. Oh, they won that one. No,
they did not win that one. Yeah, Carolina got them on their senior night. Yo, Karl Anthony Towns is dirty. Your boy Cat's dirty. Yes, he is. No. Your boy's dirty.
Let's not do that. He's not dirty.
Your boy, yes, he is.
He's just clumsy and out of control. Like so you gonna put him in the same class as Draymond Green?
He's got Draymond Green tendencies.
No,
bro. Okay, look, the obvious one is he need Domas.
Yeah, that was tough.
Sent Domas.
That was tough to watch.
Sent my man run into the locker room. He kicked Trey Lyles in the face.
That was the very next play.
Okay. Then you have
back-to-back plays.
Yo, there was at least 3 plays where he's trying to create, and how this isn't called is fascinating to me. He gives like a Heisman to Harrison Barnes on like 3 occasions where Cat's trying to create space. He steps back. Harrison follows him, and he just goes, no, and pushes him away like, yo, how is this legal? What is he doing?
He did one of those last night where he did like the move where they're like crossover, go behind the back, and they'll swipe the guy, almost like the Jordan on Russell. Like, but nowadays they do it. It's like a violent slap in the back, and they push you this way. He did it yesterday too.
Foul call?
No foul call.
Bro,
your
boy's dirty.
He's not dirty.
He's dirty-ish.
He's not dirty-ish because dirty-ish would imply that there's purpose behind that. There's no purpose behind any of the stuff that he does. He's just wild.
I'm going dirty-ish.
No, because it would be like, I'm gonna try, or Trey Lyles.
That's what he's doing.
Well, see, that's a different story. You think he's trying to do it? I don't think he's trying to do it. I think he's just wild.
You think that knee was just a wild
guy.
play? You think that knee was just a wild play?
Yeah, he didn't try to hit Sabonis.
He ain't bring his knee up.
Yes, but he
For
said
what purpose?
because he's clumsy. Do you think he tried to hit Domas in the nuts?
I think he was aiming to hit Domas. He was doing what he was doing it with what he was doing with his knee, what he did with his hand to HB. He was trying to create space.
And once again, there's a level of what's the word I'm looking for? Not athleticism, but coordination. There's a level of coordination that he doesn't have that you have to be able to do something like that.
Dirty-ish. Nah. I'll give you he's not dirty. He's dirty-ish. He's realized what he can get away with. So he does it. Bro, I'll pull up these clips on Synergy. You look at Harrison Barnes. It's wild. He just threw Harrison Barnes to the side.
It's not dirty.
It's dirty-ish. It's dirty-ish. Kicking Trey Lyles in the face is dirty-ish.
So once again, that was crazy when I seen that. I said, yo, because I saw Trey Lyles like just go down. I was like, oh,
he grabbed his throat like he was Ricky Steamboat. I was like, hey, what happened to?
I saw the replay. He just back foot kicked him to the throat. That was a super kick. Straight to the throat.
Tuning up the band. Carl Anthony Towns delivering sweet chin music. I'm sorry, I love you to Trey Lyles. Can't believe you defending this dude.
I just don't think he's dirty. I think he's clumsy.
He's dirty-ish.
I don't think he's dirty-ish either.
Kenya Barris on line 1. He says it's dirty-ish.
Because here's the thing. Like dirty would like that stuff is transferable. You know, defense, he would just be like doing the same things. He'd be slapping people in the face and, you know, elbowing in the throat and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like it wouldn't be just on the offensive end. It would be who he is. And you don't really have those type of defensive moments.
I'm gonna pull up some caps.
One of the guys that here in I'm gonna find somebody else because I don't want to go with him. Let's go with understanding where Pat Bev is coming from. Boy, if the Kings get in a series with the Timberwolves, I could tell by game 2, I'm gonna be sick of yo boy, Rudy Gobert. Oh my gosh, I can't.
What'd Rudy do to you?
He's first of all, he's got that face. Then he's always just doing something stupid.
What'd he do with his face? What's wrong with his face?
He got that stupid look on his face.
Do you guys remember when Mark Spears came on here? I think the Kings had beat a team or lost. Was it Minnesota where they were in the locker room? He could hear them?
Yeah, they had lost. It was when they were trying to clinch a playoff spot.
Yeah.
And they lost, and it looked like there was at least a thought that it could be Sacramento and Minnesota in the first round of the playoffs. And yeah, it was Mark Spears the next day who said not only were they celebrating, they were inviting a series against Sacramento.
Hey, there's some things there.
Yeah, let's invite it again. Jaden, I like Jaden. We all heard what you said, Jaden. I'm sure the Kings heard what you said too, Jaden. Hey, let's do it. I don't care how that has to happen.
And he said that after the game, right?
Yeah.
He said that after the game, after they had already lost to Sacramento on their home floor twice.
Yeah.
That they're not worried about them. They could beat them 4 times.
Let's do it. Let's do it. And once again, if you guaranteed me the Kings would get into the playoffs, I don't care how it would have to happen. Let me see Minnesota. Let's do it. Malik, light your ass up again. Fox, light your ass up again. Let's do it. Give me that.
Bro, this dude is so dirty. Come on, man.
What do you do now? What's the different play?
I'm trying to. I don't know how to. Oh, here we go. He stuck his leg out on a screen to. I think that looked like Malik. Stuck his leg out, runs to the basket, and then like goes 1,000 miles an hour at Keegan Murray, and somehow they call a charge on Keegan.
And that
not a charge.
On Cat. And that led to my boy. My boy, I know it's kind of trendy. There's always a joke, right? Of like the Kings, like Kings fans, we love these guys and put them in this hierarchy of people, and they never play. Like, shout out Jack Cooley, you know what I mean? My boy Mason Jones. Did you see Mason Jones after that play?
Yeah.
That's my boy, Mason Jones.
Yeah,
that's my boy. I love Mason Jones. He was hyped up after that charge by Keegan, which could have been called a block.
Wow.
But that's neither here nor there. Mason Jones was hyped up. That's my boy, man. Let's go.
Hold on. You all right? Yeah. No, that was. No, that's a charge.
He's leaning. He's leaning a little bit.
Nah, maybe we're talking about two different plays. He ain't leaning on this one. He's probably fearing for his life because here comes Carl Anthony Dirty-ish. Bro, I can't believe you think this dude is clean. This is terrible.
I just think he's clumsy. He's a tall, goofy moving guy.
He's definitely goofy moving.
That's how it
gracious,
is. I played with guys like that. Like I played against guys like that, with guys like that, and they'll do some crazy stuff. It's not because they're trying to hurt somebody or they don't care. They're just clumsy. They're just not in control of all their limbs all the time.
This dude been in the league how long? 10 years?
That's a long time. Wow. God.
I don't know that it's been that long. He's been in the league a long time. It's got to be close to it.
Yeah.
Learn some control.
It's never gonna happen.
Here comes another one. He's a big boy, man. Goodness gracious. He is a big dude. That's a physical basketball team. So, like, Chris Finch isn't going to tell him, hey, stop.
Mm.
Like, that's like Minnesota's a physical basketball team. I think the good thing about what we saw Friday was the Kings responded to that physicality.
I'm just laughing in the chat. Sometimes people just say whatever. BP Butler 95. Clumsy? Come on, man. Even you know you're wrong. Yeah, I know I'm wrong. Yeah. What are you talking about?
I always knew Kenny was a mouthpiece for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Some of the things people say crack
Minnesota
me up,
Kenny.
They crack me up. Like people were really upset last night in the Bay Area with the tweet that I made from Bonte's tweet. Oh,
I didn't see it. What it said?
Warriors fan. So I brought up and people were like, oh, you dug up. I was literally thinking about what happened when the Kings played the Celtics last year, when the Celtics beat the hell out of them.
Mm-hmm.
And Bonte with a little side swipe last year.
I remember
when he was like, oh,
there's levels to
in
this?
3 quarters, the Celtics are showing the Kings there's levels to this contender stuff. So all I did was did a little Dr. David.
There you go.
Put Celtics Kings in the title.
Very good.
At Bonte Hill or whatever. Found the tweet. And I did the thing like when you do a typo, the asterisk. So the original tweet was through 3 quarters, Boston is letting the Kings know there are quote unquote levels to being a contender. And I put asterisk 2 quarters, asterisk Warriors. The Bay Area was so upset with me, man. They were so upset. It was almost the equivalent of
that's funny.
The equivalent of like the what was that? Real Housewives when the girl was yelling and they're yelling at me and I said 2 quarters. I was the cat.
It's so funny too, because like, oh, Kenny was waiting on this for like a year. Yeah, Kenny was like sitting every time the Warriors played the Celtics. Oh, this could be the day I could pull the tweet out. Like this could be it.
Literally thought about it 2 minutes before I actually tweeted it. But I'm like an elephant. I don't forget those things. So if something comes up, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get back at it. But they were so mad. They're like, you guys win a playoff series first. Warriors. That was a cat.
Someone said Bonte having a tough week. First Draymond, now this. Oh, they really was in their feelings.
Win a playoff series in Sacramento first. 2 quarters.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, they so soft. That's funny. That's funny.
What was his response? Bonte had a gif where it was like Eddie Murphy laughing. Bonte know what it is. Just like when he puts the guy at the funeral when we don't make an all-star. Yeah. We know what it is, man. Y'all be tripping more than we do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the funeral man was funny. We had to bring that back.
We didn't forget, boy. That's what I'm saying. We ain't say nothing, but just like this tweet, don't think we forgot.
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah.
We see it.
2 quarters.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form as well. You can watch on 1320 TV on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter if you'd like. We'd love to have you in here. Hit the thumbs up, hit the follow button, subscribes, do all of that stuff. If you want to get in on the phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Sacramento Kings get a victory on Friday, and they are back at the Golden One Center tonight. A crucial stretch of games coming up here with not the highest caliber of opponents, but some really, really tough squads. Of course, you got the first night of a back-to-back with the Lakers coming up on Wednesday. Victor Wembanyama's back here for a second time on Thursday. That was a really tough game a couple of weeks ago between the Sacramento Kings and the San Antonio Spurs. And then they got the Houston Rockets, who they have not yet beat this season.
Yeah. Rockets, they did God's work the other day too.
They got
Phoenix.
Yeah.
I was watching that game too.
Phoenix. We'll talk more about them moving forward. They've got they're going to have an interesting 10 days ahead or so, 7 to 10 days ahead.
They already had an interesting road ahead of them, and now it just got even more
interesting. Yeah.
More. I don't think that I said on the handoff, I think the Kings and the Pelicans are the two playoff teams.
Yeah, the Pelicans, they got that Sun schedule. They didn't play yesterday. They don't play tonight.
These guys. Everybody gets the Sun schedule.
I don't think they played Saturday. Yeah, I don't think they played Saturday either.
And so the funny thing, you talk about the schedule, I was looking at something earlier, and I love Tankathon. Tankathon does a great job, and they don't do it's not like a Hollinger PER thing. It's literally just best winning percentage games left for your remaining schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And the Kings are now down at the 11th toughest schedule based on that. Based on
what was it before? Like
they were like fourth
fifth?
at one point.
Yeah.
Then they played Denver and it went to 7th. Now they've got Denver and Minnesota out the way and they're down to 11th.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But I don't completely understand it because Dallas is at 24th, the 24th toughest remaining schedule. And I'm looking at like they go through their tough opponents. They've got 2 versus OKC,
mm-hmm.
a Nuggets game, 2 versus the Kings, 2 versus the Heat, 1 versus Indiana, 3 versus the Warriors. Off the top of my head, that's like 12 games.
Mm.
I don't know how that equates to the 24th toughest schedule.
They
got 2 against Detroit, 1 against San Antonio, 1 against the Hornets.
Okay.
2 against the Jazz and the Rockets.
Where are the Warriors at on that
They're
list?
25.
Okay, so I think the Warriors have like 3 games against San Antonio.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. They got 2 games. They got
2.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. I was looking at the wrong one. They got 3 games.
Okay.
3 games against San Antonio. And then the odd thing about this is Golden State has 25th, but in this breakdown, the Mavericks aren't considered a tough opponent, which is bizarre because the Warriors are considered a tough opponent for the Mavericks, but the Mavericks aren't considered a tough opponent for the Warriors, and the Mavericks are ahead of the Warriors.
The Mavericks are 34-27. The Golden State Warriors are 32-28. That's fascinating.
Yeah, so I don't know. So they got the Warriors 25th hardest schedule without including their 3 games against the Mavericks.
Man, love this. Love this play-in area. Phoenix lost 2, Dallas lost 2, Golden State lost 1, Lakers lost 1. Love that.
Yes.
Love to see that.
Yes. And look, these are the things that we were talking about last week when people were jumping out the window because of the Nuggets game. And it's everybody around you is playing so much better. Like they're starting to ramp up and you guys look, the last 10 games. And they talked about last 10 games because at the time it was like the Warriors are 8-2, the Mavericks are 7-3, whatever the numbers were. That's what they were talking about last 10. I said it's going to change. And it did. Last 10 games right now for the Pelicans, Kings, Suns, and Mavs, respectively. 6-4 for the Pelicans, 5-5 for the Kings, 5-5 for the Suns, 6-4 for the Mavs. These teams aren't going anywhere. I think the Pelicans and the Kings have the best opportunity to create some space. I think those are out of the 4 teams fighting for the 2 playoff spots, and you could say 6 if you want to, but we'll just keep it at 4. I think the Kings and the Pelicans are better than the Suns and the Mavericks.
Okay, I would stretch it out to the other 4.
I think they're better than those 2 teams too.
That's and
Though
they're
I think
gonna
the Pelicans and Kings are better than the Lakers and the Warriors.
Yeah, they're gonna have a chance to prove it against the Lakers on Wednesday. Yeah, there's a lot to break down with this Western Conference, man. This is our life. This is it. Mick Foley and The Rock. This is your life for the next month and some change. Going through tankathon schedules, looking at who won last night, who won the night before, who's got games ahead against who, how many times do these teams play each other. That's kind of, I feel like it was Dallas and Golden State. There weren't a ton of multi-game matchups against each other. Dallas and Golden State have one. I mean, I think they have a couple of games against each other. Sacramento, that's what I thought. They had 3 against each other. Sacramento has 2 against Dallas, and then I don't feel like there's a lot of other crossover there. There's like 1 here, 1 there, 1 here, 1 there. Like we went over to Phoenix schedule. Like, who's Phoenix playing along the way? And
Phoenix just got tough games.
Yeah,
like they're not playing any of these.
Well, they got tougher.
Teams.
Yeah, the Phoenix's games got tougher.
Phoenix they watch out for them in a bad way.
That's a weird basketball team, man. That's a weird team.
Yeah, well, I'll go a step further. It's an average at best basketball team. They're not that good. They have top end talent when they're all healthy, but they got a bunch of just kind of random NBA players after that. And number one, you expect them all. You're looking for them all to have like career years, the randoms, and you're looking for those other guys to stay healthy. And the combination of the two, like asking for both of those things, it's a recipe for playing, to be honest. Because it's probably not going to, especially with the history of your 3 top end guys injury wise. They're always all 3 of them are always hurt. And that's what's happened.
And the importance of that, you don't have to look much further than what the Kings did on Friday. It's like all wins are team wins. But you point to how everybody contributed with De'Aaron Fox out. Like this wasn't a huge De'Aaron, Domas, Malik game, and the Kings were able to get a win. This was something where Keon and Davion contributed. This is something where Trey Lyles came up big. Obviously, Malik was extraordinary. Harrison was solid. Herter did a lot of little things. This was the definition of a complete team victory for Sacramento on Friday night. It's hard to sometimes envision a team like Phoenix having that on a regular basis. Truth be told, sometimes it's hard for me to see that with the Lakers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you can get some solid performances from guys, but can you get it regularly, particularly in a playoff series?
I mean, with them, obviously you got LeBron and AD, but Austin Reeves is kind of up and down. D'Lo's kind of up.
I feel like he's
down.
more up and down than he was last year.
Yeah, he is. He's just essentially who he is. Like people thought he was going to like elevate to another level. No, he's just a good ball player. But then they're relying on guys, and I like these guys, but they're relying on Spencer Dinwiddie, my guy Cam Reddish, Rui Hachimura. Like, these guys are closer to the random guys in the NBA that I just talked about Phoenix have. That's a team that's the crazy thing when like we talk about NBA Today and ESPN, like why are we spending this? I know why, but why are we spending this much time on it? This isn't a team that's winning a championship. This team is nowhere near a championship contender. The Warriors, they showed you yesterday and last Sunday, it's not a championship contender. So why are we spending the first 10 minutes of the show on either one of these teams? talking about, well, they just got to get in. No, they don't. They get in, they're going to get blasted. That's the reality of the situation. But I digress.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings and some sneaky, huge stats from the game on Friday. We'll also continue to talk about the Western Conference. LeBron James becomes the first player in NBA history to reach 40,000 points. We'll talk all about that and why the upcoming stretch for Phoenix got a whole lot tougher over the weekend. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh, it's live, pal.
Just for fun. Just for fun. Paul Heyman going to the Hall of Fame.
I mean, track record of what? Like they have won a championship. Both teams have won a championship, but like track record, we're also talking about a Warriors team that didn't even make the playoffs a couple years ago. We're talking about a Warriors team last year that lost in the second round. So they and winning a series ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a championship. These teams ain't winning no championship. It's not even the same team as a couple years ago. That F guy, I'll bet you a Oreo. Neither one of those teams won a championship.
Don't take that bet if it's lemon.
If you ever get a chance to watch I saw that. Yeah, I've seen it. It's tremendous. Here's what I told Chris. I can appreciate like a match for like a match, but if I don't know the story, it's not going to resonate the same with me. Like WrestleMania 25, I knew the story, and to me, that's the greatest match I ever saw. Like Omega and Okada, like it's terrific. Like I don't care about either one of those individuals, so the match means far, far less to me. But it's incredible. I'm always like sour on matches where guys just literally beat the shit out of each other. Like, what is the purpose of this, guy? This is a work.
Is that why you haven't watched Goldberg and Taker?
Yes. I tried one day but I couldn't find I'm convinced they scrubbed it from the network.
Dude, they might have. Like that I wouldn't hate that if they did.
The last time we talked about it, I tried to find it, but I think they got rid of it from the internet. I did, man. I saw like a video thing on it. It's pretty incredible. John Poles, good to see you, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, we talked about that, Carlton. We definitely did. Hey, let my man rock. It's a wild thing to say after a team beats you, but go ahead.
Okay, so you see the Darby Allin guy jump off onto the glass?
He did what?
He jumped off a ladder onto chairs, and there was like a glass slab on the chairs and broke it.
It was
real glass too, I guess.
It was so unnecessary.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Is he
like,
okay?
He's fine.
He's fine.
That's his
up,
gimmick.
but...
Like that's what he does. Like he does crazy stuff. But
come on, man.
It's so dumb.
Come on now.
It was the only part I think that I guess that's what people want from him. He's like the Mick Foley. What sort of dangerous thing are you going to do? But you didn't need all that in Sting's last match. Like it was fine just the way it was. It would have been fine without that, I should say.
The rule should be like if Jeff Hardy didn't do it, then you don't need to do it.
Oh, Jeff, don't do it. Don't do it, Jeff.
I'm trying to do something here. I don't want to sound like a hater because I'm not. I don't necessarily feel this way about this guy.
Are you talking about Jason Kelsey?
No.
Okay, because I was low-key being a hater because this dude's like retired like 3 different times already, bro.
Like I said, I'm not. But I don't know, man. I don't know, man, what?
Dr. David put out this Locked on the Wolves gif with Kenny Caraway as the new host.
Oh.
And my most recent follower is named Triple OG, but his avatar is a Wolves logo. But he's in Citrus Heights.
I think
I'm confused.
I know who he is. I think he's a dude that be messaging me on Instagram. And he's been talking since like the summer about, the Wolves. We ain't talking about Light the Beam.
Yeah.
The Wolves are getting like,
that might be who it is. Yeah, that might be who it is.
and he's good. Hey,
I think it's our man George. Yeah.
Much love. I don't care.
Who was you getting ready to hate on during the commercial break?
I'll tell you. Let's get to the calls first. I don't want to have the people waiting because this might take a while.
Who
we got Maddie.
Maddie, 916-909-1320. What's up, Maddie?
Yo, what's good with the big homies? How we feeling today?
We good, man. We good. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm chilling, man. Charging up my car. Had to download the Odyssey app.
I see you.
Damn, man, these damn Teslas ain't got no AM radios.
Well, you got to go to 98.5 FM HD2.
Yeah,
that's how you find it.
Oh, okay.
That's us. Just look for the Christmas logo. That's us.
I got you.
I don't know why, but that's us.
Yeah, we in there.
Yeah, 98.5. That's how you do it.
It sounds great too, by the way.
It sounds incredible.
Good looking. Yeah. That's the only thing about like the AM, the radio. It sounds a little bit better than like the Odyssey app. No shade, but it do.
No, I got
this one is gonna. When you hear this one, you'll be like, whoa. This is next level.
My voice is 10 times deeper and it's more fuller. It's amazing.
So I just wanted to run some by off. You know, obviously with Fox and Sabonis out towards the end of overtime, Malik went God mode and kind of took over. But what I really wanted to see was Keegan, take some big shots in those moments because I think for the Kings to get where they want to be as a franchise and potential title contender. I think he's got to be the second best player on this team eventually, right? And the Kings, I think they told us that in so many words with their lack of movement at the deadlines. I don't think they want to make a move for a player that'll hinder his development. He's already like the third scoring option, possibly fourth behind Malik. So I guess my question is, how do the Kings manage that with Keegan Murray getting better and progressing into like an all-star caliber player while they have all these mouths to feed?
Patiently. Yeah, you just give Keegan time to develop into that type of player.
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume what Maddie said was something similar to what Kyle Madsen has said to us in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Keegan Murray is going to be the Kings' second best player anytime soon. He might be the Kings' second best scorer. He'd be more likely to be that than I think the team's second best player for the immediate future. Maybe down the road, sure. But the next 2 or 3 years, I still think that mantle belongs to Domantas Sabonis. But he could very well become the Kings' second best scorer while Domas remains the Kings' second best player. Obviously, both behind De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't even know if he will necessarily be that if Malik Monk stays around. I'm still of the belief that he's one of your top 3 players.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a great thing to have because you look at Keegan Murray, and for a number of different teams in this league, if he develops the way we think he can, he might be their second best player or even their third best player or scorer, whatever the case may be, because he's that good. If you have him here in Sacramento where he's like a fourth best player, that means you're pretty good. That's the way I think about it. So if this continues, and I think points per game wise, just because he's a starter, the minutes are a little more consistent. He may not have people behind him that can play as many minutes as there are guards that can play for Malik Monk on a particular night. He may always average more points than Malik Monk. But if he's looked at as like your fourth best player overall for just doing a poll, it's a good look because Keegan's really good.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to even get better.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I like that.
916-909-1320. Go ahead.
I was gonna talk about the situation that's got me a little flummoxed right now.
Flummoxed.
Luka Doncic won NBA Player of the Month for February. 33.4 points per game, 9.6 rebounds a night, 10.3 assists per game. Luka's bad, man. That guy can hoop. And the team went 8-3 in that time. Well deserved. In that time frame, Sabonis, who looked like he had an inside track on it, maybe 20 points a game, 13.8 rebounds, 10.2 assists, 61% from the field. I don't know the exact number, but a number of, obviously in every game they played, a double-double, and a number of triple-doubles in that time.
Yeah, James just posted that. I can give you that. I feel like it was 8, but that seems outrageous. Let me get the exact number for you because James just posted
8 double-double or 8 triple-doubles?
8 triple-doubles. It was. He posted 8 triple-doubles and obviously 12 double-doubles.
That's crazy, bro. That is crazy.
And I believe we looked at that. I believe the record was 6-6 in February.
Wow.
In the 12 games.
That's crazy. But this is the thing that Luka, especially with the record, should have won it over Domas. That's not the thing that has me a little flummoxed.
I like this word.
I made a comment earlier, and you kind of looked at me a little bit. Like, what'd you say? Luka was on the screen. I said, I'm careful because I don't want to seem like a hater. I said, you want to talk about empty calories? You want to talk about
can we
empty
turn that
calories?
into a 77 somehow and get it on the website? I don't know.
You want to talk about empty calories, and it's tough to say that when the guy's averaging 30-plus points per game, nearly a triple-double and all this other stuff. But I look at the Mavericks, and I was watching them yesterday as things just went from all good to all bad in a heartbeat. I think they started off that game 14-0 against Philly, and then we're down by double digits for much of the rest of the game.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I feel like Luka, unbelievably talented. That team is the most, I don't know how to put it. Kyrie Irving's the guy. Kyrie Irving is what's going to determine whether or not they're going to be good or bad.
He's there.
Not Luka Doncic.
He's the X factor.
He's
like,
the
what do you
factor. Like Luka's the better overall player and all this other stuff.
Right.
But I just feel like Luka just kind of gets stats. He just gets numbers. I don't know. I don't want to say impact winning, but maybe not impact winning, because I thought about, okay, when were they good? They were good when Jalen Brunson was there and cooking. When Luka is left to his own devices without another dynamic top flight guard, team's garbage. And they talk about what happened in February and he gets player of the month and all this other stuff. Part of what happened in February was Kyrie Irving stayed healthy, came back and stayed healthy the entire month. And you look at Luka's number. We'll just look at some numbers for the month of February. Like I read the 34 points, 10 rebounds, 9 assists, almost a triple-double. Shot 51% from the field. 30, I'll give him 40. It's 39.8% from three, 78% from the free throw line. Kyrie Irving in the month of February, not saying he should win player of the month, but 27.7 points per game, 5 assists. Man shot 55% from the field, 46% from beyond the arc, 87% from the free throw line. I just feel like Kyrie is the guy. Like I say it. I'm watching the game last night, and obviously I'm rooting for the Sixers to win. And I'm like, get the ball out of Kyrie's hands. Get it out of his hands. Like, obviously rooting for the Sixers. Do not give Kyrie any looks. He's dribbling, doing all this other stuff. I'm like, this is about to be a bucket. Damn. Kyrie about to bring him back. Like, that's the feeling I had. Not necessarily the same feeling I had when Luka had the ball. I was just like, he gonna do something selfish. Like, I don't think his brand of basketball, we've talked about this numerous times over the last couple of years, but I don't think, like, he accumulates these stats, but I don't think he's like a team player, if that makes any sense.
James Harden.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, James, at least to this point, had a greater amount of regular season success. Like, he was on 60 some odd win teams. Like, he was on some big time teams in Houston. But
like,
yeah, they feel like the same thing to me.
They're exactly the same thing.
Extremely talented.
Yeah.
But you almost have to have a very specific group of players around them, and it might not still be enough.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing right now, right? I don't want to disrespect Luka and say he's empty calories. I don't want to say that. I don't believe he's that. But I do kind of feel like he just accumulates numbers. And it's not winning basketball. It's not winning basketball. I feel like Kyrie, offensively at the very least, is the guy that, like, for instance, if Kyrie isn't cooking or isn't playing efficient basketball or scoring at will and doing all this other stuff, they're not going to win. I don't care what Luka does. If Kyrie is killing and Luka's got like 21 and 7 assists, still a very good game or something like that, I think the Mavs are winning that game.
Let's look at something real quick. Joe, we'll take Joe out of this conversation, obviously, because he's hurt. He was leading the league in scoring. But you go and you look at the standings, and you got Luka Doncic at 34.5 points per game. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is third. He's at 31.2. His team is 42-18. Giannis Antetokounmpo is after Shai. He's at 30.8.
Really the most slept on player in the league at this point.
Which is insane. His team's 40-21. You got Donovan Mitchell after that. He's at 28 points per game. The Cleveland Cavaliers are 39-21. And then you get to Durant, Booker, Jalen. That's where it gets a little sketchy. You have Steph Curry there. And then you got Jason Tatum to round out the top 10. De'Aaron Fox right on the outside. The point in that exercise is, of those leading scorers, the Dallas Mavericks by far have the worst record. And so it adds a little credence to what you're talking about.
And we'll insert Joel Embiid in there, because when he was playing, that was like the second seed in the East.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what their record was.
Yeah,
so
they had
I
a hell of a
eliminated
record.
them. Yeah, I couldn't remember, but he's averaging 35.3 points per game. And yeah, I their record right now is, I know it's 35 wins, 35-25. I don't remember what it was before he got hurt, though.
Yeah.
And so he had played 34 games, to give you an idea of where that might be. But he was at 35.3 points per game.
Let me see.
I don't know. I feel like I think it's why Dallas will never scare me in a playoff series. And I don't mean that as a Kings fan. I mean as a fan of, like, whoever my team is. If I'm a fan of the Thunder and I got the Mavericks, I'm not worried about Luka Doncic. If I'm Denver and I got I'm not worried about it. To a certain degree. We've said that I feel like Sacramento was better than Dallas. And part of the reason is, if I have to have the ball in Luka's hand, and maybe this is because we lived it, If I could have the ball in Luka's hands instead of Kyrie's hands, yeah, give me that.
That's what I'm saying. And it's not that Luka hasn't made clutch shots or isn't a shot maker himself. I don't want it to come off that way. But I a lot of this came from me just watching the game yesterday and saying, and obviously wanting the Mavs to lose. They started to make a comeback, and Kyrie started cooking. And I was like, you get the ball anywhere else but Kyrie's hands.
Mm-hmm.
You can't stop him. He's a bucket every time. Getting to the foul line, hitting threes, all this other stuff. And Luka's game gets all the praise or whatever, but I think Kyrie he's the guy. He's whether or not they're going to win or lose. Just like to a certain degree, and this is where I formulated this thought, just like to a certain degree when Jalen Brunson was there.
Mm.
When we seen Luka to his own devices, they're not good. They're just not. So there's that. Real quick, when Joel went down the first time, because he re-injured himself against Golden State.
Mm-hmm.
When he went down the first time, that was coming off him scoring 70. Then a loss to Indiana. They were 15 games over 500, 29-14.
Man. Let's get TC in here now on 6-909-1320. TC, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man? What's up with my two brothers?
What up, big dog?
Man, just tapping in with my boys, man. You know what I'm saying? So y'all had a good weekend, man. Y'all had a nice night out there on Friday night at Lovers.
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, look, check it out. Hey, Trey Lyles is a dog, bro. You know what I'm saying? I love that dude for even calling a meeting. Everybody want to, say it got to be the starters or whatever. But to see, that's even more gritty, Kenny, to see somebody off your bench like Lyles come in and say, man, you know what, bro? This is unacceptable. Let's hold a players meeting, dog. We got to get our stuff together. I like that dog mentality. I don't got to listen. I'm going to mark it right now. I got the boys not looking back from here on out, bro. And we finna win round one.
Oh, okay. I like that. I like that. Okay. All right, TC. I like that. Yeah, might happen.
Sorry.
What you see?
The Golden One Center put out a little teaser.
Oh, for what we last week, please?
For what I think we're
or is it something else?
For what we're announcing it. I put it on the screen. I mean, where'd it go? I could show you on the screen. I don't know. There might be a few people.
Oh boy.
There might be a few people who could put pictures.
It's happening.
It's
happening.
I don't know if y'all know what it is. Go take a look at it or tap in with D-Lo and Casey.
Summer too hot.
Wow. That was. I don't know.
That was overt.
I don't know what Kenny's talking about. Kenny can't keep secrets for nothing. I ain't never seen him put out.
Well, hell.
I ain't never.
11-11.
I ain't never seen him put out a teaser before like this before, though. I'm with it.
He did that.
Someone responded, "Please be WWE." I don't think so, guys. Wow, there's a lot of wrestling fans in here. I was looking to see, what did people say?
Who the hell would even be 11-11?
I don't know. There's an Ultimate Warrior gift. There's a Roman Reigns gift. There's a Rock.
Another one of those Jericho countdowns or something. He's back.
Oh, there you go. Chris Jericho's returning to the WWE at the Golden One Center on 11/11. Or you could just tap in with D-Lo and Casey tomorrow on 102.5 KSFM. I think the announcement will be made in the morning, but
I'm looking at the chats. There's a lot of wrestling gifts in here, but the people know. The people know.
They know what it is. They know what it is. I've just never seen them do that before. I was like, whoa, all right, Golden One Center. Golden One Center so happy they landed one. They were like, we want everybody to know. Hey, shout out G1C. They got one. I saw some of the videos coming out of Oakland this weekend. You see any of those?
Did you see the fight?
I didn't see the fight.
There was a fight in the stands.
Of course there was. Why wouldn't there be? It's a Nicki Minaj concert in Oakland.
But I did see some of the on
Complex
stage
probably
videos.
started it.
I would have. I mean, I was perfectly happy where we were at, but I would like to see Nicki.
I would have liked to have it not fallen on the same day. Yeah, and I was not going to drive out there on Saturday. Did you? Speaking of, since wrestling came up, did you see the Rock's promo? Did you see the promo on Friday?
I still saw clips. I didn't go back and see the whole thing.
Oh, that's all right. We were watching a little bit of it. Yeah.
So what you seeing after
a
couple weeks?
The direction is perfect. so the story and the direction are flawless.
Mhm.
They set up the tag match. They're
When did they say the tag match was?
Night 1 of WrestleMania.
So they are doing it that way.
Night 1 of WrestleMania. And if
we booked this to a T, guys, we did book this.
Night 1 of WrestleMania, and if the Bloodline win, it's Bloodline rules on the second night, where The Rock can just sit next to Pat McAfee and join the match whenever he wants to.
Bloodline rules. I like
So-
that.
So
I like that.
Put this all together. I'll be alone on this.
Okay.
I do not like this version of The Rock at all.
Huh.
Why not?
It's cheesy. It's not like crackhead Karen and meth head Mary. It's like, bro, what
That's
year?
that's who he is, though.
No,
This is
no,
The Rock.
no. The Rock at the press conference. That was what I wanted. That guy, my family, my blood. Now you got a problem. Give me that. We've never seen that. Instead, he gets a variation of the shirt and he goes out there and he cuts the same promo he did 22 years ago. And it's not like, clearly, like, no one's writing for him, right? Like, he's coming up with the ideas and he's kind of freestyling it. That's why it's so damn long. And you can tell when he doesn't quite know what to do next, because he starts repeating himself, like when he's the walking clown emoji. Seth Rollins,
I noticed that he did that with
he
Seth.
just
Yeah, I
kept
noticed
doing
that.
it over and over and over again. It's like he's lost. Somebody get The Rock home. He's lost.
Just look at your forearm, buddy. You got it all written down right
Okay,
there.
now wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute.
What?
I didn't mean he had to do that. It's just you could see he's trying to freestyle and be funny. Don't be funny, dude. Be an ass kicker. But it's too late. Like, everyone's bought in on this. They're like, it works. Like, what the hell do I know? I'm nobody. That guy in Las Vegas, though, I'm convinced that could have been something special.
It could have been, but
Is that what we get maybe after? I think Warren threw it in there. Yeah, Warren says maybe we get that guy after he turns on him.
Maybe.
well, no, because then he's gonna be the face.
Yeah, he'll be the baby face.
It's true.
But I would argue you
could
were
get
never
something
gonna
more
get that
serious.
Rock, because that's not who he is. What you saw at the press conference was not who he is. Much like the Kings, he's shown you who he is. He's The Rock. People's eyebrow, jabroni,
The Rock's
trailer trash.
That guy.
The Rock's
That's who he is in the ring.
promos have always been a little suspect. They don't move me. It's not what I wanted.
They get pops though. Like, he hit the line and he got
you
the
know
booze.
why? You know why? I feel like it's nostalgia. They're popping for the nostalgia, and they're not popping because they're pissed at him.
Well,
They're supposed to be pissed off.
So look, this was I don't know, maybe this was a little bit of The Rock you were looking for. What he tell the people, now go back and do crack.
Yeah, he did do that.
Yeah. So
one.
I didn't watch all of it because it was too freaking long, but I skimmed through the 20-minute Instagram post he had. That was good. I thought there was more. I thought there was more of what I wanted. There was still some of the goofy stuff, but the direct, straight-faced F your story. I was like, oh, that's
some good stuff.
That's
some
good
good
right
stuff.
there. But then, but this again, the story they're telling is beautiful. When he hit the I acknowledge you as my tribal chief, it's like, oh, this is going down.
And
in
we were at
such
the
a
show and I
major
saw it.
way.
I had to show you. I popped when Roman put his hand up.
Yeah, stopped him.
No, we're not
Mm-mm.
I said, these boys are in their bag.
So
right
what
now.
he said next was, I need you to do one thing for me. And The Rock stood up and looked at him. And then that's when he gave the line of, I acknowledge you as my tribal chief.
Come on, man. These boys are in their bag. They're in their bag right now.
Just going to make that announcement that 41 is in Las Vegas and keep it moving.
Is wrestling back?
The boys are going to the Venetian. Come on, baby.
And I think it's all being spearheaded by the Hall of Famer. You see that today?
Paul Heyman.
Paul
Yeah.
Heyman.
I was like, man, this is really cool. Like they're finally doing it. And then it clicked. They're in Philly.
Oh, yeah.
They're in Philly. That is the perfect place to do it.
Because I was just about to say, like, don't do that while he's in the middle of a
Philly.
storyline, but nah.
Yeah, do it now. Paul is one of the greatest.
Did you?
I have no respect for ECW at all, but I have a massive amount of respect.
ECW is not that bad.
ECW is nothing.
ECW is everything that I don't like about AEW.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Did you see, or do you remember? I saw a clip the other day of Paul Heyman. It's probably early when he started doing WWF stuff, when the merger and all this other stuff happened. And he cut a promo with Vince where he tore Vince a new one.
Yeah, I think that was the Invasion era.
And he got, what's his name came in there?
Bischoff.
No.
Oh.
Taz. And he kept saying, Taz was a great wrestler.
Oh, yeah.
Taz, and you ruined him.
You turned him into a commentator.
Yeah, and Taz came and beat him. So, like, you're watching the promo, because the story goes, he asked Vince, he's like, what do you want me to say? He was just like, go make me some money. And he just ad-libbed the whole thing and went crazy. Watch it. In the crowd, Taz goes in there and beats the hell out of Heyman, chokes him out. Vince gets the mic, says something. Crowd is just cheering. Like, at the time, Heyman was a heel. If he did the same exact thing today, it'd be completely flipped. Like, he went, he's like, you took everything from me. You stole, da-da-da. Like, he went in real life, but it was for the show. And they were just like, yeah, one of the great promos of all time from Paul Heyman.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball here. We'll talk more NBA basketball. We'll take a look around the west of the Western Conference and what this may look like. Plus, where's Russell Wilson going to play next year? Because it's not Denver. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman. I'll never forget, I took my mom to, it was when I was still living in Connecticut, but I flew out here for 31, whichever one was at Santa Clara. And my mom and sister went to the Access event where you can walk around and see all of the statues and memorabilia. And she had so much fun seeing like the Macho Man stuff. But Paul Heyman, they had a ring set up, and Paul was in the ring cutting a promo. And my mom loved it. She thought that was the greatest thing she'd ever seen. She was like, this guy is such a con man. This is incredible. Like, she absolutely loved it. So I've told her that Paul Heyman is her favorite WWE superstar.
Did you see the other day when I posted the clip of the first Euro step? That was hilarious. These people were flummoxed by. I'll show everybody what it was. Jesse, I know you didn't see it because it was on Instagram. These people were they just could not believe what they just saw.
The first artist in Spotify history to surpass 95 billion streams.
Who's that, The Weeknd?
Drake.
Ooh. Look at this. Watch this. Listen to the commentators after.
Look like one to me.
That's amazing. Looked like a walk to me.
It reminds me of the clip where Michael Jordan's dribbling down. Remember we watched on the show and he does like behind the back dribble or whatever.
Yeah.
What did he just do? But yeah, basketball back then was a lot better than it is now.
That was an all-timer.
He said, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Let's kick that man out the league.
Dr. David, travel ball never stops. Literally. We played this past weekend.
I just want to chill and twist the lie. Nine 909-1320. If you want to get in on these phone lines, our man James Ham going to join us right near the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Of course, it's a game day, so Hammer's just hanging out. It'll be the Sacramento Kings and the Chicago Bulls tonight at the Golden One Center. Sacramento Kings need to take care of home court moving forward. They've got some big-time home games coming up here. As we laid out earlier, they have Chicago, and then they'll play the Lakers in L.A. On Wednesday. Then San Antonio is back here with Victor Wembanyama on Thursday, and then the Houston Rockets on Sunday. The home stretch continues after. Yeah. Thunder up, baby. Thunder up, baby.
Shout out Cole.
Thunder up, baby. Hey. Shout out to Cole. Right.
Cole, stop with all this. Just get back into the chat.
Cole going the way of flip side. Come on, Cole. Come on back, baby. Come on back, baby. Well, let's stay there. You brought up the Lakers. LeBron James becomes the first NBA player to reach 40,000 points. And in an even better moment, the Lakers lost.
Yes.
Lost to the Nuggets. But LeBron's storied career continues, man, with that phenomenal statistic.
40,000 points for LeBron James.
Then it started to circulate. He got a career triple-double with 40,000 points, 10,000 assists, 10,000 rebounds.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I was talking to my boy Brandon that night, and he asked me a question. He said, "You think Luka can get to 40,000?" I said, I don't think the person that's going to get to 40,000 is even in elementary school yet. We ain't seeing it in our lifetime. And matter of fact, the question was, can pass LeBron? And I said, no. First of all, LeBron's going to get to like 43, 45,000 when it's all said and done. And no, nobody's passing LeBron.
Well, think about how funny that is. Like, Kareem set that record 40-something years ago. And we just think someone else is going to break LeBron's record in the next, 15 years? Like, I don't think so.
It's almost like the home run record, right? Like the home run record was 755 for so long. Well, go back some more.
Yeah,
it was 714 for however many years. Then Hank beats it, 755. Then Bonds beats it. Like what? So somebody, Ohtani, he's probably going to get, 775. No, he's not. And he's probably the greatest player we've seen in the last, generation, in the last year. No, like these type of records, they don't just fall.
Yeah.
And this is one of them ones. It's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, these guys aren't even like on his pace either, because you got like at age 20. I just picked up around age. I picked LeBron at age 27. He had 17.5 thousand points. You look at like Booker, he's at 12,000 at 27. Tatum's at 11,000. Like the guys aren't on his pace at all.
Well, and you kind of mentioned this on Friday. Like you got to go back to look like Wade, Melo, LeBron. Like that was the group right there. Look at what Wade looked like at the end, like the last handful of years, like 4 or 5 years. Melo didn't even get a chance to leave on his own terms.
Right.
And LeBron is still arguably one of the very best players in all of basketball right now. Like, fast forward 10 years with Luka Doncic. This Luka?
10
37 years old?
10 years.
36?
That's already,
37?
what's that? He's been in the league 5 years. maybe
Luka's
6,
been in
'cause
the
he was
league
right
yeah.
before Fox. So he's just going 16 years, 16th season. He gonna be cooking like this? Nah, I don't see it from Luka. And
I'm gonna need
Luka's an unbelievable scorer, but
yeah.
I don't see it like that.
I'm gonna need the article. I'm gonna need it won't be on Anscape, but I'm gonna need the ESPN article that Luka Doncic spends $2 million to keep his body healthy.
Right.
Because everybody like gets their jokes off about that. That's part of the reason LeBron's doing what he's doing.
So do you think, you mentioned like taking like $2 million to cover everybody and all that, like Wemby's kind of along the lines of like, he's been like, not coddled, that's not the right word, but just more so like he's a robot. They're just kind of training him. Like, do you think maybe if
that
his body the right, maybe he can be that guy?
That's certainly one to think about, but it's really hard. I mean, Kareem played 20 plus years, but it's tough to envision anybody doing what LeBron's doing.
It really is. I'm like trying to look at Luka right now. I'm coming up with some quick math here. Luka went crazy last year with the points, and he's probably going to surpass that this year. But he's at, I'll give him 11,000 right now.
Okay. How many seasons? 6?
6 seasons in the league. He's at 11,000. So what with that right now,
at this,
he's averaging 1,800 points a year. Is that going to get it done?
Well, so if we did, you said 6 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
If I just dumb this down, 12 because he's scoring at a crazy rate.
Mm-hmm.
12 seasons is 22.
Mm-hmm.
18 seasons would be 33.
Yeah, I did it right now. So I said
it's not even
1,800 points a year. I put it for 20.
Mm-hmm.
20
mm-hmm.
It's 36,000. For 20, I honestly don't think he's playing 20 years.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to put up in his
Right.
20th year, he's going to be scoring the same way he did this year.
Right.
No.
Okay, could you, this is so dumb. The playoff points don't count, right?
No, they don't.
No. Well, no, they don't.
How many points does LeBron have in the playoffs?
They don't, because remember that was the story like a year and a half ago that he had already, like if you combine
the two, he had passed
already, had the most points of all time.
That was shameful too, by the way, when they were doing that for that few weeks. Oh, LeBron's got the all-time scoring record. If you count playoffs, like shut up.
Jesse is not here for you.
Oh, that was shameful behavior.
Half-ass math.
Shameful behavior right there.
What? How many? I don't know how many. I'm going to try to look this up really quick. I don't know that I'll be able to. How many points does the man have in the playoffs?
A ton.
There's too many damn stats here. I can't find his playoff series.
Think about that though. Think about what we just said, just laid out with Luka. Luka is one of the premier scorers in this game. And, I did an average of what he's done so far. 1,800 points a year for 20 years only gets you to 36,000. LeBron's going to have 45 when it's all said and done.
LeBron James got another 8,000 points in the playoffs. That dude really is approaching 50,000 career points.
My gosh. I don't know how anybody ever breaks this. Not in our lifetime. Like, I just don't know. Like, because for all the things that I said last segment about Luka, don't get it twisted. This guy is sick.
Mm-hmm.
He is unbelievably skilled. One of the great players we will ever see. I just laid it out. If he did what he's doing now, which is unbelievable, for 20 seasons, which is not believable,
no.
He'd only be at 36,000.
What if KD didn't lose like 2 seasons or however many he did?
Doesn't matter. He did.
What?
No, I'm saying, like, do you think if he didn't, do you think he would have been up there with Bron?
Nah, because I don't think he'd play as long as Bron does. I don't think KD's gonna play till he's 40.
Because I think he's already 9th or 10th on that list too.
Yeah, I think didn't he make the top 10 this year?
I believe so. I think he's 10th, at least.
I think he would. I don't think he'd reach Bron, and I don't think he'd eventually surpass him because Bron just keeps keep pushing it away. But he might have ended up top 5 or something like that.
Malone was second right?
Mm.
Well, was prior to LeBron being number one.
Mm.
He averaged upwards of 20 points per game every year of his career until he turned 40 when he averaged 13.2. Like, that's what we're talking about. And he didn't even get to Kareem.
Mm.
And you talk about, again, not to harp on this, but look at Karl Malone.
Mm-hmm.
The way Karl Malone took care of himself. Like, I'm not talking about the dude's personality or him as a person. Like, as a basketball player, look at that dude was
a model
a
of
picture of health. And for what he played 19, he played 19 seasons. So for 18 of them, he was a monster on the offensive end.
Mm-hmm. Never got hurt. You want to talk about injury and all this,
and that's stuff. The other thing.
He never got hurt.
Yeah,
and it wasn't even close. Now you can make the argument nowadays there's a 3-point shot. You know, that changes things a little bit, but it doesn't change it enough. Don't change it enough. That's crazy. So.
It's going to get guys closer. It's part of what, not a knock at all, but it's part of why Kevin Durant's probably where he's at, right? It's why a lot of guys in this generation, the Luka Doncic's, it's why those guys could wind up being top 10 scorers all time. Is because of that shot. But we're talking like one. I'm not sure.
And even
I'm not even sure if they get to Kareem, to be honest.
I'm not sure they do either, because with that, and I don't know how the breakdown goes, right? How much, if you're a 3-point shooter and you're hitting threes and all this other stuff, how much is that to take away from you being able to get to the free throw line? Because I know LeBron has lived at the free throw line for his career. So we'll take Steph, for instance. Steph hits threes and it's helped him skyrocket, but he never gets to the free throw line. There's games when LeBron gets 17 to 20 points from the free throw line. You know, now you're taking that away. Maybe you get 1 or 2 extra threes, but you're not, that's 6 more points, but you're leaving 9 points on there because you don't get to the free throw line. So that's a whole nother dynamic that, I don't know. It's just, it's a long-winded way of saying nobody, I don't think nobody's going to come close. Once again, the person that may come close, I don't even think it's going to be Wemby. The kid's probably at daycare right now. And that's being generous.
Get those shots up, Reese.
Did the gun get here yet?
Yeah, it's being shipped though. It's been shipped.
It's a shame you can't use it. All of the
I'll pay.
For all the disrespect Carmelo Anthony gets, that man was the 10th leading scorer in the league.
Ain't no disrespect over here.
Hey, there's some people out there who talk really stupid about Carmelo Anthony.
For real. And they need to put some respect.
Carmelo Anthony was who Kevin Durant just passed. Let's get Ramsey in here. Ramsey, what's going on, man?
Gentlemen,
what's up, man?
Got a question that's related to this. In any sport, what record or records do you see will never fall? I've got 2.
The DiMaggio hitting streak is the one that comes to my mind immediately.
I think that could happen.
That's one.
I don't think that's ever
That's
happened.
one. And while you were talking, I was just looking it up. Some of the things Wayne Gretzky did in the National Hockey League, none of that's ever gonna fall. I don't believe it's just, he put stuff so far out of reach, it's not even funny. And it's even further out of reach than what LeBron has put things out of reach.
You got them Jerry Rice records.
Yeah. That's the other thing. Jerry Rice yards, and I know Ramsey don't want to admit it because he don't like San Francisco football, but Jerry Rice yards and touchdowns. Nobody. The guy that people call the greatest receiver of all time didn't even sniff those records. And that's Randy Moss. Like, some people call him the greatest of ever to ever do it. Didn't even come close to what Jerry Rice. So no. That, I don't care how pass happy this league is, those records ain't never going down.
And Jerry's records feel like LeBron's records.
Exactly.
But I don't think that 50 is it 56.
I can see that happening.
I don't ever.
I'm not putting money on it, but I can see it happening.
The DiMaggio one isn't gonna. Not DiMaggio. The DiMaggio's definitely. The Garrett one isn't gonna fall either. The consecutive games.
Well, that's Cal now.
Or Cal, yeah. Sorry, the Cal Ripken record.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think the home run record is going to fall anytime soon.
Got to say too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Ramsey's cool with Raiders legend Jerry Rice. He says in the chat.
That's a good call. That's a good call, Ramsey.
As far as the touchdowns though with Jerry Rice, like the next active player is Devontae Adams, and he's got 95. So
Ramsey,
like,
what are
no
the
one's even
And
close.
isn't Rice like, what's it, like 200 something?
197.
197. Jeez. Devontae Adams ready to retire damn near.
That's what I'm saying. Like Mike Evans is right after. Those guys are like both on their way out.
Mike Evans
just signed.
2 years, 52 million.
New deal.
Just signed with Tampa Bay. Where's Russell Wilson going to sign? Because he's not going to be playing for the Denver Broncos, and good for him. Get away from that parasite of a head coach. And why? I don't know where his landing spot is. I don't know. Hell, maybe it's the Raiders. I don't know where Russell Wilson goes, but I know you're not a Russell Wilson fan.
No,
but
I
I
actually
really
like Russell
don't like
Wilson.
Denver, and I do not like Sean Payton. So I'm glad he's out of
I like Russell Wilson. I think he gets a raw deal a lot of the times. People call him corny and all this other stuff. Yeah, he may be, but he's harmless. Russell Wilson never was hurting nobody or nothing like that. I don't know where he goes though.
Yeah,
he's not
Alex
getting
in the
paid
chat
again,
says
right?
Pittsburgh.
He's not getting paid again, right?
It depends.
Because if I'm like maybe the Patriots, like you take him for a few years and
They're-
develop your QB, who you take at 3.
I
or wherever they
mean,
got.
there could be I don't want to say a bidding war, but I think there could be a number of teams like really, really interested in him, which would drive the price up a little bit. But I wonder how many coaches are willing to acknowledge that Sean Payton's a phony. Like I'm not going to cap for Russell Wilson's body of work over the last 2 years, but I'm also not going to absolve Sean Payton for it.
Yeah.
Or what was the other one? Nathaniel Hackett. I'm not going to do that either. Russ might not be the guy who left Seattle, but I don't think he's an awful quarterback either. You find something there in the middle, and you'll be just fine.
If you ask me, I'm looking at teams that should kick the tires and make a move. I'm looking at the Steelers. I'm looking at the New York Giants.
Who is their quarterback?
Steelers?
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett?
Oh, yeah.
Or Mason Rudolph, if you're into that kind of thing.
They definitely should make that move.
Oh.
The New York Giants should make that move.
Mm-hmm.
That's really about it. I mean, you could say Atlanta, but streets are saying Atlanta's got a deal for Justin Fields. Would you take Justin Fields or Russell Wilson?
Depends on what team I am, I think.
If you're the Falcons.
If I'm the Falcons,
I'm the
I'd take
Falcons, I'm
Justin
taking Fields, yeah.
Yeah, if I'm the Falcons, I'm taking Fields. You think that's a championship-ready team?
I don't know about championship. I feel like
I don't like the Falcons. Both of you guys do.
I feel like they're
prime
pretty
for
close.
development. Yeah, they're prime for development. They can win that division.
Would you tell Antonio to do it?
Antonio who?
Pierce.
Yeah, they should be in the running. The Raiders should be in the running. Absolutely. I saw a report. Our girl Sarah Hodges sent it to me.
Was Sarah wearing a cast last night?
Yeah, the other night I
Or
saw
a
her in the
rap
cast. I
or
meant to hit her up
something?
like, what the hell happened to you? Too busy dunking on people. That's what happens.
Be happening.
But she sent me some on Instagram where I guess Rap Sheet was saying the Raiders have been one of the teams poking around, seeing if they can get into the top 3.
Something popped up today about them trying to move up in the draft. I think it had them more in the 5 to 7 range, but there seems to be like noise about them trying to move up in the draft.
I'd
I
keep my
assume
draft
that's
pick.
for a quarterback.
Yeah. I'd keep my draft pick and I'd go get Russell Wilson if I was them.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't know, because 3 quarterbacks are probably going to go 1, 2, and 3. I think.
Well,
this
that's
year.
so that's the
So
problem.
you're probably going to miss out on somebody.
But it feels like it's going to be really expensive to get into the top 3.
I mean, yeah. But
Do
you
the Raiders have that type of roster?
You could always trade Devontae Adams.
Well,
wow.
I mean, you're going to have to trade him
Wow.
eventually.
Yeah.
Jesse says Devontae Adams is trash.
Well, you heard it here first. That's what he
Wow.
said.
I did not say that for
That's
the
what
record.
that's what we heard.
I mean, what? Like, do you want to stick with like Russell Wilson and you take Drake May at like whatever pick they have, or would you rather give up whatever you can for
Or-
Jaden Daniels or those guys?
I'd probably go Russell in May.
I'd rather because you're not just talking this year. You're talking like for a couple of years, you're going to have to give up picks. So 1, you better be sure you can fill this roster out, and 2, you better have a guy, and that's where you get into the top 3. Like, who's your guy? Because you're not in control.
A lot of people like Jaden.
But see, but great. What if Jaden goes 2? Like, you're not in control of anything. If Jesse's right, and the top 3 picks are all quarterbacks. You're just left with the third. And you can't convince me that teams go into this, and I know someone said it before, and I can't remember who it was. Well, we were fine with whoever wasn't selected. That's a big fat lie. You knew who they were taking, and you moved up to take the other player. Like, you didn't go up there going, well, heads or tails, whoever winds up with us is great. You absolutely do not bet your job on that. And if that's even an idea of a deal, you can't make that deal till whoever's drafting at 3 is on the clock. Because you better know what you want to move up for, who you want to move up for is right there at 3.
Yeah.
None of this, we'll take who's left. That's a lie.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
But I'll say all of that. I just go get Russell Wilson instead and fill out the rest of the roster and keep my picks moving forward.
Now, here's the thing about Russell Wilson. We talk about Russell Wilson with Nathaniel Hackett and with Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it was one of us who said in Seattle, Russell don't look the way.
It was me. I tried to. Jesse
and I.
Dame.
Yeah, it was us.
These guys. You guys hear these guys?
We were
Jesse
like, hey. I was like, hey, Dame, what's up? Russ doesn't look too hot, huh? Maybe he's gonna fall off soon.
We said it for like 6 straight weeks. Like, he doesn't look like
Casey was like, no,
same
he's
guy.
fine. He's fine. He'll win MVPs and stuff. He'll be great. He'll tear it up.
Let's go to the next topic. Do you hear these people? America, Sacramento, surrounding areas. Do you hear these people?
What you getting all worked up about? It's okay to be wrong once in a while. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like anyone's keeping receipts or anything.
No respect.
I just vividly remember Jesse and I.
Yeah, we're like, something seems off.
Something's just can't get right, boss. Can't get right.
Tell you, man. I tell you, the more I get into this media, the more I see how it is. See how it is. They do you dirty.
Well, they don't let you talk at concerts, man. I don't know what to say.
Oh, that got me when Casey tweeted the picture of Joe. I was telling Damien before the show, I was like, wow, like you tweeted the picture. I didn't know because I'm not R&B guys. Like I didn't know who he was or whatever, really. I'm like, wow, these guys really don't care. They do what they want. Like that's inspiring. Like they said they couldn't talk on stage. They don't care. Like, wow. And then you tweeted, oh yeah, no. It's just like, oh damn.
Hey, that's a shout out to Jazzy 510 who grabbed the screenshot of Joe on stage where he couldn't have possibly looked more like Kenny Caraway in that
and the
moment.
Smile and all that, and like he's dressed like Kenny. Like Kenny would wear that.
I was looking at that like, I need to get some other pants. Him and Donnell Jones. I was like, I gotta get some other pants for the summer.
Donnell looked hella hot though. I'll say that about leather pants. Donnell looked hella. So there's. So, come on, man. Tell me that. And so I was gonna side by side with that.
Shout out Joe, man. Shout out to the big bro. It's my boy Joe.
I'm telling you, if I was the other station, I'm making calls. Like I told you, they couldn't talk on stage. We talked about this.
Oh, we saw them up in the balcony ready to call. Hey, they're on stage. They're on stage. Get the lawyers. Okay.
I missed my opportunity to miss Joe too. I wasn't even there when Damien got to meet him. I didn't meet him.
God, I was talking to my man DOA. You were out hanging with Empress or wherever you were.
I think I was down. I would think Jacquees was on this stage at the time.
Donnell, I think, was.
Oh, Donnell.
Yeah, Donnell was on.
I was down in the pit.
But yeah, I did get an opportunity to meet Joe. Very, very nice. Not as nice as Kenny Caraway. But very, very nice individual.
Hey, before we get out of here, we were talking about football.
Well, we can be here for a while.
Hey, man, condolences in all seriousness. Chris Mortensen.
Yeah.
One of the first, probably the first insider. Like, everybody does it now, like the Shams, the Schefters, all this other guy. He was the first one in my lifetime to have that inside information, man. And I know he had battled cancer. I don't remember I didn't know if I read, was the death cancer related or was it just?
I'm sure it was.
Yeah.
It's
because he had a stroke years back, right? And he bounced back from that. And
the stroke was where you started to like notice a little bit when he would talk.
But even credit to him, when he had the stroke, it was like, man, well, we probably ain't gonna see more on TV too much longer. He was on there for another
he kept
4,
doing
5,
it.
6 years, man, and was still doing his job. And they kind of had Schefter in there to help him out a little bit, so he didn't have to always be on TV. But Yeah, I just think about one of the first people to introduce me to, you know, the sport essentially, and he's one of those guys. So, yeah, man, rest in peace to him.
72 years old, man. 72 years old. Certainly, which doesn't feel old to me at all. As my number gets higher, I start to think, that's not that old. That's not. We saw Virgil pass away.
Yeah.
Virgil was 61 years old.
That's crazy too,
man. Is it really coming to an end for you boys? Like, wait a minute.
No, we gonna be here for a while,
man.
They're gonna regenerate us too. They're gonna freeze us maybe for a year, then we're gonna come back.
I think that's how they got Ted Williams right now.
I think those radio stations are going to be like, "Hey, that's illegal. You can't freeze them. We can't get beat by a bunch of dead guys. Come on, man."
Speaking of that, they did. What, they freeze his head or something?
I think he's still frozen to this day.
They froze who? Ted Williams?
Ted Williams is frozen in some room to this day, I believe.
Well, you never know. Maybe.
And it's only his head.
You imagine they unfreeze him and he hits for 400 again in a season?
Well, that's the killer. It's only his head, I think.
Well, they'll put him on.
I don't think it's his whole body.
They'll put him on
I'll put him on one of those
new body.
Yeah, those Boston robots, whatever they call it.
No, you do that.
Now that's spooky.
Well, that's what's next. James Ham's going to join us here pretty soon. We'll get back into the NBA. We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings as well. Steeler with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah. I mean, there's some things to talk about in the world of boxing. Boxing is a really chaotic place right now. This one, I'm gonna start doing it more often. I need to get back into my posting bag for boxing for the 13th round. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups to my guy over there. Don is dope. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Big ups to my people over there. Shout out to Cola CMOS. You already know the vibes. Go get some at colacmos.com. World of boxing is really going crazy right now. First and foremost, Ryan Garcia. Me and Jesse talked about this after the LA press conference. I didn't see the New York press conference, but I saw the LA one, and he didn't look right. He looked jittery. He said he had a bunch of coffee and all this other stuff. I don't know nothing about all that, but his behavior since the press conference is bizarre to say the least. His ex-wife came out and said, look, we're hoping that he gets whatever help he needs right now because he's struggling. And she's like, I'm not saying this in any type of, nefarious way or disrespectful way. I'm dead serious. We're worried about him, and we hope everything's okay. And he had a video where he made it like he got kidnapped. All his accounts had gotten frozen, all this other stuff. Get well soon, Ryan Garcia, because right now it doesn't seem like you're right. So I'm not even going to get into the nuts and bolts of that. That's what's going on with that. On the flip side of boxing, after a whirlwind week, it looks like Canelo is coming back to the table with the PBC to work out a deal with them that will land him Jaime Munguia in May and potentially Jamal Charlo in September. Now, this is funny and this is rich because everybody talked about Canelo didn't have no money, or PBC didn't have no money. And it's the same thing they've been saying for 5-6 years. I told Dr. David about this. They've been saying PBC ain't got no money for like 5-6 years. And all they do is just keep coming up with fights. You got to start listening to these sources. You got to start paying attention to these sources. I'm not saying PBC is the richest company in the world, but isn't it convenient? What a coincidence that every time somebody wants PBC to fall, all of a sudden they ain't got no money, yet they keep coming up with these fights. It just is what it is. I'm listening to more accurate people from here on out. And who knows what happens with this deal. But what it looks like is they're back in the running to do a deal with Canelo after Eddie Hearn had to say what he had to say and Canelo come over here and all this other stuff, and they couldn't get the job done. Bottom line is Canelo needs to sign with somebody soon. It's March. And we all know he's not taking a fight with David Benavidez, and that's just the 13th.
Not yet. Can't just sneak that in.
Did you hear what David said? It's a bad look for.
Dude,
I'm about to start calling him Saul.
I don't know. Stop.
I'm about to call Saul. Why would he lie about that?
I'm gonna get this old man out the chat too, right here. Look at it. Get him out of there. Benavidez could be lying.
Why would he lie about that?
I don't know.
I think he's 100% correct.
Everyone
That's what
talks
happened.
the talk. It's boxing.
He said, look, man, you can have all the money. Just give me $5 million.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that. Benavidez wants to fight him for the love of the game and all. I don't.
He said,
buy
give me
that.
$5 million.
No.
That will be his biggest payday ever.
You're gonna so Benavidez is gonna skip out on the biggest payday like of his life. He's gonna take $5 million.
He's already getting the biggest payday ever because he knows what that'll do. Now, mind you, that's the same thing Floyd Mayweather did. I think the split for Floyd Oscar was like 80-20. And Floyd was just.
Well, if that's the case, and if he wants to do that, then yeah, like Canelo, just take that fight because you get all like the whole bag right there.
It's gonna be like Apollo Creed. No, he's not taking that fight. You saw what happened to Apollo Creed.
Next year, Team Canelo, we're taking that fight.
It'll be even worse.
Nah, we're taking that fight next year. You heard it here first.
You saw what happened to Apollo Creed. He don't want none of that. And I don't want that to happen.
Floyd's been having Canelo's back too. You see that?
Huh?
Floyd's been having Canelo's back. He's telling him if you want to fight Canelo, you got to fight the other guys.
He
up
already
to
did.
him.
He already did.
Nah.
Benavidez already did. He fought Andre. He fought
who is Andre? Andre is the payday guy. That's who that is.
Look, Andre was a contender that Canelo ran from, and now he's doing it again with David Benavidez.
I ain't never heard Jesse talk to you like that before. I don't know what y'all was talking about.
The walls are crumbling for his boy.
Jesse was not here.
The walls are crumbling. It's all the curtain is being pulled back.
Nothing is crumbling. We still have time.
Oh man, I think what Canelo did was like, damn, this dude's like B-Ball, except he hits harder. I don't want that smoke.
Next year.
You want to talk about something that'll make you happy? You want to talk about your Warriors winning by, or your
my Celtics?
Celtics beating the Warriors by 50-something yesterday?
Yeah, shout out Draymond Green. Hey, Steve, you see how they guard me games? How about we do that to Jaylen Brown? How about we just don't guard him, Steve? It works on me.
Well, look, how about he said that, and then he throws him under the bus.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown, player of the week, by the way. He did throw him under the bus, too. He's like, yeah, we didn't really have a true defensive game. It was like 15 minutes before the game. Hey, what if we just sag off him a bit? All right.
Hey,
congrats
that was
to
dirty.
Coach of the month, Steve Kerr. His March is off to a rough start.
It's like Kristaps Porzingis isn't playing. Al Horford's starting, but yeah, let's sag off with Jaylen.
Warriors got their ass beat.
Yeah, it happens.
The good thing about that is we had great commentary, at halftime to talk about.
Bruh.
That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing.
Hey.
Bob, get off of my television.
He is awful. Bob Myers is horrendous on television. Like, awful. Maybe one of the worst ever. He's terrible.
I think he said it yesterday. Yeah, the Celtics needed this game. Yeah, the 48-12 Celtics definitely needed this one more than the 10-seed Warriors.
Here's what I hate.
That was embarrassing.
And this is partly ESPN's fault. They've allowed commentators to be fans now, which on social media, like whatever, it's fine. But now they've embraced it so much. Bob still talks like he works for the Warriors. Bro, you don't work for the Warriors. There's no we. There's no us. There's none of that. He did that whole halftime and post game like he still was the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He sucks. And that is a kind way of putting it. He is absolutely awful on television. ESPN, get your money back.
Well, here's the problem. See, I disagree a little bit. Not that he's not any good. I agree with you on that one. But you talk about the letting the commentators and everybody be fans. I think that's fine as long as there is, number one, transparency, and number two, they keep it a stack.
No,
Stephen A. Smith is a Knicks fan, right? He talks about, I'm a Knicks fan. I love the Knicks. And Stephen A., if the Knicks did something like that, you think he would be like, oh, no, it's fine. It's the Knicks. No, he'd go in on him. He'd say how ridiculous it is. If me and you became a national show, everybody know I'm a Niners fan and a Kings fan and all this other stuff. Have I hesitated to be like, that was embarrassing whenever one of my teams did something? No. So it's fine to be a fan or a supporter of a team. You just got to keep it a stack when it's necessary and right in front of your face. And Bob Myers sitting there talking about, oh, they'll be fine. It's one game. Stop, bro. Stop. You sound ridiculous.
Well, what made it worse is because the truth is Bob Myers is right. Like, it's one game. They're I think that they're 11-4 now or whatever in their last 15 games. It's fine. It's one game. That wasn't the point.
No.
Address what was happening on the floor and don't just pass it off. Oh, we don't need to talk about this. We don't need to look at the score. No, you hoe. I'm watching the game. Tell me about what I'm watching. Stop putting these dummies on television, man. Dude's is stupid, man. He's terrible.
No, he's awful.
Get him off my
He's
TV
not good.
screen.
I don't know why
awful
they thought he would be good. Like, he's not
he
good.
Has the
he's not
personality
entertaining.
of paint.
Nah, he's not entertaining. He's not insightful.
Tony Romo ruined it for everyone. And not ruined it, but more so everyone thinks, like, because he was great, you can get Tony Romos from anywhere. Now, like, if they look smarter, they talk about the game well, but it's just not for everybody.
Wow. It was like, what's wrong with just sitting there and being like, yeah, that was bad. That was ugly. Celtics are they're just smacking them around right now. But they're gonna lose. It's one game. It doesn't end. That's all you got to say. But him just, I don't even want to talk about. Like, it was a bad act.
Right. It's exactly what it was.
He
it was
quiet
terrible.
too. He talked for a little bit and he just stayed quiet the rest of the half.
And then he sideswiped Perk. And he's like, Perk, we know you're a Celtics guy. Go ahead. What? You're the one that won't even address your team getting their ass beat.
Perk mumbled something under his mouth, but I knew he had under his breath. I knew he had it. He had it with Bob Myers by the end of that halftime
Well,
show.
that was the second sideswipe because Stephen A goes, yeah, I'd be so mad. I'd give up. I'd burn my suit if I had Perk's suit on. Perk was like, what?
I didn't even
What
get
does
what
this
that.
have
I didn't
to
even
do
get
with
what
me?
that had to do with nothing. What that had to do with nothing.
I enjoyed that ass whooping.
It was 11 straight wins for the Celtics, and everyone's talking about the Warriors getting their ass kicked.
Yeah, third time this season they beat a team by 50 plus.
11 straight wins for Boston. We looked up at the TV when we got in. NBA TV or NBA Today was running, and they spent like the first 15 minutes of the show on the Golden State Warriors, and not the by far number one team in the Eastern Conference, number one team in the entire league.
Well, I mean, at the same time, what is there to say? They're clearly the best team, and now they've got to execute.
Whose birthday was it yesterday? Tatum?
Yeah, it was
Tatum's birthday, right?
Yeah, happy birthday, Tatum. I put that article out.
Did they put that on the?
No, I did that myself.
No, I didn't know if. Yeah.
No, we got that out there.
Okay. I thought they like celebrating birthdays and stuff.
No, they're big over.
Did they celebrate that? Did they recap that game?
I don't know. Anybody check? I don't think they're going to be recapping.
I don't think they cover that anymore.
Yeah, I think we may have.
I think they skipped over. They're doing Boston.
Put an end to that. Between Twitter and the ratings, I'm not sure that they're.
That was tough.
Had a tough week.
That game was so bad. It's not like they wouldn't have lost, so it sounds a little different.
Yeah.
But if the Celtics went scoreless in the second half, the Warriors would have won by 6.
That's crazy.
I think Kyle tweeted it out yesterday. The Celtics could have went scoreless in the last 22 minutes, and they still would have lost.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Brother.
Thunder beat the Suns yesterday. Thunder up, baby. Need you to handle business again. Dude, Nurkic had 31 rebounds.
That was crazy.
That's insane.
Oddly enough,
that is nuts.
That comes after, I think it's the day after I saw a stat where Ronnie Cycli had like 34. I think that's the most rebounds in the last however many years or whatever. So on Saturday, I saw a tweet where it's like, on this day, Ronnie Cycli had 34 rebounds for the Miami Heat or whatever. And the next day, Nurkic gets 31. It's crazy.
The Suns are going to be playing without Devin Booker. He sprained his ankle on Saturday. We really got to get that fixed.
No, I told Jonathan, but they got Jonathan building decks out here.
Jonathan's probably on the roof moving an antenna right now. Suns are going to be playing without Devin Booker. It looks like Sham said today for the next 7 to 10 games. Sprained his ankle on Saturday. I'm sorry, 7 to 10 days. That's 5 to 6 games. that they could be without him, and they've got a couple of tough ones in there. I think they had 2 against Boston in there, if I remember correctly. I could pull it up. Maybe it was 2 against the Bucks. It was 2 against the Eastern. They got the Nuggets, Raptors, Celtics, Cavs, Celtics, Hornets, and Bucks coming up over the next. I stretched that out a little bit to 13 days.
I would be surprised if they were. I'd be surprised if they didn't lose all but like one of those games. I'd be.
Well, they've lost 2 in a row.
Yeah,
they lost to the Thunder. They had lost to the Rockets before that, as you mentioned earlier.
And that's just that.
Man,
that's
they had
just,
3. Man, they lost to the Rockets twice in like 4 games.
Like I'm looking at this stretch right now. Maybe you beat Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
You should beat Charlotte, but who knows? I mean, that's about it.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's
There's those 2 games against the Celtics. The Cavs are in there. The Bucks. I mean, even after Booker comes back, potentially after Booker comes back, you still got the 76ers in there. You got a Hawks team that you never really know what you're going to get. You got a couple against the Spurs. You still got Nuggets, Thunder, Pelicans. Oh, my God. Look at this stretch of basketball games. Goodness gracious. Look at this stretch of games for the Suns.
After the Spurs, it's all playoff teams.
Nuggets, Thunder, Pelicans, Cavs, T-Wolves, Pelicans, Clippers, Kings, T-Wolves. That's to close out the season.
They might be the 10 seed.
That is a brutal stretch.
They might fall into that 9-10 matchup. I already don't like necessarily believe in them. Like even if they were like a good team, like a really good team, it's a tough stretch. Like you just laid out. Now you're talking about a team that's up and down, that is going to be without Devin Booker. Yeah, they might fall into that 9-10 matchup.
Hey, hold up. That's Empress on the line?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Hey.
Let's go.
Hey. Empress. What's up, buddy?
What's up, y'all? How's it going?
Man, we good, man. Empress, the legend from 102.5. We saw her on Friday at Night for Lovers. We said, tap into ESPN 1320, and that's our girl. She did.
Yeah.
Here I am. Y'all done converted me over to this podcast show, man. I done got on the AM. I was sitting in the truck trying to get the station together. It's static, and I'm like, oh, Lord, let me download the app.
Empress, you a sports fan at all?
Yeah, of course.
Who's your basketball team?
That's the one. I'm kind of what? My son want me to say.
Say light the beam.
My son has a question for y'all. I really like the Warriors. I like the Kings.
All right. Okay. Well, let's just stick with the Kings and we'll just avoid that other part. What's your son want to ask
I gotta
us?
mess with the Kings.
When are you guys gonna talk about football?
We just did. Who's your favorite football team, man?
The Chiefs, because it has Patrick Mahomes and my last name is Mahomes, and I don't know if he's my cousin or not.
Well, just tell people he is.
Yeah, that's what I would tell everybody. That's what I tell everybody.
We talk about football, but to be honest with you, I'm a Niners fan, and I'm not ready to talk about football yet. We just did a little bit, but I'm still hurt.
It's Raiders over here. I know you talking about Niners all
Empress,
the
it gets
time on
worse.
102.5.
Yeah, it gets worse. Every time Empress says something about sports, it gets worse. Raiders?
No, but that's good though. Empress, we're so happy that you tapped in with us over here. You're one of our favorites.
It's all love. You guys I'm gonna stay tuned in both stations. I don't know about this one too much, but
That's
love
okay.
it though. I
That's
love y'all
okay.
voices. I love y'all energy. You guys are amazing. So
we appreciate you.
We love you back. Thanks, Empress. We appreciate it. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Empress is like so Empress is like the TC on 102.5. That's what the Empress is. We did it. It only took it took what were we at, like 6 months? 7 months.
Mm-hmm.
We've got everybody mixed in now.
Yeah, I mean, they think this is a podcast.
That's
not
okay.
a live
That's
radio
fine.
show, but
that's fine.
It's all good. Just
Listen to our podcast on 1320 a.m.
No, it's fine. I don't even know that what like is it worse? Like I'd rather be a podcast than AM.
We're a podcast. We're gonna WWF this thing with radio. Get the radio out. We're a podcast. Get the radio out.
We're a show that airs on an app.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, she said, I couldn't deal with this AM. I just downloaded the app. That's what they all do.
Well, what my man Matty didn't even know we were on in his electric vehicle. If you got an electric vehicle, you got to go to 98.5 FM HD2. We're the real 98 Rock again.
If you've passed the Christmas tree, you've gone too far.
That's it. That's right. That's facts. That's facts.
Yeah. Shout out to Empress though.
That's good stuff.
And Empress's son, who's a Chiefs fan, who may be related to Patrick Mahomes.
He might be.
I would assume he is. There's not a lot of Mahomes running around that like aren't related.
I don't know. I haven't.
Once again, I would assume he is.
Let's hope he's better than some of the other Mahomes that we know.
What Mahomes? Oh
well, yeah,
yeah.
It feels like everyone except Patrick is an L.
Yeah, just,
everyone's got something.
Everyone little guys say, "Oh, they're just my family through marriage."
Yeah, that's it.
Them other ones.
Nah, Patrick's my dude, but the rest of them dudes, I don't really fool with them.
Gotta be so stressful, bro.
I don't really fool with them. Who else is there? Oh, Jeremy, 916-909-1320. What's up, Jeremy?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
Looking fresh to death. Denim. Jackets are looking sick.
Appreciate you, brother. Planned it.
Yeah. So the Kings should come out tonight and make a big statement against the Bulls, I think, right? After the great weekend. And I think that the Kings season is going to go really well. Anyway,
I like the way.
All right,
I like the way you're talking, Jeremy.
I'd be. Well, don't die. Don't do. I mean, if you're going to die on the air. Just don't die.
There we go.
We'd get a good radio bump out of it if one of us died on the air.
I mean, that's happened.
Well, it has.
Yikes. Yikes.
Don't look past Chicago.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Don't look past Chicago.
They got some good ball players, man.
For a million different reasons. Yeah. But Chicago's actually kind of.
I think at this point in the season, we're past the whole Kings should dominate this team. Should win by 10. Just please win the game today.
Just win the
and
game.
if you win, it's fine too. It's not like they barely beat Chicago. Like now, it's just a matter. Like it's about results now. Like we're just a matter of seeding. It's about results. I could care less what it looks like. Just get the win.
And honestly, I really do feel outside of Detroit and Washington, you got a game left against Washington. I mean, all these teams can beat you.
Mm-hmm.
All of them. You know, and if I wanted to be real generous, I could say Washington, the other tough team or bottom 5 team they have is Memphis. Memphis plays hard.
Mm-hmm.
Memphis just beat Milwaukee a couple weeks ago. So we're at the point where you would think teams like Washington and Memphis and San Antonio and teams like that would be cakewalks.
Mm-hmm.
But we're also playing with like guys who are getting an opportunity and they're fighting for a job. And, you know, you should beat them because you're more talented. But if you give them some confidence and let them play around, somebody can get buckets on you or whatever. So, yeah, man, like every team presents their own problems. And the Bulls are no different. Bulls got good ball players. When you talk about big Booch, when you talk about him out there. Oh, I thought you were.
Oh, no, sorry. I was resetting the screen. Sorry, I got it.
It's big boots.
It's that
boots a bitch.
It's the time of day where I have to check in over at KSFM's, and I had to reset the screen. Sorry,
Gotcha.
I didn't.
No, you're good. You're good. But you got Big Booch.
Mm-hmm.
You got DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
You got Kobe White, who I really like. Patrick Williams. They've got players. Alex Caruso,
who's questionable tonight.
Mm.
He's questionable tonight.
They got guys.
The way he was guarding Fox the last game, I'd prefer he just be out.
Yeah,
that man was a menace.
Yeah,
it was an absolute menace.
You got
need 4 draft picks, 4 first-round draft picks to get him away from Chicago.
Yeah, so you got some guys that can play over there, man, and as quote unquote bad as we think they are. I mean, they're still a playing team. You know what I mean?
Well,
they're in the
shout
top
out
10.
to the East.
Yeah, they're in the top 10. Speaking of, I don't want to do this because this comes off like shade or like hate, but
You want me to say it? Because I think I know what you're talking
go
about.
Ahead, go ahead. You say it.
So Tyrese Halliburton has not been playing well as of late. His numbers have really fallen off. That's as far as like I don't know what your other thoughts about that, but
You both seem bordering on joyful when you say that.
No, it's the same.
No. Look at him wipe that stupid look off your face.
Not at all.
They
We're
lost.
just noticing it. All right. He had a scoreless game the other day.
Really?
Yeah,
I missed that.
I think it was against the Pelicans.
Oh, that one. They got roughed up a little bit.
Yeah, score was 0 for 7.
They got roughed up a little
from
bit.
the field, and that one only 12 points last night. He hasn't cracked 20 points in his last 5 games.
So the thing about them is they're kind of locked into the top 8.
Yes.
They're 5 games clear of Chicago. They're 34-28. Chicago and Atlanta. And I guess Brooklyn and Toronto, they're well below. You know, those are 2 teams well below 500. So Indiana's pretty locked into something. It's just, is it going to be a 7 or 8 play-in spot, or is it going to be? I mean, 5 and 6 are still within reach. Hell, I guess 4 is within reach. That doesn't seem realistic, but it's there.
They're not good enough.
I don't disagree.
I think they're a good. They're a good. You know, they're a solid team, but they're not good enough to make a jump and
check back with them next year, maybe.
Yeah, I think next year they could. Well, I actually thought they'd be okay this year, but
and they are okay. They are an okay team. They're a good team. I think you talk about next year, and I was thinking about this. I think this team is up. Then this is what I was thinking about this in comparison for the Kings, about when you make your move, it has to be your best move. I think Indiana's about tapped out.
You think it's Atlanta Hawks-ish?
Yeah.
So you don't buy the Siakam move at all? You think the Siakam move is what it is?
Good. It's going to get them about where they're at right now. I think
which they were already kind of here.
Probably need Halliburton to hit another level, like just to take another jump. You need Mathurin. I don't know. Mathurin kind of feels out of place.
Well, from what y'all are saying, it sounds like he doesn't need to take a jump. He needs to finish the season where he took a jump in.
Who?
Well, that's fair too.
Yeah. But
he can't fall off at the end of the year.
But it'll keep him about right here. But the point being though is they're kind of locked into this. Their Siakam move was the move.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do that, you got to make sure that it's going to elevate you to another level. I don't think Siakam is going to elevate you to another level.
I don't disagree with that. I don't think it's fair to judge this season. I think you'll have a better, clearer picture next year. But I agree with you 100%. That's why I didn't really care about the Siakam move for Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
I cared about the OG move much, much more than the Siakam move.
Mm.
And given what they're allegedly going to pay him, y'all can do that. Yeah, y'all can do that.
So, and then now you're talking about like money, right? So Tyrese about to get paid. You're about to pay Siakam. You paid Miles.
Yeah, they're
Turner.
done. Yeah, they're done. In that regard, they're done. That was their move.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that was their move.
And that move is not good enough to.
And it took the cap space that they had,
mm-hmm.
or it will.
It wasn't good enough to put you with Boston. I think Milwaukee is going to be a better team. I think Philly, when Embiid is back, I don't think it gets you better than Cleveland and a healthy Knicks team.
I think Kenny might be right. Kenny's kind of scaring me about Indiana now. They might be just like you need, like you said, just Halliburton can't fall off, and we got to see what it is at that point. But I don't know.
I also look at they don't have any more spots available. You look at the starting lineup. It's Halliburton, Mathurin, which is a god-awful defensive team off top.
Yep.
It's a point of attack. Then Siakam, Miles Turner. And I guess if you draft right, if you do some things right, you got something at the 3. You got to make sure that who's the one guy, I forgot his name, that they did not want to include in any trade package. Something McCray. You got to hope that maybe he's who you hoped he was going to be. But it's not like
There's a
you're
lot
gonna
of
get a
hoping
size-
going on with your.
Yeah, you got Neesmith, you got it's the backup point guard, not McConnell, but the other one who's pretty
Nembhard?
good, Nembhard. And that's about it. You got Jalen Smith. I like him. They got they have players that I like. They're good ball players, but when you made that deal, you were hoping it would elevate you.
You're probably going to need a lot of those guys to realize their potential. Like a lot of those guys you mentioned too are like really young. They're going to have to develop. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
I think Nembhard was the player who they didn't.
Name Juris Walker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I cannot figure out who you're talking about.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see what happens in that. But I say all that to say, because I was thinking about that, because that's regardless of what you did with the Kings, I think that was the thought behind it in the offseason and coming up to the trade deadline. This is your move to make. Make sure it's your best move. As they said in He Got Game, don't blow it. Real quick before we leave, I think yesterday, I was thinking about this. I think yesterday was because we might talk about it a little bit more. I'll wait till we come back. There's two things I want to talk about.
Talking about either, so I
It's
can't
like
wait till we get
it's a
back.
small thing, but it may last 5 minutes.
Two things.
This is Damien.
was
This
crazy.
is Damien sitting on the snake again.
That's crazy.
Earthquake.
Yeah, earthquake.
Earthquake
Earthquake
squashing
sitting
the
on
snake.
the snake, Damien.
That's good.
I hope the chat doesn't get hold of what I said. That was crazy.
I work on the show for 4 hours every morning for Kenny to go, there's two things I want to talk about. I don't really know. You know what? We'll do it when we get back.
Yeah, no, it's not gonna take too long, but
All right.
it might take a second.
Well, we're on the edge of our seats
I
here.
can't wait.
This is I'm excited for this. Wait till we find out the earthquake killed the snake. When dealing with KC, return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Chill, y'all. Chill.
Oh man.
Are you done with Dark Side of the Ring, or do you still like tap in with it when they debut the new seasons and all that?
No, I don't watch it. Did a new season start? I saw the Haku clip.
Yeah, that's what made me bring that up. Is I saw that clip too. I don't know if that was for like a what's the guy's name with this? I always forget it. The
Shockmaster.
I don't know if it's a Shockmaster doc episode or something else.
It's like, why don't y'all? I mean, I don't know. I think so much of it is fake.
Like the way they tell the story.
Mm-hmm. Like when they did the episode on Superfly and Nancy, and they had the Tonga kid, God bless him, say that he was in the car with them when it happened. That's where it's like, y'all didn't even vet this. This story's been out there for 40 years. This is the first anyone is hearing of this. And y'all didn't even vet it enough to know Tonga kid wasn't even in the same city.
It was like that one, and then the plane ride from hell one. So they left a lot out of that story, where they didn't cover everything. I think.
I watched the Vince McMahon. It was just bad. It was just awful. Like they take all of these internet rumors and make documentaries out of them. That's what they do. And I think it's trash. Yeah, it'd be pretty dope. I like that kid. I watched him in was it New Japan? Is that where he was? This is just dawning on me. Has anyone seen Aldrin J today? Is he in here?
What are you looking for?
Oh, there he is. Wait, hey, is AJ Aldrin J? Can we still not find his account? Damn it, man. We got the Tensai version of Aldrin J. Aldrin, we got to find your old account, man. We got to find your account, bro. Oh, he had the other account earlier. Okay. All right, Beam. I see you. All
Every
right.
time AJ sends a message, I'm gonna start chanting Tensai, Tensai.
Oh man, AJ is like the fake Diesel. That's what he is.
If anything, change it to like Aldrin and just leave the letter J after that. That's like the best of butts. A compromise right there.
No, they said he had the other account earlier.
Oh, he's got it back?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shout out Johnny G too. He threw it in the chat. He said, "How insanity is over." Talking about Halliburton, that made me laugh. That was good stuff.
You gotta pay attention to this.
Hey, real quick. Happy birthday to my main man. My best friend of 30 years. My man, Io Taylor's birthday today.
Shout out my man Io. Happy birthday, dog.
My man been with me through this whole radio journey that started a long time ago. Met that dude my freshman year in high school, man, and we've been friends ever since.
He was looking smooth on Friday night.
Yeah, of course he was.
Always looking smooth, always looking dapper.
Yeah, that's my man. That's my man.
Big up. Real quick. Before
two things. Now this is riveting. I'm excited for this.
It's actually turned into three things now.
Oh.
So I'm looking at and I'm not trying to go crazy on it. I love Tyrese Halliburton. I love him. I love his family, his dad, all this other stuff. I'm just looking at what happened. Do you know? And this is a couple of games, so it's probably even worse because he has a 0-point game in here and a 12-point game. Since February 1st, he's averaging like probably below 16 points now. It's probably like 15.8 points.
Mm-hmm.
And probably like, I'd say like 7 assists. The only reason I bring that up is remember when they broke down De'Aaron Fox's 20 games?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody breaking down Tyrese Halliburton's since February 1st?
Well, it wasn't they, it was him. And,
Kevin O'Connell.
And no, I don't believe he's done any breakdown. Or did he follow it up with, man, this is really weird what's going on in Indiana. Like he did.
Were the Warriors broken yesterday?
14.6 points per game since February 1st is the number. 44% from the field, 33% from three. Assist number 8.4. That's since the start of February.
We did not get a Warriors are broken by the tweet. Warriors are broken tweet, by the way. We didn't even get it when the Pacers lost by 50, but
man, I tell you, boy, I just be watching stuff. You never know when I'm gonna retweet you. I just be watching stuff.
Yeah, you pull up tweets from a year ago.
Watching. I watch and I remember. I watch and I remember.
Okay, so that's thing one.
Thing two, shout out Dr. Seuss. This was a small situation. I think yesterday, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, was yesterday Buddy Hield's first game on ABC.
I don't know. Maybe it was.
I'm gonna just go out on a limb. The Pacers weren't on like ABC Saturday or Sunday the last couple seasons. I'm sure the Kings never.
Oh, you know what though? I just thought about it. They were in the playing championship.
Oh, there you go.
So
he can still not make the playoffs too. Like Philly could fall into the play-in, get bounced there, and it doesn't work still. I was thinking about that yesterday.
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
So here's the other follow because I was thinking
funny, but crazy.
I was like, yo, I was watching and he started the game. I was like, Buddy's on ABC. This is his first ABC game, right? And then I was like watching the game, and Buddy started hitting some shots, and obviously I'm rooting for the Sixers to win. I'm Like, go ahead, buddy. Do your thing, big dog. Even to the point where Tyrese Maxey gets hurt. I can't believe he came back. It looked like he was going to be out in concussion protocol. But he came back. They were up 12. I was like, Mavericks get lucky again. They were going to lose if Maxey was there or whatever. And it gets tight late or whatever. Kyrie's hitting shots. And I was almost looking around the court, and I was like, Kyle Lowry was missing layups. I was like, hey, get Buddy in the game. What are you doing, Nick Nurse? Get Buddy in there. Buddy was hitting when they was in there. I was enjoying Buddy Hield playing in a positive way yesterday.
Okay.
So that was the thought. First, it started off with Buddy's never played an ABC game.
Mm-hmm.
That was his first, which he ended up playing in the in-season championship. But then I thought he played well.
He did.
He was like active out there on both sides of the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking when I was watching the game, I was like, Buddy brings it on himself because he would say some ridiculous stuff. But the missed P's in the Brian Clay, they're a little too hard. No, who was it?
That's Brian Cruz. Yeah,
Brian Cruz. Yeah. A little too hard on
no, it's
call it what you want. Like Buddy, like I get it.
You're
but like
turning babyface on Buddy Hield. You stop it.
And while we're on it, he turned babyface on Buddy. Towns, Draymond last week. You're on a run, pal. You're on a run.
Wow.
I ain't never turned babyface on Draymond. Never turned babyface on Draymond.
I don't know. You came in it talking about how much you liked how funny his joke was.
That was a good one. It was a good one.
You see the clip of the dude sitting courtside. He's like, Buddy, and he shows him his parlay. I need you to hit 2 threes. And Buddy's like, I got you. And Buddy hit the threes, right, coming right out of off the bench.
Was there one more?
Oh, Buddy.
Was there one more thing?
Yeah. There was. So, did you see the clip?
Kenny's checklist here in the.
I've noticed too. 250 is when he gets like his little teases off. Or
Things
happen.
Things happen. We get the nuts. I'm just trying to make sure we get home.
That's what it is.
I'm trying to make sure we get home. It gets dicey in 2:30 to 2:40 before the 3 p.m. guest gets there. I'm trying to make sure we get home. Did you see the the video I retweeted of LaMelo giving a jersey to Adonis, Drake's son?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at the comments, and all anybody's talking about is Adonis's friend who didn't get any.
Oh, I didn't know your partner was going to be there.
That's funny.
Friend, they're just sitting there, and everybody's like, "Damn!" Imagine being the little homie next to Adonis, got nothing. Like, damn, LaMelo couldn't even give him.
Well, we've all been that kid at one point. Whether it's someone's birthday party, you're just kind of sitting there, or whatever, quiet, because your buddy just got like this toy or whatever. Like, oh, that's cool. Like, nothing for me. Like, maybe it's like sign a sock next time and give that to him or something.
He didn't give little buddy
sign a sock.
The poor kid's just kind of sitting there too, like just straight face, like, oh, okay.
That's funny. Melo barely acknowledged the kid too. Hey, little munchkin, get out the way.
He said, I didn't know your partner was gonna be with you.
Hey. That's funny. Now what? Oh man, hopefully my little buddy got something
Well,
here.
this thing, there's like no jerseys in the equipment room or something.
He was just standing there, like, oh damn, I guess this is it. Just Adonis gets something.
I got your timeline up. This reminds me. I can't believe I didn't put this in her notes. Tony Brothers.
Oh, come on, man.
Suspend that man.
Come on.
Tony Brothers hitting DeJounte Murray with a technical because DeJounte was ignoring him.
That was the wildest thing I'd ever seen.
Peak NBA officiating.
That was the equivalent of a parent telling you, all right, I'm going to give you a reason to ignore me then.
Oh, my God.
That was the wildest thing I'd ever seen.
Tony said, okay. I said, all right.
Give him a tech.
Hey, but seriously, like that can't happen.
Oh,
you cannot give a guy a
Hell
tech
no.
for ignoring you.
Oh,
That was crazy. It did get rescinded, by the way. The league rescinded the technical, but damage already done. They probably scored the point from that and everything.
That's how you know, like, we have a problem with the refs. Like, they're in their feelings and they're sensitive.
That was ridiculous.
Still funny.
Hey, real talk, that happened to me one time when I was coaching.
You got a tech for ignoring an official?
Yeah, because they were setting bad screens on my guys, and I kind of yelled I was like, hey man, y'all gotta call the illegal screens. And this is when I was coaching high school. And the ref turned, he's like, hey, that wasn't an illegal screen or whatever he said. And to avoid getting a technical, I started to walk away. I was just like, man, I'm gonna just walk away. And he was like, hey, come back here. I want to explain it to you. I said, nah, dog, nah. He said, no, come back. I want to explain. I said, nah, man. I said, all right then. Technical foul. I said, I'm walking away from you. I didn't even say nothing. Gave me a technical foul. And it was in a summer league. So that, like, if you get a technical in the summer league, you get thrown out of the game.
You got thrown out.
Yeah.
Did you Bobby Valentine and threw the fake mustache on and watch it from the?
I did watch from the door though. I couldn't do nothing, but I did. And then it was summer league, so it was just me. They didn't even have a coach, I don't think, for the rest of the game.
Subs were just
I gotta start going to these games that you coach just in case something like this happens. I could see it.
That was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen. That's what I remember when I saw DeJounte get teed up.
Tony Brothers out there reffing summer league games. Goodness gracious, that is funny.
That was a wild.
I don't know what the fun man that bro. I got all these headlines in front of me. How much do you have to hate somebody to take an $85 million dead money hit? Like, how bad is it where you go, hey, you don't want to, it's $85 million. Yeah, do it anyways. Just cut them anyway.
Let me ask you a question. Would you guys do that if you were the Broncos?
No, you keep them on because you're gonna tank or something. So it's just
$85 million dead hit.
That's crazy.
I've never heard of that number before.
It feels like they can't even sign free agents.
Like, I don't know. Like, how could you? Like, what are you guys gonna do?
I feel like for the most part, teams like with situations like that, you just stick with the guy. We'll stink for this year, pay him what we need to, and then we can cut him.
In the coming weeks, the Broncos will have to decide if they take the biggest part of the dead money hit in the 2024 or 2025 seasons.
That'd be a no-brainer. Just do it this year. Get it out the way now. That'd be crazy. Did you hear the other part about that contract? Where and this is nasty behavior by Sean Payton. Remember in the middle of the season, Sean Payton was just like being really rude, disrespectful during the games and all this other stuff. Did you hear that part of the contract was Russell couldn't say anything back, else that would have gave them grounds to void his contract? So Sean Payton was doing all this knowing, almost baiting him, like, I wish you would say something back to me in the media or in real life.
Wait, that makes so much sense if that's the case.
It was like they could, if he talked back,
clause.
well, if he talked back, it was conduct detrimental to the team or insubordination or whatever the case may be. But like that's why he was so brazen with the disrespect and why one of the reasons why Russell wasn't saying nothing back.
Because he was lighting him up. And even we were like, nah, he's like covering his tracks or he knows something. And that makes sense.
So not only was he being a jackass to him, but he was probably trying to bait him into doing that so his contract could be voided. Crazy.
They traded 5 first-round picks and are taking $85 million in cap money, all because Sean Payton is an idiot.
Best thing from Russell Wilson's tenure is the Broncos country let's ride on that video, I'm assuming.
Yeah, for sure. Russell had in my eyes, baby face now. I like Russell Wilson. He's a good guy. I mean, he always was a good guy. He was just corny.
Because you just like Sean Payton so much. That's a subtle baby face turn is when they're paired with the ultimate heel and then you dislike them so much it turns them baby face.
Doc Rivers of the NFL. Am I right, guys?
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Oh, did you see that other thing in the NFL? It's really stupid at this point. Did you see their what they're doing with the onside kick?
Wait, the onside kick? No.
You can only, that's being proposed. I think they said it's not official, but it looks like it's going to be pushed through. You can only do an onside kick when you're trailing in the fourth quarter. It might be under 2 minutes.
They've
I don't
talked
know
about that for a while.
And you have to you have to make it known that you're doing an onside kick. So not just like, when they line up and they're obviously doing it, but like the Saints did in the Super
guys,
Bowl.
we're doing the kick here.
What the Saints did in the Super Bowl is illegal. you have to tell them, like, we're about to do an onside kick.
Mm-hmm.
What if the official doesn't listen and thinks that you're kicking it regular and then ignores that and then throws a flag?
That'll probably happen.
Just saying.
It'll probably happen.
These things happen, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're incompetent too.
Just do the 4th and 15 rule with the onsides and be done with it. If you wanna
just do the XFL rule and scramble for the ball.
Well,
the original XFL,
the opening one,
2002 XFL,
the opening one of the league's first game, guy separates his shoulder.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was a torn ACL, but
yeah, no, he went to dive for the ball, shoulder just goes back here, separation. That's why we're kicking off the XFL. There, it doesn't. The new league have? Didn't they experiment with like you can onside or you can punt something crazy?
I think they did it. The 4th and 15 one, where it's if you want to do the onside, you're not doing the onside. You just 4th and 15. When you would kick it, you convert that, ball's yours.
Yeah. Let's welcome James Ham here into the show. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. Hammer, we got Kings basketball tonight at the Golden One Center. They'll take on the Chicago Bulls. Let's start with what happened last week. The Kings get a win, their second win of the season, only team to beat Minnesota twice on their home floor. But it seems over the last couple of days, and even today, I saw your partner over on the Kings beat, Sean Cunningham, talking to Trey Lyles and a couple of different guys. This story coming out of the trip was a players-only meeting following the Denver game.
Yeah, I just wrote on it. It'll go up later at the Kings beat. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, like I've covered plenty of these types of situations, right? These players-only meetings in my time in covering the Kings over 14 years. This is the first time I've covered it during a good team. Because normally it's a bunch of guys that like they want to get in a room and yell and scream at each other, and it lasts for a day or two, a couple of games where they kind of hold together and they look good for a minute, and then the whole thing falls apart and we forget about the players only meeting. This is one where I think it has potential. It has potential to galvanize a team. I think the fact that it was Trey Lyles who actually called it, who had gone to Fox and some of the other guys and said, hey, what do you think about a players only meeting? Trey even talked about it today at shoot around, basically saying that, you know, like the coaches, everyone went to go get up after their film session. And he said, hey, is it okay if we have the room without you guys for a little while? And the coaches were like fully on board and like, yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. And excited about it. I think that that's a big component to this, right? If there's something that needs to be aired out, a lot of times, like De'Aaron Fox said yesterday, there are certain players that don't want to air that out in front of coaches. They don't want that to be like part of the coaching conversation. And you need to get into a room and have this sort of, you know, whatever it is, whatever it needs to be aired, whatever needs to be put out on the table. And, you know, it's coming on the heels of, you know, a little bit of like chatter coming from the team. I know Kevin Huerter was one that was not happy about his playing time following with the loss in Denver, but that's usually an accumulation of frustration, not just a one-time thing. And like when you do get inside a room like this and you have these conversations, there's hope that it can have like some sort of lasting, meaningful thing. But I think, to get back to my original point, it's that having Trey Lyles be the guy to do this, I think is tremendous, because Trey is a middle of the rotation guy. He's like your seventh guy, right? So that means that there are like 8 guys behind him in the rotation, and there are 6 guys in front of him in the rotation. He's also the guy that's in the middle of the locker room. He is kind of one of those guys that in the NBA I like to call like Switzerland. Like Rudy Gay could work with anybody in the room. Everyone felt comfortable coming to Rudy Gay. And that's because Rudy Gay would listen to anybody, but also not take a bunch of sides and not become part of the problem. You can have a problem on one side of the room, you can have a problem on the other side of the room, but somebody's got to be in the middle to solve it. He's very much so an intellectual. He loves to read books. He has his book club, but he's quietly become more and more of a leader over the last couple of years. And for whatever reason that is, he's just felt comfortable. But he's also the guy that went into the offseason telling everybody, I want to stay in Sacramento. I want to stay here because this is the first family I've ever had in the NBA. This is the first time I've felt like this is where I belong and that I'm wanted. And, he told us that strange thing that it's the first time he'd ever been invited over to a teammate's house for dinner. So when you have a player like that, there's something to him having very pure motivations. He is not looking for more shots for himself. He's not looking for more playing time for himself. He's looking to preserve the family. And to me, that's the biggest thing from this. It's that you have somebody with a pure heart coming in and saying, hey, we got to get together here. And if we're going to be this team that we want to be, it's got to start with us in this room and clearing all of the air and getting on the right page mentally before we can accept what it is that coaches are trying to do. Because if we're not right, it doesn't matter how much coaching they do, we're still not going to be right. We're not right as a group ourselves.
No, that's a great point. And with a guy like Trey, him calling for a team meeting or saying like, hey guys, let's sit down and let's get all on the same page. For the things that you laid out, he's a bench guy. His minutes kind of fluctuate. His shots kind of fluctuate. He doesn't have a ulterior motive here. It's all about winning. You know what I mean? And when that message is coming from somebody, and I'm not saying this happens, but if Malik Monk tells Kevin Huerter, hey, you got to get it together, step up, Kevin might be like, it's easy for you to say. You play all the time, man. Like you don't have the same concerns that I do. But Trey can speak to a guy like Kevin Huerter because sometimes he doesn't play that much. You know what I mean? Sometimes he doesn't get the looks. And he said, hey, I understand. I would want more of this and that and that. But at the end of the day, I just want to win. And we got to figure out and I'm willing to do whatever we need to do to come out and win. I need you to feel the same way. And I think you hit it right on the head, James, that coming from Trey Lyles may hold a little bit more weight because of where he's at on this team and in his career.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've talked about it all year long. Something's wrong with this group. We can't really put our finger on it. We don't know what it is, right? It doesn't matter that they have the exact same record that they did last year. At this point, the exact same record. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't look like Kings basketball. The identity, something's missing, something's off. And, we've heard Mike have these really poignant moments throughout the season. I mean, there's the point where, I asked him very specifically after the loss to Detroit about, hey, is it time to maybe switch up your scheme or something when it comes to defending the three? And he just put it out there like, hey, no, it's not time for me to switch up my scheme. I'll switch up my scheme if they do what I'm asking and they do the job and it doesn't work. But to date, they haven't done it. And so you get to this point where well, I don't think it's that they're not listening to Mike. It's maybe there's some sort of lost in translation thing here. But at the same time, the frustration level from the coaching staff, how many times do you have to teach a group the same exact thing? And it's the same group they had last year. Right. It's the same group of guys. There should have been you didn't have any questions about putting, a new offense in or a new defense in. This is a carryover from the year before. Everything that should have been happening this year should have been building on what you had built last year. You need to improve some things defensively. That doesn't mean you scrap your whole defense. It means that you fine tune and you tweak things and you try to find ways in order to improve. And so I get the frustration from everybody. And, I think Mike said it well yesterday. He said every championship contending team he'd ever been part of, the players at some point have to take accountability and have to take ownership. It can't be us directing them all the time. It has to be them who figure it out that in order for them to take the next step, they have to be on the same page. They have to be able to work through things. They have to look somebody in the eye and say, dude, that's the third time you've got beat on the back cut. You cannot do it again. And what is it that's going on? What are you not seeing that we're seeing? And those are moments that I think we're still waiting for this Kings team to have. And a lot of it is they're a super quiet group. And I don't think that they get in each other's face a lot. But, Trey Lyles is the guy who choked out Brooke Lopez in the middle of the court.
Sometimes you gotta.
He's the guy that's shown you that he's like, okay, I'm ready to mix it up. And I think that it's part of this whole conversation about how you get better and how you grow as a team.
And I think what Kings fans will be watching particularly tonight is what do you do next? Because it was certainly a positive response, and you could see it. And it's tough. We tried to kind of walk the line of this. It's an outcome-based business, and it influences the way we think about this players-only meeting because the fact that they won. But you saw them being more active. You saw Keon Ellis step into that starting role for De'Aaron Fox. You saw how well Kevin Huerter played when his shot wasn't falling, and Mike clearly saw that, rewarded that with 33 minutes of play. You saw Malik. You saw, a different level of intensity on the defensive end against a really long, physical, frustrating Minnesota Timberwolves team. And most Kings fans think, well, the perfect follow-up to this is they go out and lose to a below 500 Chicago team on their home floor. And it feels like even more so than Friday's game against Minnesota, like, hey, if we've got this renewed energy, we've got this renewed confidence, we've got this renewed feeling into what we do and how we play basketball, needs to be executed tonight, just as much as it was executed on Friday. It needs to be executed against a tough Chicago Bulls team on your home floor.
Yeah, it's money talks, BS walks, right? Stop, put it where your mouth is. Like, stop talking about it, start doing.
Can't do that here, James.
Yeah,
you can't do that, James.
I got flagged.
No,
it's a flag.
But continue. You were making a point. I understand.
Like, look, at some point, you can't keep saying it. You just can't. It can't be something that like you can't wish it into existence.
Yeah.
You have to actually do the work. You have to have the tough conversations. You got to tell somebody, hey, look, like we just watched the tape. You're not doing your job. Like, how am I supposed to get better? And how are we supposed to get better if you're not doing the basics that you're supposed to do? And I think some of the things that we saw come out of it, like realistically, like you could see some of the passion and some of the, like, what players knew that they were supposed to be doing, and all of a sudden they're doing it. Like realistically, Davion Mitchell looked like he was shot out of a cannon. Like there was no hesitation at all in his game against Minnesota. His best game of the year by far, but maybe one of his best games ever, where he just stopped overthinking and just played basketball. And sometimes that's what it takes. Sometimes these meetings like this, same with Malik Monk. Stop worrying about who your big man is or who's around you. Just go out there and hoop. Like, put it all out there. And I think that's what we saw in this game, where guys that they really started to like feel the moment and say, okay, look, if this is who we're going to be, if this is the conversations we're going to have, let's take that step together. Let's actually hold each other accountable in the moment, and let's beat a team that maybe we shouldn't be beating without De'Aaron Fox and with Sabonis in foul trouble and Sabonis fouling out of a game. Maybe that's not a game they should have won, but it's got to have carryover. It can't just be a one-game thing, and then you step in against a Bulls team that's missing players again, who's not very good again, and then you lay an egg at home. Like this is a stretch run. You only have 23 games to prove that you belong. And if you can't make this thing carry over, then again, it's just lip service. It's not something, it doesn't, whatever happened in that room that one day, it doesn't carry any more weight moving forward.
Do you remember them, either one of you guys, do you remember them having players only meeting last year?
Trey said today that this was the first one they've had in the 3 years he's been here.
Huh. Yeah, I didn't think they did either. And I was just trying to think of it didn't seem like they had these type of moments last year. They just kind of rode the wave all the way to the playoffs. And I don't want to say there wasn't adversity. Yeah, they started off the season 0-4.
Probably wasn't expectations.
There's that too. Yeah, there's that too. And dealing with expectations.
Yeah, right. That's probably better.
You got people expect you to do a certain thing.
Right.
And if it doesn't happen a certain way, now you're hearing different It's not all happy and everything. Like, hey, this guy needs to go, or this guy's got to play better. All this.
You also know more of what you're capable of. Whereas last year, maybe you thought you knew, you weren't really sure until you executed, and then you know. This year, you feel like my guess would be they feel like they're not where they should be. And you've heard them say that before, more specifically when it comes to free throws than anything else. But actually, De'Aaron brought it up with the 3-point defense. Like if we were just like a smidge bit better on the 3-point defensive side, our record would look different.
Yeah.
But that type of stuff probably influences that.
No, for sure.
Yeah, the only other season I remember like this working at all, because typically it doesn't. You know, it has a little bit of runway and then it tapers off pretty quickly. But it's the year that actually I think it's a pandemic year. So we got to the midway.
1920.
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah,
right when the Kings went like 37-5 before the pandemic hit.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they were on their way to winning a championship that year, and then
they were
no,
but they were 31-41, and they had a very good shot to in the final 10 games to catch Memphis and get into the playoffs. It was they had that battle against the Pelicans the night that everything gets shut down. And I think at that point they're 3.5 games behind, but that's with 18 games remaining. And
Memphis legit stunk. That's the important part of this, because I joke about how we really romanticized that last stretch.
They were leaking
Memphis
oil.
was terrible. Yeah. And I feel like they went to the bubble and were like, I don't think they
did okay. They didn't make the playoffs, so they lost in like a de facto play-in game. Okay. It was like the origins of the play-in game. They lost to Dame.
Oh, okay.
Portland.
Well, but that season very specifically before the shutdown, again, Memphis wasn't going to make it because Memphis' schedule was like their win percentage against was like 59%. Like they had no shot at making it, and it was going to come down to the Kings and the Pelicans. But if you remember at the deadline, they made a couple of moves, including they traded Trevor Ariza to Portland for Kent Bazemore. And then in some other deal, they got Anthony Tolliver. And I can't even remember, it's the second time they got Anthony Tolliver. And they had, those guys came in and right away they held a team meeting. And they had played like 1 or 2 games with the guys. And then they asked if they could have a team meeting and have a conversation. And like the full conversation coming out of that was like, we've played you guys this season and you guys are scary good. You're really, really good. You just can't get out of your own way. And we need you guys to understand and embrace how good you are as a group and move together, move together as one, as opposed to this crazy conglomeration of players. And it really worked. Like those guys were good leaders, but whatever they said struck a chord with that group. And they really ended up taking off and playing extremely well. That's where Bogdanovic gets, I believe, Buddy Hield's job in the middle of the season. And they do the whole switcheroo and, but whatever it was, I think they're 13-7 in the final 20 games leading up to the break, leading up to the night the pandemic hit. And then everything fell apart after that. But yeah, you never know.
The meeting that changed the course of the season, or no, what was it? Anthony, the Kings, the Kings season changed when Anthony Edwards' baby was born.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Anthony Edwards. Also, thank you.
Big ups, Ant Man. Big ups, Lil Ant Boy.
Do we know?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ant Boy or Ant Girl.
I don't know. But salute. What do you think? We were talking about this earlier. What do you think Keon has a role tonight? I thought Keon was really solid on Friday. Obviously, Davion was great, but De'Aaron's probably back tonight.
Well, there's a good chance De'Aaron's back. I mean, he is. I haven't seen any updates. I've been writing all afternoon, but I don't know. Mike has, said like the last time he gave Keon an opportunity that he didn't play as well as he did the first time, and he kind of went away from him. But that he had earned his way back into the rotation type stuff. I think it might come down to, like one position. I don't think Davion is going to be the odd man out, especially after his performance in the last game.
Mm-hmm.
As long as he can bottle that, that's fine. He can't go back to who he was 3 games ago, whether even like his start. Like we saw the start in Denver, there was just, again, like this weird hesitation to his offensive side, getting in the way a lot of times on offense. And that's part of the problem. To me, it's not even, again, he went off and hit a bunch of shots against Minnesota, but most of that was in the flow of the offense. Most of it was him attacking the rim, like being fearless, all that stuff. That was great to see. But if he's going to go back and be the player that he was against Denver and have this hesitation to him, then I think Keon will end up being back in the rotation at that spot. And then again, I think it also depends on what happens with Chris Duarte. Chris Duarte has better size. He's, 6'6". He gives you a little bit more. You want to throw a flag on me again? Don't
No,
you?
I don't. I'm doing research, and I'll tell you guys.
It's tough because, I personally, I think the team is better when Keon's on the floor. Not as a whole, but like in the moments he's out there, he provides something that no one else does. And there's an energy that he plays with. There's an aggressiveness. We saw the play where he got picked off, and then was it Mike Conley? I can't even remember who it was. There was a guard going to the basket, and he flew from behind and swatted the ball away. Like there's just like a never say die thing with him that I think the Kings don't have from other players. And he doesn't need the ball to be impactful. He had 7 assists. He had 4 steals. It didn't matter that he went 1 of 2 from the field. If he would have had more opportunities, he would have shot it. He's shown that throughout the season, that he's not timid, that he is willing to shoot the 3 ball. So I don't know. I like him. I think that guys like that. They just have a grittiness and something to them that, because they have had to fight to get into the league and fight to earn that first contract and everything else. And I think he's a very good representation of who you want to be as a program and how you want to develop players. And so I would hope that he gets a longer look here down the stretch.
Real quick, I haven't been able to confirm this, but I think it's Ant Girl. So congratulations to him. When you talk about Keon, I talked about earlier it felt like it was going to be either Keon or Davion playing with De'Aaron Fox coming back. Do you think there's a scenario where they both play off the bench, Davion and Keon?
Yeah, it's tough because Malik is going to play. And so I don't think you can have unless you're going with a very, very small 3-guard set where, at 6'3" and below, that's tough. You don't really have the eraser and behind the basket, under the basket to make that work. Like, again, it doesn't matter that Alex Len or JaVale McGee, whatever it is, neither one of them is like just elite rim protecting shot blocker that stops everything from coming into the paint. So it's tough to play with those, with such a small ball lineup.
Yeah, just thought about. Because
I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah, I was thinking, and the issue I would come up with is the minutes, right? Those are Malik's minutes, but I don't know. Like I said, it gets a little, small ballish, but off the bench, Davion, Keon, Monk, in there with maybe move Keegan to the 4 and Trey Lyles at the 5, depending on who's there. It's not, if they got a guy on the other team that's a center at 6'9", 6'10", why not? Why not see what you can do? If they're going small, you can maybe have a better small lineup there.
Yeah, we saw what Mike did the other night against Minnesota. That was one of the gutsiest coaching jobs I've ever seen. They went big. They had Cat, they had Gobert, and they had
Naz Reid
on the court together. It was like, holy cow. And the Kings went small. Like, okay, we'll just counter you and see who wins. And, that happened in the fourth quarter and then a little bit in overtime. But, I think the Kings did get outscored in fourth quarter by 9 points and lost their lead. But I don't know that was the reason. You got to mix and match, especially if you have Sabonis in foul trouble. And again, I think everyone's going to get an opportunity here down the stretch. There will be times for Keon. There will be times for Davion. But I really like how, both of those guys responded to adversity because, of course, Keon gets a start, but Davion basically lost the start in his second consecutive game, and that was an awkward moment too. And he didn't just sit there and pout about it. He stepped up and he played extremely well in the minutes that he got. And yeah, we'll have to see if he can continue to manufacture these weird lineups. Again, I could see a lineup with Keon and Davion, and Kevin Huerter at the 3 that maybe you could work with, but it's tough to go 3 guys 6'3" and under.
Milwaukee is hosting the Clippers tonight. They'll be without Giannis Antetokounmpo, as Doc Rivers just announced. He went through warms-up and will miss tonight's game due to left Achilles injury.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Left Achilles injury. So Doc says it's been bothering him for a little bit, and they just don't feel like he can go tonight against the Clippers. We'll come back. The Sacramento Kings will host the Chicago Bulls. We'll talk more about that with our insider from the Insiders, James Ham, here with Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Now you could just mute me real quick. I'll send you, Jesse, what happened.
Who was not in Minnesota.
All right. All right.
I did.
That's why I was legit reading that, and I said, "Oh," I had a little chuckle. I said, "Sorry, James."
Incredible. Incredible.
Oh,
So
man.
Anthony Tolliver came over with Kent Bazemore for Riza, Wenyan, Gabriel, and Caleb Swanigan. R.I.P.
Yeah, I think he had a little girl, and it's the same. This lady also has a baby with Chief Keef. Hopefully, her and Anthony work through everything. James, you know who Chief Keef is?
I do not.
Oh, man.
I don't. Where's Justin James now?
That's a good question.
So wait, is Stockton season over?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, they lost that playoff series or whatever that series was. Am I crazy?
Where is my? Well, those could be separate questions. Oh, I might have deleted that stuff. I got something from Stockton just last night, the night before. Maybe it was their end. I'm not sure.
That's that I don't like.
Okay, they fall to Salt Lake City Stars.
Our man Connor's gonna come on.
They're still playing
Thursday.
Who is
Connor?
Oh,
Republic. Oh, my man Russ. No, we didn't book a time. Thursday we just got James 1:45. right? I'm not missing anything Thursday. Oh, Thursday's not James. Thursday's Matt. Yeah, 145 is fine. Oh, Harry's a Laker.
Yep.
Man.
That was not okay.
Good for him.
Boy, Harry Giles is a Laker.
Wow. The Phoenix Suns are waiving Teo Maledon. That's the first round pick that did not work out.
I don't like.
Oh, man. Securing the Bagley's going at it with Buddy's burner account.
Oh, snap.
He's going at it with Buddy's burner account. Oh, man.
Real quick, because I want you to, I'm going to let you break that news here. I mean, it's only fitting that you give the update and break the news that you read during the break. But to yourself, you didn't read it out loud. The last Woj tweet.
Oh, Russell Westbrook. Oh, Russell Westbrook had surgery on his hand.
Yeah, I'm letting you handle that.
Oh, yeah. No, Russ had surgery on his hand. He fractured his hand. Says he'll be back before the playoffs start.
Okay. Love to hear that.
I mean, I don't know what their relationship is with Bones Highland, but like, I mean,
he was playing last night. Me and Reese were watching. I was like, look at Bones Highland.
Yeah, I love my man, but for the you can Bones was playing really well before this James Harden stuff. That was a long time ago now at this point, but I think Bones will be able to step in and be just fine for the Clippers.
I think
the Clippers, I think, are just in a spot that they're for. Yeah. Like that's where they're going to be. I don't think they're going to fall. I don't think they're going to climb. Like they're for.
They're getting up for the playoffs. I just wanted to say real quick though, shout out Sac State men's basketball senior night tonight at the Nest. Supposed to be the last ever game at the Hornets Nest.
Yes, indeed.
Tonight. So shout out. You know, it hasn't been the season that we want it to be, but it's always love for my man, Coach David Patrick.
Happy belated also.
Yeah, happy belated to him as well, man. You see that hoodie he had on in the picture?
I did. I saw that all-star lineup of birthday celebrators that was with him too.
Come on now. Come on. So yeah, it's senior night at the Nest tonight. So
I can't believe those guys. College basketball season's winding down. I mean, like the ACC tournament starts in a couple of days.
Yeah, they have championship week starts Wednesday.
Yeah, they're here
on ESPN.
Yeah, they're here.
I haven't been able to figure out because I was looking for it on the app. I don't know who won the CIAA tournament. I was trying to go watch the game. I was watching the whole damn tournament, and it was on ESPN on Saturday, but I was watching other stuff, and I was like, I'll go back and watch it. I don't even know who won.
Who was in the running?
I don't know. I think Virginia State played. I think it was Virginia State. I don't remember, to be honest with you. I think Virginia State was playing somebody.
Okay.
James, the CIAA tournament.
I bet in that tournament they hit free throws better than the Kings did.
No.
So this clearly is just going to be a thing they're going to have to survive this season. Like it will not go away.
No, not at all. I'm not sure what to say.
No players only meeting is going to fix this apparently.
Yeah. I mean, if who can even stand up in the meeting and start yelling though?
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what KC said earlier. Malik missing 2 free throws with under a minute left. Oh man.
He's your guy.
He's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, he cost him 2 wins earlier in the season with the missed free throws.
Oh, yes and no.
Well, he did
missed one. Yeah. De'Aaron missed one that would have put him up 3, and it would have been a double overtime game instead of overtime.
He didn't help. We could say that. He definitely didn't help. It's by far the weirdest quirk about the team this year. You can talk ups and downs on the basketball, like whatever that stuff. Like the fact that this team can shoot 80% one night and then 50% the other. The fact that they can miss so many free throws in so many close games is incredible.
Yeah, I think so too. I know we were watching the guys shoot free throws yesterday after practice, and I posted a video just of De'Aaron Fox like being back on the court, and I wasn't paying attention, but he was missing free throws in practice. And I think others were as well. I don't know what to make of it.
James sabotages the Kings by posting a video of them missing free throws at the end of practice.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's other things that you need to figure out too, though. I mean, like Keegan Murray is your best free throw shooter, shooting 82%, but he's averaging 1.6 per game. That's not going to work. Harrison Barnes is at 80.5%. He's down to 2.3 attempts per game. This is a guy that last year was like well over 4, and the year before that was over 5. So it's not just that they're not hitting free throws, is that we're starting to see the numbers dwindle as far as how many attempts. So last year, Harrison Barnes was at 5, the year before 5.4. Like, it's not good to see these guys take a step backwards and getting to the line. They should be, like holding at the same number, or, with Keegan, he should be getting more and more opportunities, especially since he's had the ball a lot more and, not just a 3-point shooter this season. So they got to figure it out. I don't know if that's like a sports psychology question, if they need to work with somebody that they can try to help them through this, but it's one of the most frustrating things, especially when you consider that they literally have lost games because of it. I mean, I think there are 3 games this season we can honestly just point to and say, you lost a game because you missed free throws. And that's tough.
And thankfully, Friday wasn't one of them.
Yeah.
They just need to sit with Kenny. That's what they didn't do.
They got to make their free throws.
Sit down with KC for a while.
Definitely make their free throws. I do think I talked about it earlier though on the show, and we didn't really talk about it too much after that. But I do think these guys are going to figure out a way to make the free throws when it counts. I just a feeling. I have no numbers to back it up. Their best free throw shooter, Malik Monk, just missed some in the clutch. So I have nothing to back it up. But I think these guys are playmakers. They're gamers. And I think now with the chips being down, I see them shooting better from the free throw line to close out the season and going into the playoffs. Just a hunch. That's all.
You'd hope so, but I mean, they're 30th in the NBA, and I don't even think it's close. And, Malik Monk was their best free throw shooter. He's down to 80.4. Like these guys they just really aren't good at shooting free throws. And, again, I think that there has been some sort of focus issue this season that I'll just continue to point to. And I'm not sure what it is, but it's something that is slightly alarming. Every team should be better than 72.7% from the free throw line. And a lot of that's because your best 2 shooters, your best 2 guys at getting to the line are 2 of your worst free throw shooters. But that shouldn't be the case either. I mean, Fox should be at 78 and Sabonis should be at 75, 76%. Fox should be over 80. He's a guard.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that we do see, and I'm kind of looking at this like what they've shown you is what they'll be able to carry out for the rest of the season. Because remember what happened? I think it was more so after the Phoenix game. And people were talking about free throws and all this other stuff. And then like De'Aaron comes right back and makes 10 out of 10 or something. Everybody's favorite commentator, Bob Myers, about, he's a poor free throw shooter and all this other stuff. It's 10 out of 11. I think there is a general natural lack of focus from this team. Just in general, you step on the floor and you stay focused. They don't necessarily, or they haven't done that necessarily this year, but it may be a situation when the light is brought to it, like it has been a couple of times, they respond. That's maybe that's the key word with this team. They've tended to respond this year, and free throw shooting is one of those things that they haven't done well. Didn't do well the other night. It didn't cost them the win, but they respond to it typically after a bad free throw shooting night. I think they'll respond to a bad free throw shooting season with the way they're going to finish this.
They didn't again. I hope you're right, but they didn't against Milwaukee because Phoenix was next. And then there was one more after that. We just went over it earlier. What was after Phoenix? It was Milwaukee, Phoenix,
Indiana.
That was the other one. That was a 5-point loss in a game that they shot 50-something%. They shot like 50% from the free throw line in like 3 straight games.
And I feel like the straw that broke the camel's back was the Indiana game in that situation. Because you can shrug off the other two and say, it happened. It was Malik, and it happens. It happens. But I think they were unbelievably egregious in Indiana against Indiana, and you couldn't shrug off that one.
It was here with no Tyrese, and you have that whole thing. Yeah.
And I think they missed like 14 free throws or something like that. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little.
No, you're not.
But they missed a lot of free throws.
You actually were kind. They missed 15.
Yeah, and that you couldn't ignore it after missing 15 free throws.
The next night they were 88%.
Yeah, and I just think
the night after that they were 84.
What's going to happen the rest of the season?
And then 76.
I don't trust him. I mean,
well, I don't know. Tell us how you feel, James.
Look at a close game. You need to have a 6-point lead in the last minute with this team. And if
they've hit clutch free throws before, though,
I'm fouling them the whole time if I'm the opposition.
Well, that's something I'm curious about. I don't think that ever happens, but you better be a hell of a defensive team, because Malik missing 2 free throws with under a minute yesterday. They still got Minnesota didn't score. Couple possessions left. You better become the steel curtain if you're going to miss free throws the way that they are in close games, or do what Kenny said and get on this run down this final stretch and shoot the ball well from the free throw line.
Yeah, they got to figure it out. I mean, it's such a basic, rudimentary skill in the NBA that should not be an issue like this. And it's not like, it's not like Sabonis is Chris Dudley and he just can't do it, or Shaq. You just know he's just a horrible free throw shooter. His free throws, like half of them look like the ones he misses. They're like in and out. Like it's within nothing that he's missing a lot of these free throws. So who was it the other night that short armed the free throws so bad? It was Gobert. He barely caught the front edge of the rim. Like, ooh, like that's not what Sabonis misses. Sabonis, like, it just clings iron all the time. So yeah.
Hey, you think Cat's dirty?
I don't know.
Dirty-ish?
I said he's not dirty. He's just clumsy.
He threw a lot of elbows.
A lot of elbows, a lot of stiff arms, not a lot of knees to the groin, just one apparently perfectly targeted one.
Oh, yeah. The Trey Lyles thing.
Yeah, and a little boot to the face, little sweet chin music. Little kick to the face.
The Trey Lyles call is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen from the NBA. They're like, how do you start making up rules in the middle? Oh, his torso was still moving. Like the what? Feet planted, man. He wasn't like doing some weird.
Yeah, that was a stupid call.
It was horrible. It was bad initially, and then to review it and uphold.
Felt like Cat got the knee into
yes,
into
Sabonis.
Sabonis, but I thought he got it on that play too.
Oh,
felt like he got a knee into Trey Lyles on that play too.
Dirty-ish.
Let me ask you a question.
This is Karl Anthony Towns' biggest fan.
Let me ask you a question. You think Sabonis dirty?
No,
I don't think he is either. But he does shoulder. He does help. Like
shoulder.
It gets physical.
Well, there's a difference between physical. He ain't never shouldered anybody in the groin.
Neither did Cat.
Well, no, but Cat need him in the groin. I ain't never seen Domas Heisman Trophy somebody while trying to get space on a shot.
I think
Draymond Anthony Towns.
I think Sabonis is way more coordinated than Cat. I just don't. I think Cat is a little clumsy.
You know what my favorite Domas thing is like that weird like step hitch that he has when he's bringing the ball up the floor.
The hop, we're like, oh no.
Yeah, it's like what's he gonna do right now? Like, what is he gonna do with the ball right now? That's one of my favorite things.
Be dangerous,
perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Sabonis wasn't on the Kings, I think we would probably say, yeah, he's a little dirty. I mean, he catches guys quite often with an elbow. I
love it.
He's just tough.
I love it. That's what I want my big man to do. Rather that than be soft.
I like when they complain that he uses the ball as a weapon. That's one of my favorite things.
That was
only one
legendary.
team has done that. Only one franchise has done that.
But you've seen it in other games where it's like he'll go to spin, he'll bring his shoulders in, and then all of a sudden he's got 3 feet of space. You're like, what just happened?
No wonder Bob Myers hates the Kings so much. He was probably the one who led that charge. Well, he's using that ball in a dangerous way.
Yeah.
You know whose game I really liked the other night, Hammer, was Kevin Huerter's. Kevin Huerter couldn't hit a shot for nothing, but man, I felt like he was really active. He was all over the floor, and I felt like Mike rewarded that. Like, okay, shot's not falling. You doing other things that's helping this team. He wound up playing 33 minutes while making like 2 shots or something like that, 3 shots.
Yeah, I was surprised. Number one, that he didn't have a better shooting night. You know, it's kind of like that's what this team is about right now. It's like it's time to buck up and start hitting your shots and start doing what you're supposed to do to make this team work. But overall, like Herter is a guy that a lot of nights he does come in and he does a lot more than what you're seeing on the court. He's a guy that is a good secondary playmaker. He's a guy that can rebound when he wants to. It's just consistently, how do you get him to do more and more of what you need him to do? And realistically, the Kings, if he just hit like 4 threes a game, they wouldn't care a lot of the other stuff that he's doing. It's just that he's not doing that. So when you're not, hitting your shots at the same clip that you have in the past, and he's up to 36.9. It's not like he's horrible shooting the 3, but compared to what we saw last year, where he was just so much better at it, he does do a lot of little things. And there's been plenty of times where I thought he did deserve a little bit more time on the court, and then other times where, like, defensively, getting caught in switches and stuff, just not good, and they've got to go a different direction.
It's almost impossible to answer, but I'll ask it anyway. What do you think we see from this team tonight? I think we see them play a good game. I think they win tonight. I think they kind of, and mind you, Chicago's not Charlotte. Chicago's not Detroit. They're like, it's a game I think they should win, but Chicago, they've got some serious ball players on there. That it's not this super embarrassing loss, but I think they'll show up. I think they'll play well tonight. I think they'll win tonight.
Yeah, they have to at some point, if they're going to be a playoff team, they have to start taking care of business. I mean, this is a home game. It's a game that's just sitting there for you to take. Caruso, whether he plays or not, we have no idea yet. He's questionable, but either way, he's not going to be 100%. So you need to go and attack that. They don't have some of their other weapons, although they still have DeMar DeRozan, they still have Kobe White, they still have guys that can score. But this is a slow team. They do not push the pace at all. They don't shoot the 3 ball very well, and they don't shoot a lot of 3-pointers. Like, if I'm the Kings, I'm running a lot of zone tonight and a lot of, shrink it down and try to keep them, trying to make them beat you from the outside. Yeah. I don't like, at this point, I'm still not comfortable at all saying whether I think this team is going to win a game or not, though. Like, I
got you.
They've proven to me that they're consistently inconsistent.
Interesting note from Cleveland. Donovan Mitchell's going to miss the next 3 games. I only bring that up because he's already missed 13. That'll put his total at 16 missed games, which means all NBA status for a guy who is an all NBA player could be slipping away due to this new 65 game requirement, and perhaps opens the door even further for De'Aaron Fox to be an all NBA player for the 2nd straight season.
De'Aaron got to start playing.
He's not the only one, though.
Well, De'Aaron's at 10?
No.
No?
No.
Low or high?
8. He's at 8.
He's at
8.
Oh,
I thought
8.
he was at like 10 or 11.
I thought he was at 10. But
no, he missed 6 early, and then he's missed 2 this run. He's played 51 of the 59.
Okay.
The other guy that has to worry about this is Devin Booker. So Booker's already missed 11.
Yeah,
and
he'll be right there.
He's out a week to 10 days. If he's out a week, that's 4 games.
4 or 5.
4 games for them. If he's out to 10 days, it goes to I think that's 6. But if it's any more, there's a couple of games bunched up there where they've got Like, so he easily could not make it.
See, Book would be the type, though, to play 2 minutes. He's going to play 2 minutes for a week.
Book, Devin, Nikisha Sales Booker.
Book is absolutely the type. Hey, man, let me play a couple minutes, coach. Let me get in there and get this all NBA. Get this all NBA. I'm with James. I'm not at the point of feeling comfortable about this.
And it makes perfect sense. Both of you. Anybody that feels that way. I understandably am in the minority. It makes perfect sense to feel the way you and so many others do, where you got to show me first.
I mean, in the last, this team beat the Clippers and the Timberwolves in the last week and some change or whatever it is. And got blown out by the Nuggets, lost to a suspended Heat team. It's just a weird squad.
Yeah.
But I hope, like James said, they had to win one game to get themselves back into the 6th spot. And don't make no apologies for that. Phoenix would have moved if you had lost. Phoenix would be 6th. You get that win, everybody else loses. Phoenix is dealing with some issues right now. Dallas can't make heads or tails of them. You got to stretch here at home, man. You've got to take advantage of, especially this early part of the stretch, because the teams on the other end are a lot more difficult. Like, I think Giannis is here, or maybe if Giannis isn't, Milwaukee is. Milwaukee is certainly here. We'll give a big welcome to Doc Rivers. And it's weird because there's that Laker game, which is also a huge game.
Yeah, 2 Lakers,
but it's not at home. Like I'm almost bypassing that Lakers game because I'm thinking about taking care of home floor. Whereas standing wise, that's a huge game for them in LA.
Yeah, and if we look at their schedule, the next 10 games, especially with the way, with Devin Booker out and the way that Phoenix plays without Booker, it's not good at all. And then with just all these games at home, Dallas losing, this is a moment. If you're ever going to figure out a way to get a little bit of separation and to secure yourself a 5 or a 6 spot, this is it right here. And it's the next 10 or even 15 games where, you really have a bunch of winnable games. Again, the Bulls, the Lakers, the Spurs, the Rockets, the Bucks, the Lakers again, the Knicks who are beat up, the Grizzlies who are no good, the Raptors, the Wizards who are the worst team, Orlando, which is a solid team, Philadelphia without Embiid, and then Dallas twice, followed by the Jazz. That 15-game stretch, if you can go 10-5, I don't think anyone will catch you from below. Like that's a good run right there. And it's not easy. And if you can do better than that, if you can go 11-4,
none of those 5 are to Dallas.
Yeah,
that probably goes a long way.
Yeah.
If you're able to get both versus Dallas, then
I just think this is, again, Dallas is 1-4 over the last 5 games. Like, this is a moment where if you're going to make a move to clear up some space and to get ahead of everybody, this is it.
And the only scoreboard watching we're doing tonight is the Lakers hosting the Thunder.
Yeah, Lakers and Thunder. Real quick, Rob A. Kings fans are great. I mean, this isn't to disparage them, but Rob A's right. G1C crowd, do your part. Now, I know you will. I'm not saying you won't, but do your part. It's got to be electric in the Golden One Center throughout this whole stretch, starting tonight.
Cheer like you get cookies no matter what. We need the cookie pop at the Golden One Center over the course of the next week or so. All right, Kings basketball tonight. Purple and Black pregame show coming up here in a little bit. You want more Kings coverage? We'll run it back. Whatever happens, though, make sure you're tapped in with us beginning tomorrow with James and Kyle, the Insiders, at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam. Yes, sir.
Successful.
Yes, sir.
Sweet.
All right, y'all. Could you hit the thumbs up? Please. Nothing official yet. Just check the latest injury report. He's still listed as questionable. All signs point to him playing, but officially still listed as questionable. Still listed. So is
Alex Caruso.
Yeah, so is Caruso.
Fox said he was optimistic he would play.
And he said that yesterday. So
Yeah.
that was,
Yeah.
It certainly sounded like he was going to go. But officially questionable.
That's right.
All right, y'all. We will see you guys tomorrow. Hit the thumbs up before you go. We're gonna go do another radio show. I'll see you guys at 10 a.m. If you haven't subscribed yet, become a subscriber, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 o'clock.